Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kiss My Putt by Tara Sivec, narrated by Tim Page and Kelsey Navarro. Chapter 1. Palmer. It takes a lot of balls to golf the way I do. You look like shit, pal. From the 18th hole tee box, I turn my head away from the view of the turquoise water in Bermuda that stretches out as far as the eye can see, and find my best friend standing next to my parked golf cart. I've been sitting here behind the wheel for the last few hours. I'd taken Bodie Armbruster's flip-flops, khaki cargo shorts, old faded baseball cap on backward over his shaggy, sandy blonde hair he hasn't cut in years, and a t-shirt that says "Golf Sucks" in big, bold letters across his chest. Which is just wonderful, seeing as we're on the 18th hole of one of the most exclusive and prestigious golf courses in the world. You are literally the most unprofessional caddy ever, I mutter, staring at his shirt. Bodie laughs and slides into the front seat of the cart with me, kicking his feet up on the dashboard and crossing them at the ankles right next to where I have my own feet resting. My unprofessional yet comfortable attire is not why I trekked all the way out here to find you. You couldn't have sat around feeling sorry for yourself on the second hole, could you? God, why do golf courses have to be so large? It's bullshit. No one needs that much cardio. Bodie pauses, picking a piece of lint off the front of his shirt. Besides, I had this shirt on under the pretentious polo I have to wear during tournaments. I still have to stand in solidarity with my people, my golf-hating people. They depend on me to keep the hate alive. ESPN voted me one of the top 20 golfers of my time. I'm one of only 5 players to place in the top 3 of the National Tour, the biggest golf tournament in the world, more than 50 times in my career. I honestly can't even tell you the number of other tournaments I've won at this point, and I'm only 30. I have golf shoe endorsements, golf club endorsements, golf bag endorsements, and I'm the poster boy for golfing attire for one of the biggest athletic chains in the country. And I have a caddy and best friend who absolutely hates the sport of golf. I think it's precious you're calling me unprofessional. I see you're still missing a golf shoe, Bodie chuckles, nodding toward my crossed feet. One foot has a black and white golf shoe on it, and the other one just has a white sock now covered in grass stains. That missing shoe is still at the bottom of the water hazard about 365 yards behind us, along with my pitching wedge, and the water bottle Bodie was holding in his hand that I snatched away from him and hurled in there for good measure. My stomach churns, and I want to throw up at just how expertly I probably tanked my professional golfing career today. The career I've been training for and my father has been grooming me for since the first time he put a club in my hands at the age of 3 and entered me in my first tournament at 6. I also want to laugh so hard my sides hurt at the absurdity of everything I did. My head is a confused mess right now, and no amount of sitting out here feeling sorry for myself, like Bodie so nicely put it, has helped. After I stormed off and wandered around on one fucking shoe until golfers, fans, celebrities, television networks, and officials cleared off the course, most people going home, and only the VIPs heading back to the clubhouse to celebrate, I found an abandoned golf cart one of the grounds crew must have left on the apron of the 10th tee box. I drove it back out here so I could be alone and punish myself by replaying every stupid thing I did here today. Is there any hope the television network suddenly had camera trouble all at the same time, right at that moment, and absolutely no one had a cell phone on them? I don't even know why I bother asking Bodie this question. I already know the answer. I turned my phone off an hour ago after seeing the first 20 emails my agent forwarded to me, all from my different endorsements telling me my contracts were on the verge of being terminated if today's display of behavior was going to be the norm going forward. There were also a few emails sprinkled in uninviting me from upcoming tournaments I've been working my ass off to compete in. There are plenty of professional golfers who have temper tantrums, but Palmer Pal Campbell isn't one of them. I was taught at a very early age to respect the game and to respect the course you're playing on. I've gotten all of my endorsements and the popularity I have because I keep my mouth shut, my head down, and I play the game, period. I don't shout, I don't argue, I don't fight with other players, and I never lose my temper if I shit the bed on a shot. Most people think I'm an asshole just because I'm not outwardly friendly and I don't have a humorous bone in my body with people I don't know and trust. which makes the nickname I got of Pal when I first came on the pro golfing scene quite the oxymoron. But that's fine with me. And it was fine with my endorsements and the tournament commissioners until I actually became an asshole in front of the entire world today. When Bodhi finally finishes laughing after I decided to ask that stupid question out loud, he trails off with a humming sigh before reaching over and patting the top of my knee. The bad news is, you came in dead last at the Bermuda Open that you've never placed lower than second in during your entire career. Instead of taking home a $1.6 million purse, you're taking home just enough to pay for our flights home, and you had the meltdown of all meltdowns on national television, Bodhi says, turning his head to look at me. But, I ask, after several quiet seconds where he doesn't say anything else and just sits there blinking at me. But what? You gave me the bad news, which, thanks for that, by the way. It's not like I haven't been replaying every moment of what I did in my head for the last few hours, trying not to break out into a cold sweat. But now you're supposed to give me the good news to make me feel better, I remind him. Oh, there's no good news. Bodhi laughs, shaking his head. You broke your pitching wedge over your knee and then threw it in the pond, yanked one of your shoes off your feet and chucked it in after, along with a very delicious bottle of sparkling water I was in the middle of enjoying, and shouted at the top of your lungs for your dad to eat shit 3 feet from every television network in the world. I groan, dropping my head in my hands, the nausea coming back nice and strong. Actually, you shouted, eat my shit. You were very specific about that, Bodhi adds. Oh wait, there is good news. I swallow back the vomit long enough to look up as Bodhi pulls his phone out of one of the many unnecessary pockets of his cargo shorts and turns the screen toward me. The video of your mental breakdown is now on every single website with a top 10 golf meltdowns list. You're number 1 on all of them, so look at you winning something today. Before I punch the grin off his face, rock music starts playing loudly from his phone. And look at how fun this one is, he continues, bringing the phone up closer between us. This website put the part right when your shoe launches out of your hand on a loop and set it to Buck Cherry's Crazy Bitch, so it looks like you're throwing it over and over. Someone also already set up a GoFundMe to have t-shirts printed with your face on them saying, eat my shit. This is all very exciting, pal. You're getting extra sprinkles on your ice cream tonight for making a day of golf fun for me for the first time ever. Snatching the phone out of his hand, much like I did with his water bottle earlier, I cut off the video and toss his phone into the cubby under the dashboard with my own. Bodhi sighs and turns his head to look at me. I know you're well aware of how much I enjoyed what happened here today, since I've been telling you for years if you kept bottling things up, you were going to explode one day. But seriously, man, what the fuck happened? You've never come in dead last, and you haven't placed anywhere below third except for that one time 2 years ago when... Don't! I cut him off, shooting a glare in his direction. Right. We don't talk about that qualifier you lost 2 years ago, or why you lost it, or who made you lose it. Because it was a blip on the radar, and that tournament didn't count for anything. This, my friend, was not a blip on the radar. I sigh in annoyance because I already know how significantly I messed everything up today. Can we talk about what happened at the turn to the back nine now? Bodhi asks after a few quiet minutes of us both just silently staring out at the setting sun and listening to the crashing waves in the distance. I was having one of the best days of golfing in weeks. 6 under par going into the back nine, and all I had to do was keep up the momentum, keep my head in the game, and I would have had this win in the palm of my hand. And then my dad decided to get in my ear when I switched out my driver for my wedge. My shot had landed right at the edge of the fairway by the spectator rope and entirely too close to where my dad was standing. It made it pretty easy for him to whisper his bullshit at me while my back was to him, and I was trying to decide what to do with my shot. My game went downhill fast after that. Hearing his constant nagging and annoying comments every time I needed to go near the spectator rope, which was often, since all my fucking shots went into the rough after that, just made things worse. When one of my shots splashed right into the center of the water hazard on the last hole, something I haven't done since high school, my dad wouldn't shut up about how epically I screwed up today. I completely lost my composure for the first time in my career. Dale Campbell decided the 10th hole was the best time to tell me, don't mess anything up today, be on your best behavior, and for God's sake, smile more. The reality show will be using footage from today for the pilot episode. Bodhi's mouth drops open in shock, just as widely as it did when I broke my club in half. That dick, he mutters, I was busy talking to one of the other caddies a few feet away. Otherwise, I would have punched him in the mouth for you. You told him no about the reality show many times, over several months, and very loudly with a lot of swearing. I know. It's bad enough I haven't been able to go out in public without cameras following me around in years. I don't need one inside watching me eat, sleep, train, watch Netflix in my underwear, shit with the door open, or have sex. Bodhi snorts. Fuck off, I have sex, I mutter, crossing my arms in front of me. Okay, sure. He laughs again. Shut up, it happens. Yep, gotcha. Sometimes, every once in a while. I trail off, trying to remember the last time I had a day off, or even enough hours to myself where I had the energy to do anything other than sleep, or make mental lists of all the reasons why I hated my life. The only sex I've been having lately involves my hand and fantasies of the blip I've banned us from ever discussing. I can't believe he did that to you in the middle of one of the biggest tournaments of the summer. No wonder you told him to eat your shit. No one else's shit would do in a situation like this. Bodhi shakes his head, and the serious look on his face makes me laugh. Some of the panic starts to slip away when he speaks again. What do you want to do? For the first time since I woke up this morning, my mind goes completely blank. No one's ever asked me that question before. Not about anything serious. And I know Bodhi is dead serious, and he's not just talking about what I want to do for dinner when we get off the green. He's asking me what I want to do with my life. I've never been given any other option besides golf. I was born with a natural talent that I've been told over and over again I should be grateful for. It's allowed me to travel the world, it's provided me with more opportunities than I could have imagined, and I've made more money than I ever dreamed. And I'm miserable. I've been miserable since the first time a camera was aimed in my direction and I couldn't just play golf and enjoy the game. It became a job, a chore, something I had to do instead of something I loved doing. I became a yes man to everything my dad demanded of me because I was all he had in the world, and I felt like it was my job to fill all the voids in his life and do whatever I could to make him happy. He never asked me what I wanted. He never cared about the voids in my life or what made me happy. He just ordered and decided, and I kept my mouth shut and my head down, and I played the fucking game. I can't lose my endorsements. I know that. I finally speak quietly. I don't know how to do anything else. I'm not qualified for anything else. Golf is all I know. Unless I want to go broke while I figure this shit out, I have to fix that at least. Then we'll fix that. Bodhi nods like it's the easiest thing in the world. I fired my dad as my manager, and I fired my agent and my publicist because he hired them, and they do whatever he demands without even consulting me. What the hell do I even do now? Where do I go? It's all fun and games when you finally have all the time and freedom in the world, until you suddenly realize you have absolutely nowhere to go, and you just embarrassed and fired the only family member you have in front of the entire world. Sure, I have a few rental properties in different locations where I spend the most time, but I've never been in one place long enough to make them into homes. There's only one place that comes to mind every time I think of the word home. You know damn well where you need to go to lick your wounds, Bodhi states, reading my mind. Everyone on that island loves you, is protective of you, and will be happy to have the prodigal son return while you figure things out. Now it's my turn to snort as I turn the key to start up the golf cart, figuring the clubhouse has probably cleared out by now, and I can sneak out of here without anyone seeing me or pushing a camera in my face, asking me how I feel about what happened today. Not everyone on that island loves me, I remind him, making a U-turn and heading toward the cart path. I thought we weren't allowed to talk about the person who has to do with the blip. You've been barking at me and growling at me for 2 years if I even dare think about the person who has to do with the blip. Now we're just going to bring her up all willy-nilly? Bodhi shouts out a curse, and his hands fly up to grab onto the roll bars when he almost flies out of the side of the golf cart when I accidentally take a turn on the path a little too sharp and fast. Well, considering we just now decided where I should go, and the blip lives on that island, it looks like we're going to have to talk about her at some point. A vision of long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, full pink lips, and a killer body with a killer attitude to go with it flashes through my mind. My best friend before Bodhi. I haven't seen her in person in almost 3 years. I haven't spoken to her in 2, and I'm pretty sure she hates my guts. You're not just getting sprinkles for winners tonight. You're getting a whole fucking Sunday, bro. Bodhi cheers as I zoom past the empty 8th hole. I thought finally watching you tell off your dad was the highlight of my life, but I was wrong. Just the anticipation of what Bertie Bennett will do to you when you step foot off the ferry onto Summer Sweet Island brings me enough joy to last me into eternity.
Chapter 2. Birdie. I like big putts and I cannot lie. And then you type in their name, confirm their scheduled tea time with them again, and click on OK to lock it in. Handing the iPad back to Chris, a junior at the local high school who just started working at Summer Sweet Island Golf Course today, or SIG, as the locals call it. He fiddles around in the scheduling app we used for a few seconds before looking at me. "Thanks a lot for your help training me, Miss Bennett. I know you're really busy. And thanks again for putting in a good word to get me this job. I've still got a ton of money I need to save for college, and tutoring doesn't pay enough." Nodding and waving to a golfer as the bell chimes above the door when he exits the pro shop, I quickly finish loading the cash drawer with a stack of $1 bills before slamming it closed. I've told you a million times, call me Birdie. Ms. Bennett makes me feel old. I remind the blonde, lanky teenager who's almost a foot taller than me. They seem to be growing teenagers at an alarming rate these days. I started working here when I was in high school too, and I'm glad I could help. My sister told me you've done a great job tutoring Owen in math the last few months, so I owed you one anyway, on her behalf. I return Chris's smile, even though that particular facial expression hurts my face these days. "I just know you're really busy. What with this being your first day back to work from your 2-week vacation and all. I bet it was awesome. I've always wanted to go to Hawaii." You and me both, kid. I smother a groan of misery with a cough when I am literally saved by the bell. The chime above the door dings again, and one of our regulars walks in, grabbing a 10-pack of teas from the box on the counter and holding them up in the air. "Hey, Birdie, you're back. Just need a bag of these and 2 waters. How was vacation? You're not very tan." Mark, the owner of the Summer Sweet grocery, chuckles while I hide my grimace by turning away from him to walk over to the cooler and grab his waters. It's the middle of summer on an island, and I'm the clubhouse manager at a golf course. Even though I spend a lot of time inside, I sometimes spend more of it outside. Of course, I'm wearing a white, short-sleeved fitted tee with a black and white SIG logo on it, and a short black golf skirt with a signature white checkmark on the hip. I should have worn a snowsuit. I basically took out a billboard that proclaims I did not spend the last 14 days lying on a sandy beach, drinking out of coconuts, and getting a golden tan. I look like I spent the last 2 weeks under the stairs with Harry Potter. Summer Sweet Island, just off the coast of Virginia, is not large by any means. If you don't know them personally, or haven't at least heard of everyone on this island, you haven't been here long enough. And by long enough, I'm saying 5 days. 7 tops, before everyone is in your business and knows everything about you. I love it for that. And I hate it for that equally. But I could never imagine living anywhere else. By some miracle, Mark's cell phone rings before I can come up with something to say about my vacation. Maybe it's not a miracle. Maybe it's the karma gods smiling down on me after the complete and utter bullshit I've been through recently. Whatever it is, Mark continues with his phone call as I set the waters down on the counter in front of him. Chris cashes him out like a pro after my training session with him, and Mark grabs everything and leaves with a smile and a nod, his phone tucked between his cheek and shoulder, and not another word about my lack of tan. Thank God. I got here at 5 in the morning before the course opened, hoping I could get caught up on work before my coworkers and the golfers started arriving. I wanted time to get my head in order, since clearly I did nothing but turn my brain into mush the last 2 weeks of hiding out. instead of planning what I was going to tell everyone when I got back to work. On the verge of getting a huge promotion I've been working toward for months, I don't have time for a mushy brain. The revolving door of a golf course pro shop at 9 in the morning on a Saturday makes me want to stab something sharp and rusty into the chime when, as soon as Mark is gone, the door opens right back up and someone else walks in. Oh, no. Well. If it isn't Birdie Bennett. Home from her 2-week-long vacation from... Where was it you went again? The white mustache on the 70-year-old, partially balding man standing on the other side of the counter twitches in amusement, even though I don't think he's ever fully smiled a day in his life. Hawaii, I mutter, answering his ridiculous question through clenched teeth, since he knows damn well where my vacation was supposed to be and also that I did not go. He is the only person on this island who knows this information, and he was sworn to secrecy. There was a handshake and money exchanged. I also had to agree to cook him 5 dinners and 7 breakfasts for his silence. The traitor. Looking a little pale for 14 days in a place like that, aren't ya? That damn bushy white mustache twitches again. And when I see Chris open his mouth out the corner of my eye, probably to ask about my pasty skin as well, I put an end to the old man's fun so I can introduce Chris. His family just moved to Summersuite a few months ago, so he hasn't had the pleasure of Murphy's company until now. Chris, this is Murphy Swallow. Everyone calls him Murphy or Murph. He's been working here since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, so he knows everything. It makes him very, very old, and he frightens easily, but he's quite smart, especially about Sig. I tell Chris as I casually rest my arms on the counter and smile at Murphy. It doesn't cause me physical pain, since I got that phone call 2 weeks ago, so that's a step in the right direction. Teasing Murphy is always a balm to the soul. Feel free to ask him anything at all. Anything you need, Murph is your man. I'll even give you his cell phone number for emergencies. The growl from Murphy under his breath as he glares at me almost makes me, dare I say, happy. Murphy doesn't like teenagers, or kids, or babies, or really any human beings who talk, breathe, blink, or otherwise annoy him. As a widower who moved to Summersuite Island and into the house next door to us when I was in elementary school, Murphy was the neighborhood curmudgeon who wouldn't toss your balls back over the fence when you accidentally hit them into his yard. He would hoard them like a troll amassing gold coins under a bridge, cackling at us over the fence while holding up his laundry basket filled with our baseballs, kickballs, footballs, and golf balls, as we tossed around a rock because he had all our damn toys. Even though he literally yelled at everyone to get off his lawn, he was also the type of man who would roll his eyes and then hand you a cookie when he made you cry, as long as you sucked it up and stopped crying. Murphy was like a grandfather to me. If that grandfather was annoyed by everything all the time and liked to give you shit every chance he could. Murphy Swallow is the reason I have a deep obsession for Pepperidge Farm's strawberry thumbprint cookies and why I never cry when I get hurt. I suck it up. I learned that if you suck it up, you eventually get cookies. It's a life motto I've since shared with my sister and my best friend, and it's really been working out well for us. Did you say his last name is Swallow? Chris suddenly pipes up, followed by a teenage boy giggle. That's what she... Think long and hard about finishing that sentence. Murphy cuts him off, his eyes narrowing as he stares Chris down from the other side of the counter. I feel a little bad as I watch Chris experience his first Murphy threat in person, and now he knows the rumors around the island are true. but not bad enough to intervene. I've got enough going on with my own life. Chris now has to work with Murphy and needs to learn how not to almost pee your pants every time he looks at you. Why are you still standing here? Go find something to do. Murphy orders Chris, who quickly shuffles out from behind the counter and then runs out the door. When we're alone in the pro shop, Murphy takes Chris's place behind the counter with me, sitting down in the computer chair a few feet away and swiveling it to face me as he rocks back and forth. You've got to stop scaring everyone here, I tell him. Something I tell him at least 3 times a week. Murphy started working at Sig right when he moved to the island, and he's the one who got me my first job here as a caddy when I was in high school. When it came time for retirement, he tried it for exactly 4 days and hated every minute of it. He does a little bit of everything from mowing the greens and using the picker on the range to grab up all the balls at the end of the day, to helping serve drinks at the bar when we're slammed and finding me whenever I'm working on the course just to annoy me. I haven't stopped scaring everyone at my home, in my golf cart, or in town. So why would I stop when I'm at Sig? Murphy shrugs. I see you still haven't started telling people you didn't go out of town the last 2 weeks, and you were right under their noses this entire time. I had to lie to your mother this morning, Roberta Marie Bennett. Do you see this face? This is a face that is not amused. Memorize it. I roll my eyes and turn away from him so he doesn't see the guilt in them. It's bad enough I didn't get to spend 2 weeks in paradise and instead spent it holed up in my cottage, 5 houses down from my mom and 2 streets over from my sister and teenage nephew. But the entire island will know soon enough. I kept it from my mom, and my sister, and my best friend. Oh my God, they are going to murder me. I'm going to tell everyone tonight, I swear. Just keep your yap shut for the rest of the day, please. Keep your yap shut about what? And holy hell did I miss your fucking face. A blur of black and red flies into the doorway of the pro shop that leads out into the bar area, racing across the room and behind the counter to tackle me in a hug before I can even take my next breath. I wrap my arms around my best friend, Tess Powell, who works as a bartender here, and breathe in her familiar bubblegum scent. With her signature bright red bob of hair and blunt bangs covering her forehead, a nose ring, and a closet filled with nothing but black clothing, she can and will kick anyone's ass who pisses her off. But her tight hugs can always make everything better. I laugh and squeal and jump up and down as we continue to hug each other. I get caught up in the moment of 2 best friends being reunited after 14 long days apart where they were separated by miles of land and sea and a boy. And then I remember I was hiding in my back bedroom the entire time so no one from the street would see any light or movement, wearing the same pajamas, not showering, shoveling junk food in my face the entire time, around 2 miles away from Tess. Ugh, I'm a shitty friend. I want to hear every single word about your magical 2 weeks in paradise with Bradley and how much dirty sex you had. Jesus. Murphy grumbles from his chair behind us. I knew I shouldn't have come back to work after what happened. I should have fled the island, left the country, changed my name, and started over. It would have been much easier than telling Tess I didn't get to go on my dream vacation. And the last time I had dirty sex was never. Sorry, Murph. Tess pulls out of my arms and gives him a salute before reaching around me to grab the remote control from the counter, aiming it at the small flat-screen television hanging on the wall across the room. Before we get into all those delicious X-rated details, I have something even better for you. Tess changes the channel away from the station that was playing the national tour from 10 years ago until she finds the channel she wants. They've been replaying it on ESPN on the hour every hour for the last week, she says with a laugh, turning the volume up on the TV as the announcer talks about what's coming up next. Oh, I don't think she's recovered from her vacation enough to watch this yet, Tess. Murphy warns her, slowly pushing up from his chair to stand next to me. Watch what? What's happening here? I know the main rule of Bradley's and your vacation was no cell phones or social media, so you're probably the only person in the world who hasn't seen this or pulled up the video online and watched it at least 50 times. It's true. That was a rule I put my foot down on when we started talking about this vacation a year ago. Bradley and I both had problems letting the rest of the world go and relaxing, especially considering the job promotion I was going for here was social media and marketing director for the course, and that job required I be on my phone a lot. Since I suddenly hated the world and everything inside it, I decided to keep my cell phone and my laptop locked away in a drawer until today. And I've been too busy with paperwork and training Chris this morning to check on the outside world. Tess is still chuckling, and she starts clapping her hands and bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet when the sports announcer says, "Since this continues to be the most highly requested replay over the last week, there it is again." Tess suddenly grabs both my arms, turning me to face her. I know we aren't allowed to talk about him, and anytime he comes on the TV in the bar, I have to change the channel. But buckle up, Buttercup. Christmas just came early. Before I can process what my friend is saying to me and the look of absolute joy on her face, the back of my neck starts to tingle, and butterflies start flapping around in my stomach when I hear the next voice that comes out of the television mounted on the wall. And since Tess turned it up as loud as it can go, that voice is amplified by 1,000. She drops her hands from my arms, and my head slowly turns toward the television. "That's it. You're fucking fired. And you know what else? You can eat my shit. That's right. My shit. Eat my shit." Tess is howling with laughter, bent over at the waist and clutching her sides. And I'm just standing here with my mouth open, wondering what in the hell I'm watching and if this is some kind of hidden camera prank show or something. Or maybe there was a crazy outbreak of golfers at the tournament secretly being given meth and now they've all gone mad. That's the only explanation for the very public meltdown I'm currently watching. Although the secret meth seems to only be affecting one golfer in particular. Suddenly, I've forgotten all about my dumpster fire of a vacation and the little white lies I've told. And now my head and my heart are filled with one thing and one thing only. And that is so not good for me. Look at good old Putz losing his shit in front of the entire world. God, it gets funnier every time. Tess giggles. Wait for it. Murphy mutters. Putz takes his shoe off and throws it in the drink in 3, 2, 1. Look at it go. What's really funny is the fact that the nickname of Putz that Murphy gave to Palmer Campbell 2 years ago caught on nicely with my friends and family. Pal, please, give me a break. He's the worst pal in the universe. Putz is definitely more fitting. Look at his caddy's face when he rips the poor guy's water bottle right away from his mouth. Priceless! Tess snorts. I met Bodie Armbruster once, And I adored everything about the guy. He was laid back, easygoing, and he made me laugh every time he bitched about how boring golf was. The only thing that makes me crack the tiniest of smiles while I watch my former friend and one of the most professional, serious, quiet, and respectful golfers I've ever seen toss item after item into the water hazard is the sight of Bodie throwing his head back in laughter and being the only person in the entire crowd who claps appreciatively through the entire meltdown. ESPN plays the video 3 more times. It's the first time in 2 years I've allowed myself to stand still and watch something with him on it all the way through. Of course, I've seen snippets of videos and a few seconds of different shots he's taken here and there, or interviews he's done at tournaments that were playing when I walked through the bar and Tess wasn't fast enough to change the channel. I can handle seconds and snippets every once in a while, without feeling like someone just punched me in the stomach and I got the wind knocked out of me. I didn't need a 3-minute and 37-second clip played 3 times in a row to remind me how hot Palmer Campbell still is, or to remind me of all those times I got him to come out of his stoic, rigid shell and show a little life and passion. Just like in the video, but with more laughter and less, "Oh dear God, what have I done?" And I definitely didn't need that clip to remind me how much I still hate him. "Hey, Tess, is the bar open yet?" Mark is back, popping his head in this time from the hallway that leads to the bar, and Tess moves out from behind the counter, telling Mark she'll meet him there. Turning around to walk backward out of the pro shop, Tess blows me a kiss. "Sippin' bitch at the Dip and Twist tonight?" I nod, blowing a kiss back. Tonight is definitely a sippin' bitch night. We agree on a time to meet at the ice cream stand my mom owns, and I let her know I'll text my sister the info. Tess turns around with a flounce of her short red hair and disappears to make Mark a drink. After she's gone, it's not until I hear the crinkling of a bag that I realize I'm still standing in the same spot, staring at the television that has now moved on to a commercial. A strawberry thumbprint cookie suddenly shows up in my line of sight, and I take it out of Murphy's hand, shoving the entire thing in my mouth at once. "Greg told me he's got a new golf pro starting in a few weeks, and he put you in charge of him." I nod, chewing the rest of my cookie and swallowing before I answer him. "Yeah, I found out about that a month ago. I'm going to start getting his schedule organized so I'm not scrambling at the last minute. Oh, and Greg stopped me this morning and said something has changed and I'll need to help the guy out with something other than his schedule at SIG, and that if I can handle it, the promotion is mine, whatever that means." That's all he quickly rattled before he had to leave. I explained to Murphy, referring to the 30-second chat I had with the owner of the golf course earlier this morning when he was rushing out the door for a doctor's appointment. "I hate golf pros," Murphy mutters. We've had a bunch of golf pros over the years. Some good and some bad. Some assholes and some really nice people. Not all golf pros are professional golfers who have played on the national tour. It's rare a golf course can afford someone like that. Most golf pros range anywhere from just someone who really likes golf and is good at it, to someone who is certified as a coach in golf training. You hate everyone. I'm sure this guy will be fine. I'll talk to Greg when he's back tomorrow about whatever this extra job is I have to do. I try to let out a light-hearted laugh, but it comes out as more of a choked grunt. Nothing is funny now that I can't get the image of that perfect ass and fitted golf pants out of my head, and the sheer amount of bicep power it must have taken to break that club over his knee. His arms are definitely bigger. He's been working out. For shit's sake, Bertie. You're not allowed to think about putts, and definitely not like that. Get it together. Another inhuman sound comes out of me, and Murphy shoves the entire bag of cookies in my hands with a grunt, knowing one cookie is nowhere near enough for me right now, and I'm sucking it up as best I can. Get off my practice putting green, you dipshits! Do you not see the sprinklers running? Murphy leans over and bangs on the window above the computer, then charges out the door before I can tell him not to scare anyone away. Again. 3 of the phone lines start ringing all at once. 2 foursomes come in to check in for their tea times. Tess pops in to tell me the vodka delivery from this morning never came, and the announcer on the television, still set at 1,000 decibels, decides now is a great time to say Palmer Campbell's name 12 times in a row. I silence my scream by shoving 2 cookies in my mouth at once, snatch the remote off the counter to mute the stupid television, and get back to work. After Sip and Bitch tonight, Putz Campbell can go right on back into the far recesses of my mind where he belongs, and where he shall stay forever and ever, along with Hawaii and Bradley and the dirty X-rated sex I will never have. Sip and Bitch time better get here fast.
Chapter 3. Palmer. You drive me crazy. Setting foot on Summer Sweet Island is like stepping into a time warp. It's almost like the show Riverdale Bodhi makes me watch whenever we have downtime, but without all the secrets, lies, teenagers acting and talking like grown-ass adults, and murder stuff. You know it's present day because people have cell phones and Amazon Prime and all that, but there's one grocery store, one school, no stoplights, no Starbucks or any chain establishment of any kind, and the only way to get around the island is by golf cart or bike. It's absolute heaven to me. As soon as we got off the ferry while the sun started to go down, Bodhi headed to the public beach so he could hit on women packing up their beach equipment for the day by offering to help them carry it. I've seen it happen so many times over the years, and I've seen it work so many times over the years that I have absolutely no desire to witness it again. Instead, I slowly make my way up towards Somerset Island Golf Course, taking in the old familiar sights I hadn't realized just how much I missed until now. Shaped like a bean someone plopped down into the Atlantic a few miles off the coast of Virginia, Summer Sweet Island is around 4 square miles, has about 700 year-round residents, and has 2 main roads: Ocean Drive, that I'm currently on, which takes you vertically up the middle of the shortest length of the island east to west, and Summer Sweet Lane, crossing perpendicularly in the middle of Ocean Drive, taking you across the longest length of the island from north to south. Ocean Drive will take you from the ferry dock, golf cart and bike rentals and public beach down on the lower west bank, to the golf course and the one fancy hotel on the other side of the island up on the east bank. Summer Sweet Lane's north and south banks are for the permanent residents, and where the homes, long-term cottage rentals, school, vet clinic, hospital, and other residential necessities are located. The small stretch of Summer Sweet Lane right smack in the middle of the island is what everyone considers downtown. That's where you'll find 3 bars, 1 diner, 1 pizza place, 1 Italian restaurant, the best ice cream stand in the entire world, the grocery store, 3 small motels, short-term cottage rentals, and a handful of other tourist spots and places for the locals to hang out, unwind, or grab provisions until they can get to the mainland or get a delivery. Not wanting to chance being recognized as soon as I got off the ferry, whether by a local or a tourist who's a fan, Bodhi and I have been staying over on the mainland, hunkered down in a hotel room for the last week since we got here so I could make arrangements with Greg before I did anything else. Just as Bodhi predicted, Greg was more than thrilled to hear I was coming home for a while. As soon as he called it that in regards to me, I knew I was making the right decision. He was shocked I wanted a job at the course, and I explained to him about my endorsements drying up and how it would give me something to do that paid while I figured out how to get my public image back in tip-top shape. Since Greg had seen what happened live from the comfort of his living room where he wondered if his wife had roofied the whiskey he'd been sipping, he understood my predicament, gave me a temporary job, and told me he might even have a way to fix my public image problem that we could talk about when I got here. It feels weird as hell walking up Ocean Drive, crossing over Summer Sweet Lane, and seeing people I know but having to keep my dark sunglasses on my face and a fitted golf hat on my head with the brim pulled down low over my brow so they don't recognize me. I made Greg swear he would keep things quiet until I got here, and I want to make damn sure it stays quiet and word doesn't get back to the person I'm heading to see before I can tell her myself first in person. Owning absolutely nothing but golf attire, all of it I've modeled at some point for the athletic chain I endorsed, I decided to borrow a t-shirt from Bodhi to beef up my pathetic attempt at a disguise instead of wearing one of my signature fitted collarless polo shirts. I threw his white shirt on with a pair of my dark gray golf shorts since I refused to borrow a pair of his cargo shorts on principle alone. And, because I'm 6'2" compared to his 5'9", have 25 more pounds of muscle than he does, and those abominations to the male wardrobe would never fit me. I don't really feel like a traitor to golf since Bodhi's shirt says, "Golf, the classy way to avoid responsibilities." Only Bodhi wears this shirt ironically because he honestly thinks people play pro golf to avoid getting a real job. I'll just look like a regular, average Joe golfer heading to the course. I finally look up from the sidewalk when I get to the entrance of Sig, and I have to pause and take a moment for it to sink in that I'm really here. I never lived on Summer Sweet Island aside from the few summer months when I was out of school and my dad rented a cottage. I wasn't a local. I was a soon-to-be high school freshman with a very promising golf career ahead of him, whose father moved him to Virginia at the start of that summer to attend one of the best private schools on the mainland and train at one of the best golf courses in the country on the island off the coast. Sig and everyone here adopted me, looked out for me, and never once made me feel like I didn't belong. Built in the 70s by a retired pro golfer, Sig offers the best of both worlds. A public course on one side for anyone who wants to play, and a private course on the other side for members only. That private golf course was specifically designed for a pro golfer to train on. It's hard as hell, and if you can manage to get anything close to 2 over par for a round of 18 holes, you're ready for the pro tour. Very, very few can get anything even close to under par on that course. Members pay the fees just for bragging rights that they play on a course professionals use, sometimes get to bump elbows with those professionals when they're playing, and get their own private caddy to carry their shit for them and do all their golf course bidding. Forcing my feet to move before I draw attention and someone wonders why there's a man standing out in the driveway staring at the course like a creeper, I make my way up the drive and onto the sidewalk in front of the clubhouse, taking a left to walk by the front of the pro shop. Glancing inside one of the windows, I see it's empty and all the lights have been turned off, save for the glow from the drink cooler with a popular soda company advertisement lit up above the cooler doors. I specifically came over to the island at this time because Sig doesn't have a set closing time. It closes as soon as it gets dark, and you can no longer see your ball unless it's a foot in front of your face. I'm about 15 minutes away from that moment, and I know the likelihood of there being more than a handful of people still at the course would be slim. Making my way around the corner of the building, I walk past the practice putting green and the rows of golf carts that have already been parked, washed, and locked up for the night, thankful that nothing has changed since the last time I was here. Now that I've made it to my destination and don't need a disguise, I stop next to the row of carts, pull my sunglasses off my face, slide my hat around so the brim is facing backward, and hook the dark shades on the collar of my shirt. The quiet, peaceful night with the sounds of the waves crashing in the distance is suddenly interrupted by a thwack that makes me look up. It's been 9 days since Bermuda and the meltdown of all golf meltdowns, according to the media. I haven't touched a golf club since I launched my wedge in the pond. The sound of a club connecting with a ball is enough to make my dick hard on any given day, but especially today when I didn't even realize how much I missed the game until I hear that sound. And especially when my eyes trail across the grass to about 100 yards away where the driving range starts and I see who's hitting a bucket of balls. Even from this far away, and with her long blonde hair pulled through the hole in the back of her golf hat that shields part of her face, I would know that woman anywhere. And not just because she's using the same obnoxious bright pink set of clubs she got at a garage sale with her first paycheck from Sig. I took a chance coming here at this time, hoping she still kept up with the same tradition of ending her day of work and releasing all of her rage after dealing with stupid people by whacking the shit out of 50 golf balls. I'm glad to see that chance paid off, even if I'm nervous as hell and my goddamn hands won't stop shaking. I thought they were sweaty and my palms were feeling prickly because I've never gone this long without wrapping my hands around the grip of a club and they were going through withdrawals or something. Now I realize I have to keep shaking them out and wiping them on Bodhi's shirt because I'm starting to think I should have called first before I just showed up here like this. I'm walking unarmed up to a woman who has probably made lists of all the ways she wants to kill me while she has a weapon in her hand that I fucking taught her how to swing like a champ. Birdie stretches out her arm that holds her driver, tapping on one of the balls she dumped a few feet from the tee and bringing it closer so she can bend over and grab it. My feet start moving on autopilot as I watch her place her ball on the tee, stand back up, and start getting into position. I've seen her drill a ball off the tee 1,000,000 times. I taught her how to drill a ball off the tee. My brain, heart, and dick all remember what it's like to watch Birdie Bennett tee off, and they make damn sure I move faster, closing the distance across the lawn until I can get close enough for a better view, even if I was just contemplating turning around and running before a 9-iron gets embedded in my skull. I'm like a dying man in the desert who sees a body of water, except it's a body of water that looks great from a distance, but will rearrange your face if you drink it. Birdie is my body of water, and I need a goddamn drink before I pass out, so goodbye, pretty face. Stopping about 10 feet away, I watch her get into her stance and address the ball. I see her straighten her arms out in front of her, drop her shoulders, and relax into position, the upper part of her body subtly moving as she takes her usual 3 deep breaths, thinking about all the mechanics and what she needs to remember to do. I stop breathing during her backswing, my eyes focused on the curve of her slender waist, the twisting of her hips, the way the muscles in her thighs tighten when she shifts her weight from one foot to the other and starts to pull the club back. It's like going up the hill of a roller coaster, the anticipation making my heart beat faster, and my hands ball into fists down at my sides until she's brought the club back and up far enough above her right shoulder. Just like I taught her, she doesn't pause, she doesn't think, she doesn't do anything else but follow through the motion like a pendulum. My stomach drops like I just went over the hill as Birdie's arms come back down, swinging through with enough power and momentum that I hear the whoosh of her club slicing through the air. I finally remember how to breathe again, and my breath hitches as soon as Birdie connects with the ball and I hear the thwack. That sound is one of the most satisfying things in the world to a golfer. That moment when you know you've made contact and you can finally take your eyes off the tee and watch your ball sail off straight into the distance if you did it right. My dick is hard, and my balls ache staring at this sexy-as-hell woman in her finishing stance. I'm wearing a ridiculous golf pun shirt, my life is a shit show, and there is absolutely nothing to laugh about right now. But when Birdie hits the ball and it does not sail off straight down the middle of the range 200 yards away, and instead sails up 200 yards into the sky, and then plummets right back down to the grass 100 feet in front of her with a gentle thunk before bouncing twice, laughter rumbles low and deep in my chest. I knew exactly what she did wrong before she even connected with the ball, but it didn't matter to me, because watching Birdie drive a ball is always a thing of beauty and should never be interrupted, even if she hits it like shit and it goes nowhere. Going by the muttered curses coming out of her and the divots she's leaving in the grass when she smacks her club into the ground repeatedly a few times, Birdie knows what she did wrong too, and suddenly I forget about how unfunny my life is, and my cheeks hurt from smiling so hard. Goddamn piece of shit, asshole bullshit. My shoulders were perfect. Fucking golf. Birdie is one of the many people I know who loves golf as much as she hates it, but she's the only one who can keep me at half-mast and make me want to throw my head back and laugh while she has a tantrum because the ball didn't do what it was supposed to do, and she knows exactly why it didn't. You got under the ball because you dipped your right shoulder. I know I dipped my damn shoulder. I don't need you to tell me. She's so busy being annoyed that someone gave her a golf tip that it's not until she fully turns around to face me that she realizes who just gave her that golf tip. Hey, Birdie, I whisper, the only way I can say her name out loud without tripping over it or choking on my emotions like a loser. Her pale blue eyes widen, and her gorgeous pink lips part with a surprised gasp, and once again I feel like I'm going up the hill of a roller coaster. In the past, whenever I'd get to the island, I always had to brace myself as soon as Birdie got one good look at me. She'd come running from whatever distance it was and launch herself into my arms with her arms and legs wrapped around me like an octopus, telling me I had to stop staying away so long, even if it had only been a week. It's been 2.5 years since I've stood this close to her, and she's definitely not running toward me. She's slowly taking a few steps back, bringing her driver up and out between us as she goes, pointing the toe of the club at my chest. The shock on her face is replaced with a serious level of pissed off I haven't seen from her since her sister Ren tattled on us the night we convinced a caddy to give us a case of beer when we were 17. Ren led their mom right to us, where we were chugging the beer behind the saltwater taffy store after hours. Oh, shit. No need to brace myself for a birdie launch hug. My original instinct of shielding my face was definitely spot on. So much for having a tiny sliver of hope for exactly 1.2 seconds when she turned around that enough time had gone by for her to have forgiven me and be happy to see me. Well, hey there, Putz, you absolute piece of dog shit. Long time no see.
Chapter 4. Birdie. Asking for a friend. Holy shit! Putz is on the island! Tess shouts at the top of her lungs as soon as I come around the front corner of the dip and twist to the covered picnic table area. My feet stutter to a stop a few tables away, and I huff. How in the hell do you already know that? I mutter, forcing my feet to move again, even though just thinking about Putz makes me want to curl up into a ball on the ground and never move again. I just found out 15 minutes ago and came right here. I finish my complaint as soon as I get to our purple picnic table, located in the far back corner next to the small building. Tess and my older by 4 years sister Ren slide apart so I can squeeze in between them, with our butts resting on the tabletop and our feet perched on the bench beneath us. It's almost 10 at night and pitch dark outside all around the ice cream stand downtown. But thankfully the bright fluorescent lights with a yellowish tint under the table area can be seen from space. Adam was out on the driving range in the range picker collecting the last of the golf balls before closing and saw you two talking. Tess tells me as Ren gently bumps her shoulder against mine in a silent greeting. Adam called Cal at Summer Sweet Grocery, who called Steve at the pharmacy, who saw Ren when she stopped in to pick up Owen's allergy medication right before they closed, who immediately called me. When she finishes, I slowly turn my head to glare at my sister. A2, Brute? Ren grimaces and shrugs guiltily, shoving a wayward lock of dark brown hair back up into her messy bun. No matter how hard I try, I can never be mad at her. Ren pretty much only wears her hair in a messy bun because it's quick and easy. As a single mom to a 14-year-old boy who also helps run the dip and twist with our mom full-time so she can eventually take it over, I get why she needs quick and easy. But I miss the Ren who could let her hair down every once in a while, literally, and have fun. Ren suffered the same fate as our mom by falling for a tourist charm at the age of 20, who made a bunch of promises he couldn't keep. Where our sperm donor left and never came back when I was 2 days old and Ren was 4. My sister's momentary lapse in judgment keeps popping back into her life every so often like a bad case of herpes. Ren's hair is long and naturally wavy like mine, and up until 6 months ago, it was the same shade of golden blonde with caramel highlights as mine and our mom's. She colored it to a shocking shade of chestnut 6 months ago, the last time sperm donor decided to grace the island with his presence and had the audacity to tell her she was looking old. Clearly, we hate sperm donor and hope he chokes on a dick. Although the new hair color has livened Ren up just a tiny bit more recently. Sip and bitch! Tess shouts as Ren starts to reach behind us to the small, hard plastic red and white cooler she was in charge of bringing tonight. It's too early. There are still customers, I remind her. Even though I take the cold bottle of beer Ren thrusts into my hand and twist off the top as she reaches around me to hand one to Tess. There's one customer, Tess says, leaning forward to clink her bottle against mine and then Ren's. Ed is sitting in his golf cart in the parking lot on the other side of the building, taking 97 hours to finish his butterscotch milkshake just like he does every single night. Sip and bitch. With a sigh, I bring my bottle of beer up to my mouth, not realizing how much I desperately needed a drink until the cold barley and hops hits my tongue. I chug half the bottle before I bring it back down to find Tess and Ren staring at me expectantly. I don't know what to tell you. Nothing happened. He showed up when I was doing my I hate people therapy at the end of my shift. I was too shocked that he was standing right in front of me, after not seeing him in almost 3 years, and after not speaking to him for 2 years, to do much of anything. I bolted out of there and came right here. I shrug and look down at the table, tracing the tip of my finger through a carving in the purple painted wood. My great-grandfather built these picnic tables, and each one is painted a different bright color. Everyone on Summersweet Island knows the purple table is our table, and has always been our table. And not just because this is where Tess, Ren, and myself have held every single sippin' bitch night since we were 12 and discovered how frustrating boys are. Back then, we called it sip and fuss, because we were 12 and classy young ladies. It wasn't until we were older that we switched from drinking slushies from the ice cream stand and complaining about boys, to adding vodka to the slushies and complaining about men. And everyone on the island also knows this is our table and no one is allowed to sit here after 9 p.m., just in case a sippin' bitch urge grabs a hold of us, because we carved our names into the top of the purple table in the far back corner. And not just our initials or our first names. Our full first, middle, and last names. And they take up the entire top of the wooden picnic table. Because we're assholes. And I have no idea why my mom never grounded us for that. I call bullshit. Tess shakes her head. There is no way you saw Putz Campbell after what he did to you and you didn't unleash a holy hellfire on him that lasted a minimum of 90 minutes. I wanted to. God, did I want to. I wanted to chuck my driver to the side, grab my 9-iron out of my bag, and embed it into his skull when I turned around and realized the unwanted golf advice came from him. You know, after I was stunned stupid for a few seconds, couldn't believe he was actually standing in front of me, close enough to touch after all this time. And I wanted to cry at how good he looked. Even wearing that ridiculous golf shirt. I wanted to close the distance between us and launch myself into his arms, just like every single time he'd been standing in front of me before. But I couldn't. And that killed me. And then it pissed me off. Instead of jumping into his arms so I could see if he still smelled like that rich boy cologne he always wore that did some serious things to me, I backed up and wielded my club at him like a weapon. I did introduce him to his new nickname and called him an absolute piece of dog shit, but it didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would, I admit, taking a sip of beer, since I just did some bitching. Are you high? Tess scoffs. It should have made you feel amazing to tell him off. He was one of your best friends since you were 15, and then he blocked you on social media and got a new cell phone number, but not before accusing you of being a stalker. And just like that, the rest of the beer in my bottle is gone, and nice and delicious in my tummy. I'm digging a new one out of the cooler and halfway through that one when Ren speaks quietly. I still think there's a logical explanation. Tess and I both scoff at the same time. Ren has always had a soft spot for Palmer, although she's learned over the years to keep that soft spot to herself. I only ever knew long distance when it came to my friendship with Palmer. When we met, he went to school on the mainland, and depending on his school schedule, his golf team schedule, and traveling for whatever tournaments his dad signed him up for, he could be here on the island once a week, 3 times a week, or not for a couple months. It was always a crapshoot on when I got to see him during the school year. But the summer months were always my favorite. His dad made him focus on nothing but golf training then, and he would rent a cottage for the summer so they could be here full time. And his dad was rarely here, always going out of town to do something to boost Palmer's career. And then I got to corrupt him in the best possible ways and get him to loosen up. After he graduated, Palmer always stayed here on the island in between tournaments, but those times were few and far between, and they would only last for a few weeks at most. But any time he was on this island were the best times of my life. But he ruined that. I was always his biggest fan, even when he went pro and 9 months could go by between his visits to the island. We still had the magic of technology and talked or texted or video chatted almost every day. I always shared every accomplishment he made everywhere I could on social media. I was a proud best friend who sometimes, all the time, had inappropriate thoughts and dreams and fantasies about that best friend and what would happen if he ever stayed in one place long enough. And then he called me a stalker after too many shares of a freaking badass long-distance putt he made at the Bedford Classic and never spoke to me again. Until today. Hey, Birdie. I never knew 2 quietly whispered words could hurt so much, piss me off so much, and make me so wet all at the same time. What's he here for? Ren asks, taking a small sip of her beer. I don't know. What's he want? I look at Tess and shrug. I don't know. How long is he here for? Ren questions. I don't know. Both of their mouths snap closed when I shout. Once I got over the shock and called him a piece of dog shit, I didn't give him time to say anything else. I booked it to my golf cart and raced over here. Please tell me you shoulder-checked him, Tess begs. Oh, I slammed into his shoulder so hard his future grandchildren will feel it. Tess and Ren both clink their bottles with mine, and we're quiet for a few minutes while we drink our beers and listen to the sounds of my mom closing everything up inside the stand. Just like your standard old-school ice cream stand, the Dip and Twist building is around 800 square feet with a brick facade on the bottom half, and from the waist-high counter and up, it's nothing but windows on all 4 sides. Those windows are covered in advertisements for all the cold treats Dip and Twist has to offer. There are only 2 windows not covered in colorful ice cream posters, and those are the ordering window in the front of the building and the pickup window here on the picnic table side. I can see through the pickup window that my mom is busy doing the last of her closing list, and I know she'll be coming out here any minute. As much as I love my mom, and even though we're close since she's only 54 and very young at heart, she's always been closer to my sister. Ren has always spilled everything in her life to our mom, where I like to have some privacy and secrets. And my mom has an even bigger soft spot for Palmer than Ren, and I definitely don't need that kind of negativity in my life right now. My life is enough of a mess, what with putts, my promotion, fucking Hawaii. Oh, shit. Hawaii. So I have to tell you both something, and your first instinct will probably be to punch me in the throat and then vow to hate me forever. But I swear I was... Oh, we know you didn't go to Hawaii, and you've been Netflixing and stuffing your face for the last 2 weeks. Tess cuts me off, looking me up and down. Clearly. You're so pale. It's depressing, and it hurts my eyes. I smack her on the arm with my hand that isn't holding my beer. She laughs and shakes her head at me. Murphy called me when he got off work earlier, Ren informs me. He said he didn't trust you to come clean, and your homemade mac and cheese isn't all it's cracked up to be anyway, whatever that means. That old fart, I mutter, smacking my empty beer bottle down on top of the table. I'm so sorry. I totally deserve it if you guys are pissed at me. I know I'm the worst friend and sister in the entire world to be right here on this island the entire time instead of 5,000 miles away and not even tell you guys. I just needed time for it to sink in that I might never go to Hawaii when it was right there within my grasp. Life's too short to be mad at you, Tess tells me. Besides, Murphy sent us pictures of what you looked like during your self-isolation pity party. You've suffered enough, my friend. But yeah, what in the hell happened? My dream vacation was ruined. That's what happened, I complained. The one I've been thinking about since I was a little girl. The only place I have ever wanted to leave Summer Sweet Island for, and my dream was finally going to come true. And then it turned into bullshit. Oh no, did your flights get canceled? Ren asks with concern. Was there bad weather? Shit, I didn't even look. Tess mutters worriedly. Tell me Bradley didn't book everything through a third party or something. People get scammed with those things all the time and never get their money back. Ren shakes her head sympathetically. Bradley's asshole is too tight to even allow 1 penny to be taken from him. Tess snorts. Before I let this go any further and let them think it's just the vacation that got canceled, I let out the deepest sigh ever. I didn't go to Hawaii. I never said Bradley didn't go. I give them a few seconds for their brains to catch up before I continue. I got a phone call from Bradley 2 hours before I was supposed to meet him at the airport to tell me he was taking someone else. A new intern at his hedge fund who makes the perfect espresso for him every afternoon. Isn't that nice? She's talented with her mouth and her hands. Ren wordlessly gets another bottle of beer out of the cooler, twists the top off, and hands it to me. The silence lasts long enough to start being uncomfortable. No one has anything to say about the demise of my 2-year relationship, or the fact that my boyfriend was cheating on me and took his whore on my dream vacation? Tess raises one of her hands high above her head like she's a reporter at a press conference, waiting to be called on. Yes, Ms. Bennett. Question from one of your oldest and most sacred friends who you cannot tell a lie to. I have to say I find it quite curious you led with the devastation of losing your vacation and not with the devastation of losing your relationship. She smirks, lowering her hand into her lap. That's not a question, I mutter in annoyance. Still quite fun to say out loud when I've been thinking it for a few minutes, she smiles. And good riddance. Bradley was a twat. I don't hate many people, but I hated him. Ren nods. Seriously, you guys, can I at least get some time to mourn him? You've had 2 weeks, and you didn't even need those. Tess rolls her eyes. You did not love Bradley. You were never going to love Bradley. You saw him maybe 12 times in the last 2 years and only had sex with him a handful of lackluster times. You spent the last 2 weeks being sad because you didn't get to go to Hawaii, and you told us Bradley cheated on you like it was an afterthought. You don't care about Bradley. No offense, but we don't care about Bradley. And we'd much rather talk about putts and if he can still make you tingle in places that only tingle when you fire up your vibrator. Tess wags her eyebrows. Ren giggles. And I feel my cheeks get hot and know they're turning pink when just thinking about the guy. Now that I've seen him in the flesh again, makes me squirm on top of the table and rub my thighs together. Stupid putts. None of us will be drunk riding our bikes into the fishing pond in Summersweet Park tonight and then calling me at 3 a.m. because you forgot you drunk rode your bikes into the pond and need my help finding them. Will we? The three of us look up when we hear my mom's voice as she walks toward us, eyeing all the empty beer bottles littered on top of our picnic table until she's standing in front of us with her arms crossed. Mom keeps her wavy blonde hair cut short to right above her shoulders with layers for extra bounce. But the three of us share the same bright blue eyes, and hers are now looking at us all judgy-like. That was one time, Laura, and we learned to never drink hard liquor mixed with blue raspberry slush on Sippin' Bitch Night again after that. So, it really provided a very valuable lesson. Tess informs her as my mom lifts one of her eyebrows and the corner of her mouth twitches. Beer only for us girls. It keeps us off the streets and out of ponds. I really miss that bike. It was teal and had a white basket. Ren sighs. Everyone okay? My mom asks, taking a turn looking at each of us, but definitely spending a longer time on me. I'm sure she already knows just as much as the rest of the island does right about now. I give her a smile so she knows I'm okay, even though I'm not really sure I am at this point in time. Leaning in, Mom gives each of us a kiss on top of our heads before stepping back and pulling the keys to her golf cart out of the black apron she still has tied around her waist. I'll leave you 3 to your toast. If you could put the garbage into the dumpster for me, that would be wonderful. We say goodnight. Wait until we hear her golf cart putter to life on the other side of the building and wave to her as she zooms by to head home to her cottage before we end the evening. It's late, and I have another early shift tomorrow morning, Tess says, hopping off the table. I have 1,000 questions I want to ask your tight-lipped face right now, but it's gonna have to wait, because I'm exhausted. This week, I'm sucking it up, because it's been far too long since I've gotten decently laid. Ren groans, and I just laugh, because Tess seems to suck it up about this frequently. I'm sucking it up this week because Owen is finally passing math, but now his baseball coach says he has an attitude problem at practice. Ren sighs. That guy is a dick. They need to fire him already. I wrap my arm around her shoulders and give it a squeeze. I'm sucking it up this week because... Jesus, where do I even begin? It has to be the biggest thing in your life this week, Birdie. The one thing that is trying on you more than anything else. Those are the rules, so tell the truth. My sister reminds me when I drop my arm from her shoulders and pause too long, giving me a wink just to soften the blow. I'm sucking it up this week because Putz Campbell is back. And I don't know if I want to beat the shit out of him or see if Ren is right and give him a chance to explain. I say it really fast, because this honesty thing is enough to choke a girl. We're sucking it up, and soon we'll get cookies, the three of us chant. Clinking our bottles together one last time, we finish off our drinks and start collecting the empties before walking around to the back of the Dip and Twist, where my mom left 3 bags of garbage right outside the back door. Throwing everything into the dumpster on the other side of the parking lot, we each head to our respective golf carts. I still hope Putz gets sand crabs tangled in his ball hair, Tess mutters, stopping next to her cart. A man like that doesn't have ball hair. My sister muses in a rare display of dirtiness I haven't heard out of her in years. All right, stop thinking about his balls, I shout. Oh, someone is testy, Tess snorts, and Ren full-on laughs out loud, while I ignore both of them and get in my own cart. Ren blows each of us a kiss. I tell her to give my favorite nephew a fist bump from me, and she whizzes off down Summer Sweet Lane to head toward her cottage. Morning break tomorrow, you and me. We'll sit down and hatch a plan to deal with Putz, Tess informs me, starting up her cart. We don't need a plan. I'm sure he's just here to hide out until things blow over. Sig is huge, and you know I'm swamped with work. He can stay on the private member side, and I'll stay on the public side. I shrug. Like it's no big thing I'm having a casual conversation about Palmer being back on the island. It didn't take long for me to make up my mind about not knowing whether or not I want to punch Palmer or give him a chance to explain. He's had 2 years to explain. His time is up, and I don't care. And never the two shall meet? Tess laughs. Okay, sure. Good luck with that. But in the meantime, I'll meet you tomorrow morning at the bar so we can come up with a real plan. Before I can argue, Tess is backing out of her spot and pulling onto the street. Don't break your vibrator thinking about Putz tonight. Her shout echoes down the street, and I shake my head as I pull out behind her. Thankful the island has pretty much shut down for the night and no one heard her. My plan is perfectly fine. This island isn't that big, but it's big enough for me to avoid one person. Chapter 5. Birdie. What a load of trap. You look like shit. Tess slides a cup of coffee across the shiny wooden top of the bar to me, where I've been sitting for the last few hours, trying to get through some paperwork. And to avoid people, since the bar doesn't open for another hour. There's a small bar area right in the middle of the clubhouse, with 10 high-top tables, 4 high-back booths, and 8 bar stools against the bar, where golfers can get coffee in the morning and grab a drink or eat a quick lunch before the restaurant opens in the evening. On the other side of the wall from the bar is the kitchen, and on the other side of that is the golf course restaurant, tea time. I love getting a change of scenery away from my office, off the pro shop, and coming over to the bar before it opens. Decorated in different shades of deep green, with dark cherry wood furniture. It's warm, comforting, quiet. It makes me feel like I'm sitting in the den of a rich grandfather who lets me hide away in there and read all the books on his shelves. Except I don't have a rich grandfather, and the books consist of food and beverage deliveries and employee schedules. But I still love coming in here to work. It's just an added bonus my best friend is a bartender, and I get to spend a lot of time with her during the workday. I feel like shit, I mutter, pushing a pile of paperwork aside to grab the hot mug and take a sip. I tossed and turned all night last night and probably got a total of 2 hours of sleep. Not only did I have to process the fact that I really had been more devastated about not going to Hawaii than I was about the end of my 2-year relationship with Bradley, I had to worry about the possibility of running into Palmer every time I left my cottage. It felt like I finally fell asleep seconds before my alarm went off, and I hit the snooze button one too many times until I only had 5 minutes to get dressed and get out the door for work. With my blonde hair in one of Ren's signature messy buns, I threw on a purple-fitted Sig t-shirt that may or may not be clean with a pair of black cotton shorts. I've had 10 people stop me since I got into work this morning, asking me if I've heard that he's back. I tell Tess with a sigh, and they ask me with a wince and pity on their faces. So that's been fun. Everyone on the island obviously knew about Palmer's and my friendship, considering whenever he was here, we were together almost every waking minute. And since Palmer Campbell was one of the two biggest things to happen to Summer Sweet Island, everyone followed him on social media. And everyone knew the day he blocked me and we stopped being friends. May 24th, 2018. The day the Summer Sweet Island residents quickly learned to never, ever ask me about that man again. The 5-minute golf cart ride from my cottage to Sig this morning was 5 full minutes in which I almost convinced myself seeing Palmer again had been a dream. Or a nightmare. The constant butterflies in my stomach that hadn't calmed down since I turned around and saw his face had finally quieted, and my head had been filled with work instead of him. Until the minute I pulled into my parking spot, and one of the grounds crew asked me about Palmer before I even stepped out of my damn cart. Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages said he rented a place last night with no checkout date, Tess says. The granola bar I swiped from the pro shop for breakfast starts churning in my stomach, even though I already heard this rumor. Summer Sweet Island law states when a rumor has been told twice, it's now fact. Gina at Starboard Sweets dropped off our candy order for the pro shop this morning and said the only tournament he wasn't uninvited from this year isn't for another 7 months. I tell her, keeping my fingers crossed. I heard that too. Shit. If he's planning on staying here that whole time, which it sounds like he is, that's the longest stretch of time he will have ever been here. Or anywhere, for that matter. Tess says with wide, shocked eyes, feeling the need to say something out loud that's been screaming in my head since Gina first said it. I also heard he's even hotter now than ever, and seeing him on television doesn't do him justice. And you're lucky we're at work, or I'd punch you right in the throat for not mentioning that little fact at Sip and Bitch last night. Tess glares at me before turning away to finish stocking the bar. Ugh, calm down. I only spent a minute with the guy, and I barely even noticed what he looked like. I scoff, grabbing the pen and pretending to scribble something on one of my pieces of paper so Tess doesn't see the lie written all over my face. I definitely noticed he was no longer lean and lanky with boyish good looks. I definitely noticed a sharper jaw with deeper dimples in his cheeks. I definitely noticed how the soft cotton of his shirt molded to a new, well-defined chest and broader shoulders. I definitely noticed how the seams in the arms of his shirt were working overtime, trying to keep the extra definition of his biceps and triceps contained without ripping the cotton. I definitely noticed the way the veins and muscles in his forearms twisted and tensed when he clenched his hands into fists at his sides after he said my name, like he was bracing himself for my launch hug out of habit. I definitely noticed how his tanned skin made his green eyes an even more vibrant color of jade. I definitely noticed he still kept his chocolate brown hair neatly shaved tight on the sides, and briefly wondered if he turned his hat around on purpose, because I once made the mistake of letting it slip that I thought it made him look hot. I definitely noticed his ass could fill out a pair of golf shorts even better than I saw on TV when, of course, I glanced back for a peek after I shoulder-checked him. I definitely noticed he still wore the same rich boy cologne, but it smelled even better than I remembered. Spicier, cleaner, hotter. One tiny whiff when I walked by him, and I clenched with need. I want to know if he brought that hot caddy with him. Tess muses as she wipes down a bottle of whiskey before putting it on the glass shelf behind the bar. Bodhi? I choke on a laugh, thankful for something to think about other than how much hotter Palmer is now, when I could barely stand to look at him before without immediately getting pregnant. You think Bodhi is hot? He looks like a homeless surfer. Probably because he is a homeless surfer. Tess pulls another bottle of whiskey out of the box by her feet, looking off into space while she wipes it down with her towel. I've had a homeless surfer or two. Very giving. They fuck you like they're looking for a home deep in your vagina. You know, because they are. They always smell like weed and patchouli, which is oddly comforting. Mama likey. I shake my head at Tess with a laugh. I haven't heard any Bodhi rumors, but I'll be sure to keep my ears open, I reassure her. As much as I've enjoyed this morning break, I still have a lot of work to catch up on, and I'm trying to set up a schedule for the new golf pro. Tess sets the top shelf bottle of whiskey on the bar and throws the towel over her shoulder when I start sorting through my paperwork, looking for the list of private members who want lessons. So you're just going to pretend like you're fine? Go about your life and do your job like the shit didn't just hit the fan yesterday evening, and you're not jumping out of your skin every time you hear a door open, thinking it's him? Tess asks. Sounds about right. You don't think maybe seeking him out so you can ask him what the fuck he's doing here so you can get it over with is a good idea? That sounds entirely too mature and not at all something I'd do. I scoff. I'll wait for the rumors to finish circulating and make my decisions accordingly. Finding the list of private members in need of lessons, I quickly circle a few people I know won't give the new guy a hard time while he settles in. Since maturity is off the table, want to go light some of his shit on fire now that we know where he's staying? Tess knows this is killing me. But as my best friend and someone who knows me better than most, she understands I just need support right now, no matter how twisted that support is, instead of a lecture. Something I'll probably get from my mom and sister at some point. Tess is my ride or die. She'll call me on my shit, but she will support me no matter what. We're still on probation and not allowed any more beach fires for another month after the last breakup burning we had. I remind her. Still annoyed we actually got a citation, since it's not our fault the wind changed direction and caught a few trees on fire. Although why we needed to torch a tourist sweatshirt after only knowing him for 4 hours is beyond me. He had a tiny dick that did not match the promises he made all night at the bar. He's lucky I didn't light his sweatshirt on fire while it was still on his body. Tess mutters, grabbing the bottle of whiskey back off the top of the bar and putting it on the glass shelf with the rest. We both know Palmer Campbell is probably packing a lot of heat, so you're right. No point in a fire. Can we please stop bringing up Putz's cock and balls? Hey, Birdie. Tess and I both gasp at the same time when I hear those same 2 words from yesterday from that same voice. Except this time, he doesn't whisper them. This time, I get to hear the full timbre of his smooth, deep voice from just a few feet away. Of course, the 1 minute I let my guard down and stopped worrying he'd walk in the door at any time, he actually walks in the damn door. Right when I'm talking about his junk. Oh, sweet mother of God. I think your cookies are here, Tess whispers. I look at her face, and I watch her getting her own first good look at Palmer again after almost 3 years. And I hope to God I didn't look like that last night. Her mouth is wide open, and I watch her pluck the material of her black button-down away from her chest with her fingers and fan herself. With a deep breath of courage and a reminder to myself that I see plenty of hot golfers on this course every day, I slide off my bar stool and turn around. And whimper, covering it up with an awkward cough. Palmer is wearing one of his collarless polo shirts, this one black and white, tucked into a pair of fitted black golf pants with a black and white belt secured low around his narrow waist. There's a white hat on his head facing the right way. He's got one hand tucked into the front pocket of his pants, and the other one is resting on the end of a putter he's leaning on. It's been so long since I've stood in front of him when he's been in uniform that it takes me a minute to gain my composure and remind myself I stopped having these feelings for him a long time ago. May 24th, 2018, to be exact. Hey, Tess. How's it going? Fuck you, Putz. I glanced back at Tess long enough to see that at least she put a big smile on her face while she returned Palmer's greeting with her middle finger. Seeing you is always like a warm hug, Powell. Palmer smiles right back at her, showing an odd display of sarcasm that does something tingly to me I refuse to think about. Before the smile falls, and he's all serious again when he looks at me. Can I talk to you for a minute? Bar doesn't open for another 45 minutes, and you know your way to the private course, I tell him, refusing to look at him as I gather up all my paperwork, my phone, 2 pens, and my cup of coffee Tess quickly tops off for me. It's right past Tea Time's outdoor deck and that ridiculous poster advertisement of you holding the sports beverage. That stupid poster was framed and hung on the outside of the deck railing years ago, back when Palmer still visited the island. I used to kiss my fingertips and quickly press them against the glass every time I walked by it. Yeah, I noticed someone drew devil horns on it and gave me big googly eyes. Palmer says as I finally turn back around and force myself to look at him. Huh. Weird. I'll have to have someone look into that. I tell him with fake concern, considering I keep a Sharpie on me at all times in case the sun and salty ocean air starts to fade my artwork. If you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of work to do. With my arms full and trying not to spill any hot coffee on me, I carefully walk across the room and right by Palmer, even though I want to run as fast as possible so I can get away from him and breathe. Yeah, about that. Gotta go, work to do, I chirp, cutting him off and moving a little faster as I hold my stack of paperwork up in the air and wave it around to indicate just how much work I have. Birdie, will you just stop for a minute and talk to me? Hot coffee splashes over my hand as I walk a little faster when I hear him right behind me as I get to the hallway that leads to the pro shop, and I curse under my breath. I just need to get away from his hot guy smell, and then I'll be able to think clearly again. Is that too much to ask? There's nothing to talk about. You made it perfectly clear 2 years ago how little you had to say to me. Go do whatever it is you came here to do and leave me out of it. You're seriously not going to talk to me? At all? Curse this stupid hot coffee and my need to bring it with me. His voice and his smell are too close, and I need to walk faster and make it to the safety of my office where I can close the door and lock his ass out. Yep, God forbid I get accused of stalking you again. I'm stepping into the pro shop and thankfully it's empty when Palmer replies loudly from right behind me. What in the actual fuck are you talking about? It's not just Palmer's rare use of the F word out loud that has my feet stuttering to a stop and my damn vagina clutching her pearls again, but the fact that he actually has the nerve to pretend like he doesn't know what I'm referring to. Slamming my mug on the counter of the pro shop and not even caring how much coffee I spill, I whirl around to face him and see that Tess followed us. She's currently miming slamming a blunt object into the back of Palmer's head from behind him, where he stands, looking at me with his arms crossed in front of him. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This island is big enough for the both of us. You stay away from me like I prefer it, and I'll stay away from you like you ordered it. Tess pauses her fake bashing of Palmer's head to pump her fist in the air behind him. Bertie, seriously, No, you seriously need to get it through your head that I don't give a shit. I shout, pretty much negating the whole I don't give a shit thing, but whatever. I have a job to do, and standing around arguing with you is not part of it. Then stop arguing with me. He smirks. Freaking smirks. Who is this man? Palmer doesn't smirk. He smiles politely and looks away. Since when did he get confidence? Probably around the same time he got more muscles and tossed all his shit in a water hazard in Bermuda. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Palmer says, all seriousness again as he stands up straighter and clears his throat. I realize you're a very busy woman and you have a job to do, so let me help you get started with that. Probably wouldn't be wise for us to get off on the wrong foot. Let's start over. I look at Palmer with what I'm assuming is the same WTF that's on Tess's face as she leans out from behind the guy and stares up at him. It's a pleasure to be back at SIG. The name's Palmer Campbell, but most people here call me Putts. Tess snorts from behind him as Palmer leans his putter against a display of golf balls, slides both his hands into his front pockets of his pants, and I watch a slow, mischievous smile spread across his face. And it looks like I'm your new golf pro. Where do you want me, boss?
Chapter 6. Palmer. Go long or go home. Hell no, she won't go. Hell no, she won't go. It's getting harder and harder to ignore Tess's incessant shouting behind me, but I power through and keep my focus on Bertie standing a few feet in front of me by the pro shop counter. All the blood drained from her face as soon as I told her I'd be working with her at SIG. Under normal circumstances, it would be funny, and I'd consider it payback. I've been feeling faint ever since I walked into the bar to look for Bertie and heard her say, Putts' cock and balls. I have no idea what she and Tess were talking about before I got there, and I don't care, because it probably had something to do with sawing them off with a rusty butter knife. Bertie's sexy, raspy voice saying those words have immediately been deposited into my spank bank, even with her use of that insulting nickname. But she's been so quiet and so pale for so long now, I'm starting to worry she might not be getting enough oxygen to her brain. Hell no, she won't go. Hell no, she won't go. I knew getting Bertie to talk to me was going to be difficult, and that even getting a job on the course wouldn't guarantee me any alone time with her. Considering she's now run from me twice, chasing her around 175 acres day in and day out didn't seem like the most productive way to get Bertie to forgive me. And with a rabid best friend like Tess, who will do anything to protect Bertie, I needed a better plan than chasing her. When I met with Greg first thing this morning, and he told me Bertie was going to be the answer to all my public image problem prayers, she would be my boss for a few weeks until the golf pro he actually hired could get into town, and she'd have to talk to me every day I was on the schedule. It was like the karma gods were smiling down on me saying, "We forgive you for being a pussy, acting like a big baby, and hurting your best friend. Go forth and conquer." She can't continue running away from me, and she definitely can't ignore me when we have to work together. All of a sudden, Buckcherry's Crazy Bitch starts playing as soon as Tess stops chanting. "Will you turn that shit off?" Bertie yells at Tess over the music before I can, which makes me smile at the beautifully annoyed blonde in front of me as the song cuts off. "Oh, don't give me that look," Bertie orders, pointing her finger at me. "I'm not sticking up for you. I just really hate that song. They should have put it to something like Big Girls Don't Cry." Ouch. That stings. And it turns me on. Something Bertie's always been able to do when she gives me attitude. I just never knew how hot it could be to give it right back. I should have embarrassed myself on national television and come out of my shell years ago. It has been a trying couple weeks for me. I nod seriously, pulling my hands out of my pockets and holding them open between us. I could use a hug before we get to work, boss. You could use a lobotomy, Bertie mutters, her eyes giving her away when they flicker down from my face to my open arms like she really wants to walk right into them. There's no way you're my new golf pro. Dropping my arms, I slide my right hand into my pocket and pull out my Summersweet Island golf course photo ID that says Golf Pro right under my picture, holding it up for her. Greg printed it while I filled out my tax forms. Look at that handsome mug. It just screams Golf Pro and best employee you'll ever have. Who are you right now? Bertie whispers, looking at me instead of my ID with part awe and part WTF. You're a new golf pro? We've already went over this. Are you feeling okay? Having trouble with memory loss lately? I question with mock concern as I slide my ID back in my pocket. Bertie's beautiful blue eyes narrow as they glare at me, and thankfully I'm standing between her and the golf club display, and she doesn't have a 9-iron within reach. At this point, I don't even know who I am right now, but I've never had this much fun in my life finally removing the filter I've always kept firmly in place. I've never been allowed to just say what I want and do what I feel. I had to be respectful and professional. I could only ever let loose around Bertie, and even then I still had to keep that filter in place because, oh, hey there, best friend, I've been in love with you since we were 15 and you don't feel the same and I don't want to lose you, so I still need to watch what I say and do. Help me, I'm dying. Seemed a little risky. I lost her anyway because of my own stupid insecurities. I'm not going to let that happen again, and I might as well be who I want to be and say what I want to say in the process. Freaking Bertie out is just an added bonus that will hopefully help me sneak my way back into her life and her heart while she's too busy being confused by the new Palmer. My memory is just fine, Bertie finally says, crossing her arms in front of her with an adorable huff. And you don't need me as your boss. You know this course, and you know what to do to be a golf pro. Well, minus screaming obscenities at people and throwing things in our water hazards. We have higher standards here at SIG. Point 2 for Bertie, but I'm about to win this match in the bonus round. Oh, I know I don't need you as my boss, I tell her, chuckling just because it pisses her off. You need me as your employee. You know, so you can beef up my public image and get that promotion you've been working toward for... How long did Greg say it was? I tap my finger against my chin, look up at the ceiling, and I can practically feel Bertie's anger rippling across the room and raising the hair on my arms. 18 months, she growls. I drop my finger from my chin and widen my eyes at her. Wow, that's a long time. Greg says this will be the deciding factor. Better not screw it up. As I casually slide my hands in my pockets and smile at Bertie, Tess finally walks out from behind me and quickly goes to her. While I enjoy the show of watching Bertie's head on the verge of exploding, Tess pulls a Bic lighter out of her apron pocket, flicks the flame to life, and holds it right up in front of Bertie's face while eyeing me up and down. It's not a sweatshirt, but that polyester blend looks like it will go up fast. I take a step back from the two women, since Tess scares me, and a chime dings as the pro shop door flies open, saving me from third-degree burns. Is this where all the hot single ladies are? Bodhi asks, sliding his sunglasses up onto his head to push his hair back from his face as he steps into the pro shop and looks over at me. Ooh, there's one now. I shake my head at his lame joke as his eyes move from me to Bertie. And there's my favorite spunky golf course manager. Get over here and give Bodhi some sugar. Bodhi opens his arms wide, much like I did in jest a few minutes ago, and before I can mentally prepare myself, Bertie races across the room and launches herself into my best friend's arms. Okay, so it isn't the same Bertie launch that was specifically designed for me, where she puts her whole body into it, and her feet come off the ground and her long legs wrap around his waist. It's more of just a bumping together hug where she has to lift up on her toes to reach his shoulders. But still, it hurts just as much as if she did our hug, and my arms feel so fucking empty watching Bodhi wrap his around her slender body. I only feel a little bit homicidal toward him. I dig my fingers into my palms inside the front pockets of my golf pants when Bodhi squeezes Bertie tighter, making her squeal as he lifts her toes up off the ground with the force of his hug. I take a step toward the two of them when the son of a bitch sniffs the side of her neck and smiles at me the entire time, knowing I'm about 2 seconds away from yanking him away from Birdie by the scruff of his green t-shirt that says I love golf with a red Ghostbusters sign through the word love, and then shoving him through the glass door behind him. She still smells like cocoa butter and tropical fruits, like the copper-tone suntan lotion sunscreen in the brown bottle she's slathered on her skin every morning before she leaves the house for as long as I've known her. I got a whiff of it last night when she shoulder-checked me. The smell almost brought me to my knees, which would have been convenient since I was already on my way down there because of the pain in my bicep from her much shorter frame. Bodhi laughs against Birdie's cheek at what I'm sure is murder written all over my face while I glare at his happy reunion with a woman who will barely look at me, let alone greet me with a hug. He finally takes pity on me and pulls out of their embrace, resting his hands on her shoulders as he looks at her with concern. "Heard about your vacation, kid. Tough break," he says softly. "Jesus, how in the hell?" Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages told Alan at Hang 5 Arcade, who came over to the barge where I was having breakfast this morning, and told my server Melanie, great rack by the way, who discussed it while she was refilling my coffee, Bodhi tells her in one breath. He pauses a beat before speaking again, and I'm on pins and needles wondering what he's talking about and why Birdie suddenly looks so sad. "You okay?" Birdie sighs and nods, and I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. They met once 5 years ago, the first and only time he'd been to Summer Sweet Island. Sure, he was with us the entire 4 days of my visit, and he and Birdie hit it off immediately, but they've only exchanged a few words a small handful of times since then, when we still talked, and Bodhi would come in the room while I was on the phone with her or something. As much as Bodhi loved Birdie, and as pissed as he was by my decision to cut things off with her, he understood it. After his initial shouting and tearing me a new asshole, he shut up and just supported me like a good friend should. It infuriates me more than a little that the two of them with almost zero history can pick right back up where they left off like no time has gone by, and I have 15 years under my belt with her and can't even get a smile. I'm not even asking for a full-blown megawatt Birdie smile, just a twitch of her lips will suffice at this point. "We'll talk about it over drinks soon. Bodhi will make everything better," he reassures Birdie, his eyes suddenly noticing Tess standing a foot away from me, who has been oddly quiet this whole time. "Is someone going to introduce me to this stunning creature with the red hair?" A sound comes out of Tess that almost resembles a giggle, but I don't think she knows how to make that sound. Birdie looks as shocked as I do when Tess makes that weird tittering sound again as Bodhi steps around Birdie and walks right up to her. "You'll have to excuse Palmer. He lost all his manners back on the 18th hole in Bermuda. I'm Bodhi Armbruster," he says with a cool smile, holding his hand out to Tess. Tess giggles out her name, her cheeks turning the exact same color as her hair as she shakes Bodhi's hand. I've watched hundreds of women over the years succumb to Bodhi's charms, but I never thought I'd see someone like Tess Powell fall under his spell. I immediately forget my jealousy over Bodhi putting his hands all over Birdie and knowing something personal about her that I don't, and just enjoy the show, taking advantage of how distracted Birdie's muscle currently is. Grabbing my putter from where I left it leaning against the counter, I rest the grip on my shoulder and walk toward Birdie, whistling as I go, pausing when I'm standing right in front of her. Taking a deep breath of cocoa butter and tropical fruit, I nod my head toward the door next to us. "I don't know how you run things here, but I like to be on time for work. Do my best and always make a good impression." Bringing my free hand up that isn't holding my putter, I look at the black waterproof sports watch on my wrist and make a tisking sound. 10 minutes late, so you don't run a tight ship. Got it." "Bite me," she mutters. Wow, and sexual harassment on the first date to boot. Birdie lets out a closed-mouthed scream, clenching her hands into fists at her sides, and I do my best to keep my face neutral and not laugh out loud. "Tess, we have that meeting about your schedule, remember?" Birdie shouts across the room. "No, we don't. Go away." This time I do laugh out loud when Tess doesn't cover for Birdie, because she's still shaking Bodhi's hand and staring into his eyes like a lovesick teenager. With a stomp of her boot, Birdie turns and slams her palms against the handle of the glass door, shoving it open and storming outside into the hot sun. I only look at the perfect round globes of her ass wrapped in a pair of tiny black cotton shorts for a few seconds before I adjust my cock, do a few math facts in my head, and follow behind her. Because she's my boss and all, And it's not appropriate to have dirty thoughts about her at work. And because if I want Birdie's forgiveness, I need to repair our friendship first. The foundation of everything I feel for her was built on our friendship. I put some cracks in there that need to be filled before I can even think about telling her I want more, that I've always wanted more. And, having a little fun being the new Palmer along the way. "Hey, boss," I shout after Birdie as I pull my hat down lower over my eyes to shield the sun as I race after her while she hoofs it toward the cart path. "Will we have daily meetings about my performance, or will weekly suffice? Hey, boss, do I get my own parking space? What about an employee locker? You're not in charge of making me watch the sexual harassment video, right? Because that would be like making me have dinner with the guy who robbed me. Awkward."
Chapter 7. Birdie. Strike while the iron is hot. You really should have fled the country when Bradley dumped you. This is not your week, my friend. I can't believe you have to work with him. Every day. I don't even know why I let you in my house after the way you threw me under the bus at work this morning. I grumble at Tess sitting next to me in the Adirondack chairs on my deck that look out over the pitch-black ocean, hours after the sun has gone down. I stare out into the endless darkness sprinkled with the dots of lights from passing military ships and a few tourists and locals out for late-night boat rides, trying to let the sounds of the waves cresting and crashing onto the beach a few hundred yards away calm me like they usually do. Tonight, it's not working. I don't know if it ever will again, knowing Palmer is staring out at the same dark water, listening to the same crashing waves, on the same island, in a cottage not that far down from mine. "You didn't let me in. I have a key," Tess reminds me. What I don't know is how you managed to run away from Putz again without giving him a chance to talk to you about anything important. You've got skills I wasn't even aware of. It brings a tear to my eye. I don't bump my fist against hers when she holds it out to me, making her sigh and drop it back down into her lap. When he wouldn't stop following me on the cart path asking ridiculous questions and annoying the piss out of me, I told him to go play 18 holes, familiarize himself with the course again, and then come find me and we'd talk. Then I packed up my work and my laptop, came home, and finished out my day here, where you found me. Wasn't that hard? I'm not proud of myself that I ran away from him again like a big baby instead of a mature 30-year-old woman who could have an adult conversation. Every minute I spend with that man makes me weak, especially with his newfound sarcasm that seems to have been unleashed from him. That's all I ever wanted for Palmer. For him to be able to breathe and not be so uptight and rigid all the time, and to let his personality shine. It would sneak out every once in a while over the years, usually only after a few alcoholic beverages or too many hours in my presence. Seeing it fly out of his mouth so easily brought the tingling back in full force, and that absolutely could not happen. Not just because it really did look like I would be his boss for the foreseeable future, but because I've been down that road before. It doesn't end well for me. Well, I'm sorry I didn't light Putz on fire for you. I got distracted by the homeless surfer. Tess shrugs. Fun fact, he really is homeless, so we don't have to say that ironically anymore. Palmer always offers to get him a place wherever they stay, but Bodhi always refuses. Crashes on couches, sleeps on beaches, and he actually lived in a van down by the river in Costa Rica for a while. Says he can't remember the last time he cashed one of his paychecks from Palmer. He has absolutely no redeeming qualities. God, I want to screw his brains out. Leave it to Tess to add a little humor to the situation I found myself in. I already knew all of this about Bodhi, since he spewed his life story to me the first hour after we met. He's a laid-back guy who just wants to live his life, and he's easy as hell to talk to. He's like a cool big brother who your parents always wanted to strangle because he'd never move out of the basement. Tess had been visiting relatives in Jersey when Bodhi tagged along with Palmer on one of his trips to SummerSuite, and I always hated they never got a chance to meet. I had no idea she'd be so obsessed with him, but I should have figured. Bodhi is an easy guy to become obsessed with. "Stop being sad," Tess suddenly orders. "I'm not sad," I reply. Sadly. This is the fun part of the story. When the guy comes back with his tail between his legs and the heroine makes him grovel so he can get back into her good graces. Stop reading so much and do more activities that rot your brain. Life is not a romance novel, I remind her. No, but it could be a very well-executed psychological thriller if we play our cards right. You get some balls and make Palmer grovel until he cries. Or I slit his throat with the sharp end of a golf tee. God, I'm so glad I'm your friend and not your enemy. I mutter before letting my head thump back against the chair to stare out at the lights from a luxury cruise ship slowly passing by a few miles out. You need to stop being sad that you haven't gotten to birdie launch yourself at him, sniff his cologne, and see if his muscles feel as good as they look wrapped around you and get mad at him again, she says. I am mad. I tell her unconvincingly as my shoulders droop, thinking about our hugs. Tess suddenly sits up and turns sideways to face me, smacking one of her hands on the arm of my chair. May 24th, 2018. Shit. That does it. Like, seriously, Tess? He's just going to show up out of the blue after 2 years and get a fucking job here? I ask, my voice going up a few octaves as I pull my feet up onto my chair and angrily yank my oversized sweatshirt over my knees when I get a chill. He was my friend. He was my... Don't say it. You'll start crying instead of raging. Suck it up and keep going, Tess says with a nod, knowing I was going to say he was my everything. I was his biggest supporter, his biggest shoulder to cry on about his dad, and I stood by his side through everything, being okay with only getting the crumbs of his attention sprinkled around me sporadically when his hectic schedule would allow. I continue, my anger growing with each word I say. Words Tess has heard a million times, but, like a good friend, lets me complain about it again. I finally got the nerve to put myself out there, and he shut me down, blocked me from his life. And I'm supposed to just stand around and give him any part of my time when he's occupied so much of it for so long without giving a shit? No, ma'am. No fucking ma'am, Tess shouts, and I finally bump my fist against hers when she holds it out to me again. Let's burn his shit. Will you stop trying to make fire happen? I'm trying to rage against the machine here. Tess folds her hands into her lap obediently. You know, the machine being putts. Jesus Christ, shut up and rage. I take a deep breath, trying to remember where I left off. But it doesn't matter. I'm fired up, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. If he tries to be all cute and sarcastic and make me forget he hurt me, all I have to do is remember May 24th, 2018. I nod, wrapping my arms around my legs and glaring at the ocean like it personally offended me. That's right. The date he ruined your life, crushed your soul, made you lose all trust in the human race, never to love again and become a crazy cat lady. That's a little dramatic, I mutter. And the coarse cats I feed don't make me crazy. They make me a decent person who loves animals. Whatever. Make his life a living hell. And while I do that, I'm gonna need you to cuddle up to Bodie and get some information out of him about putts. Like what the hell kind of excuse he's going to give me for why he dropped me 2 years ago, so I can prepare myself for that load of bullshit. Tess laughs and shakes her head at me. Oh, I'm totally going to suck Bodie's dick, but only because I want to, she says, reaching over and patting the top of my sweatshirt-covered knees. You can find the information you seek by sucking your own dick. I glare at her, shoving her hand off my knee. You know, your own dick being Putz's dick. I thought you were my friend. I complain as Tess leans back into her chair. I do the same, and we both go back to staring out at the dark ocean while someone sets off a few fireworks a little way down the beach. I'm not sitting here telling you you're being completely childish and ridiculous, and the more you protest about not wanting to talk to Palmer and the more you avoid him, the more it's going to prove to him how much he still affects you, am I? She asks, always the smart one in our friendship. No, I'm not. She continues without giving me a chance to answer. You do whatever it is you need to do to make it through the day with him being back on the island. If you want to act childish, you do you. If you want to see what he has to say and decide if you have it in you to forgive him, go with that. It's your life. He did this to you, not me. And as mad as I am on your behalf, I can't tell you whether or not to forgive him. I can only stand waiting in the wings, sharpening the blade of my knife to cut off his balls if he hurts you again. I think about all the times Palmer and I worked side by side at the Dip and Twist on nights when my mom would get slammed, and he'd always volunteer us both to give her a hand. I think about bonfires on the beach, sharing a large pizza with everything from Island Slice, quiet talks out on the 8th hole, where we'd always sneak out after the course closed with a blanket. Hours worth of dreams and wishes for our futures were spilled there. Because that hole was the farthest from the clubhouse and offered us the most privacy. I think about Palmer never losing his patience with me when he taught me how to golf. Me dragging him to caddy parties and teaching him how to shotgun a beer. The special treats he'd bring me from the mainland every time he came to the island, because he had easy access to them, knew I'd murder my mother and sister for them, and because he was just thoughtful like that. And countless other memories flashed through my mind faster than a souped-up golf cart, all starring him. I've always missed his friendship, but I wouldn't let myself dwell on it or I'd never be able to function. Having him here on the island where I can share a pizza with him, talk for hours with him, or hold his hair back when he pukes from shotgunning too many beers, or play a round of golf with him whenever my heart desires makes it harder and harder to stay away from him, and not give him a chance to explain or try and forgive him. I'm not about to spend another 15 years of my life pining for a man who doesn't look at me that way. So it's a good thing I'm not in love with him anymore. We'll see if I have it in me to forgive him and maybe form a friendship again. You know, while making his life hell along the way. I still have a few of Bradley's things in my closet. Want to torch them? Oh, I knew I was your favorite. Tess beams at me as she scrambles up off her chair, shouting over her shoulder as she pulls open my sliding glass door and runs into the house. I'll grab the lighter fluid and Bradley's box of shit. You grab the hose and tell the neighbors to keep their damn mouths shut.
Chapter 8. Palmer. Home on the range. Pitching wedge. Looking up the small hill and calculating the distance between here and the hole, I know I can get my ball out of the rough and sink it in one shot, since I've done it 100 times on this course. When my arm starts to get tired from holding my 9-iron out behind me, I look back over my shoulder to find Bodhi kicked back behind the wheel of the golf cart with his feet up on the dashboard and his nose buried in a book, paying absolutely no attention to me. Shaking my head, I drop my arm and walk over to the back of the cart where my bag is strapped, shoving the 9-iron in and pulling out my wedge. "I'm on the 7th hole. You want to maybe try caddying before we get to 8? I ask as I walk by him and back over to my ball 10 feet away on the private members course of SIG. "You're not paying me to be your caddy now. I'm just tagging along for funsies," Bodhi replies without looking up from his book, with a loud crunch of an apple right when I'm in the middle of a practice swing. "You don't cash the checks I do pay you," I remind him, taking a few more practice swings right next to the ball. I stopped giving him paychecks years ago when I walked into one of the many vans he's lived in when we've had more than a few weeks off and found 2 of the paychecks on the floor under a pizza box. After that, I started depositing everything into an account I set up for him to make it easier on Bodhi, and so I wouldn't have a panic attack thinking about all that money just sitting around covered in coffee grounds and God only knows what else. As far as I know, he's never touched that account. Bodhi gets odd jobs to make cash under the table wherever we are in between my golf schedule, like giving surf lessons, selling fruit at a roadside stand, and he even sang at a wedding reception once in Mexico. He's a simple guy who only needs money to eat, drink, and for the occasional golf hatred shirt. Today's shirt is bright yellow with a picture of a bag of clubs next to the puking emoji. Lining my club up to the ball, I relax into position, looking back up where the hole is and taking a second to gauge the direction and speed of the light breeze coming off the ocean. Eyes back down on my ball, I relax my shoulders and let the mechanics that have been drilled into my brain and my muscle memory take over, my club connecting with the ball right as Bodhi takes another loud, crunching bite out of his apple and speaks again. "Oh, right. Well, I just don't want to caddy. I'm at a good part in my book. It's getting spicy." I take a second to watch my ball pitch quickly up into the air and land on the green, slowly rolling over once before dropping into the cup. After close to 2 weeks of no golf, I discovered during my first game a few days ago that I haven't gotten rusty. With a satisfied smile, I walk up the hill and across the green to grab my ball before heading back to the cart and Bodhi, who is almost finished with the loudest and crunchiest apple in the world and right in the middle of a book with a shirtless man on the cover. My dad thought I lost my mind when halfway through a match in Costa Rica I fired my caddy and hired the young man who looked like he hadn't showered in a week, hadn't had a decent haircut in years, and absolutely snuck his way onto the course without buying a ticket because he heard you could get free hot dogs. I was coming back to my bag, and my caddy was handing me a club, I don't even remember which one at this point, and this homeless-looking surfer double-fisting hot dogs standing behind the spectator rope yells to me through a mouthful of food with mustard on his cheek why it was the wrong club and how my caddy had been trying to screw me over all morning by giving me bad advice. I don't know what it was about the guy, but I trusted him immediately. I made him throw an extra polo I had in my bag over his faded, ratty t-shirt, and I came back from 17th place to finish the match in second. That decision proved to be the best decision of my life so far. As much as Bodhi hates golf, he knows a shit ton about it. He's a math genius and a weather aficionado. In less than a minute, he can do a calculation in his head with the current direction and speed of the wind and adjust for humidity and barometric pressure or some shit and tell me exactly what I need to do and how hard I need to swing to get my ball as close to the cup as possible. Bodhi was the only thing I ever put my foot down about with my dad. I wouldn't golf if he couldn't be my caddy, and since my golf game greatly improved after bringing Bodhi on board, he couldn't argue. Much. He still made it known almost every day how unprofessional Bodhi was and how bad he was for my image. I didn't need any help from Bodhi screwing up my image, so joke's on you, Dad. I'm assuming after you chased Birdie out of the pro shop a few days ago that you sat her down and had a nice long discussion with her, right, pal? Bodhi asks as I slide into the cart. He puts his romance novel away and drives us toward the 8th hole. If you would have come back to the cottage that night or any night since then, you would already know this information. "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't come home, honey. It was just one time and she meant nothing to me," Bodhi says, taking his eyes off the cart path to bat them at me, and I flip him off. I gotta say, you are so much more fun now that you've gotten a whiff of the salty ocean air and a salty young woman, and I already know you didn't do jack shit with her again. I made some friends, and we partied on the beach that night, let off a few fireworks, had some beers, and I got the 411 on the day's happenings on Summer Sweet Island, which included you dicking around playing golf all day and not talking to Birdie. He frowns at me when he stops the cart right off the 8th hole tee box. I honestly don't remember where I was the next 2 nights after that. He finally laughs. It's definitely been nice and relaxing getting familiar with this course again the last few days since Birdie ran away from me and continues to avoid me, especially when the private side has been mostly empty and I've gotten to golf in peace. Actually, I haven't been able to golf without a crowd of people watching my every move and holding their cell phones up for pictures and video as soon as I step out onto a course since the last time I was here. It was the perfect way to get back into the game and remember why I love it. For a little while, it even felt like Birdie did that on purpose when she shooed me away 3 days ago and has left a note for me every morning since then telling me to keep getting familiar with the course because she knew I needed it and not just to get rid of me. All that peace and relaxation has slowly disappeared when at the end of every 4-hour round of 18 holes, no matter what time of day I start them, I go back to the clubhouse and am told Birdie has left early. Which tells me she has absolutely been sending me out to golf the last 3 days so she wouldn't have to deal with me, and I've only gotten a few glimpses of her here and there when she's driving around the course. She ran away from me again that day and continues to avoid me. This is getting ridiculous, I complain as I get out of the cart and stare at my bag. The wind is coming in at 5 miles per hour with 52% humidity, so use the 3-wood, and what's ridiculous is that you keep letting her run away and avoid you. Bodhi scoffs as I snatch the 3-wood out of my bag and stomp toward the tee. She's like 5'4" and $120. What in the hell have you been working out for the last few years? Just pick her up and put her where you want her. Bodhi laughs, knowing damn well if I or anyone else tried to pick Birdie up and put her where we want her, we would no longer be breathing. Also, give her a break. She's been through some shit recently on top of your shit by surprising her out of the blue after 2 years of no contact, he adds right when I'm pulling back my club. I falter, and my shot slices when I remember Bodhi asking Birdie about some vacation and how sad she looked. I mutter a curse when my ball hits a tree, but at least it bounces back onto the fairway and I don't have to go searching for it in the trees. Turning around, I stomp right back to the cart and ignore Bodhi's chuckling when I put my club away and slam my ass down on the seat. People are actually going to pay to get lessons from you? Schmucks, Bodhi snorts, flooring the golf cart toward my ball. Kiss my ass, and tell me about the shit Birdie's been through and about that vacation you mentioned to her in the pro shop the other day, I order as the trees lining the cart path whiz by. Also, feel free to keep dazzling Tess with your charms so she can give you more dirt on Birdie so I'll know what I'm working with and how I should approach this situation. Oh, I'm definitely going to be dazzling the lovely Tess Powell, but that's for my benefit, not yours, Bodhi informs me, reaching into the cubby underneath the dashboard when he stops the cart a few feet from my ball, pulling out the Shirtless Dude romance book and smacking it into my chest. Learn how to dazzle and get your own dirt. I bookmarked page 120 for you and highlighted the parts that will remind you what those dangly things in your shorts are for. Grabbing the book, I chuck it right back into the cubby. I know what they're for, asshole. I can't just show up here after 2 years and try to get in her pants. That's not what this is about, and you know it. I need to get our friendship back on track first. But to do that, you'll have to tell her why you dropped her like a bad habit 2 years ago, he reminds me. Yeah, and that's the problem. If I tell her that, she knows everything. I've already freaked her out by showing up here without any warning. I don't want to give her a heart attack on top of it. I sigh. So I can't move forward with her in any way until I can get our friendship back. I can't get our friendship back unless I can get her to forgive me, and I can't get her to forgive me unless I give her a valid explanation for why I stopped talking to her. It's just one big circle of suck. We sit in the cart, staring out at the 8th fairway quietly for a few minutes. Oh, and she was all fired up about me accusing her of being a stalker or something, so that's a fun new development in her hatred of me. I finally speak, still wondering what that was all about. Oh, yeah, I might know a little something about that, Bodhi says sheepishly with a grimace. Explain, I order with a glare when he doesn't immediately tell me everything he knows, because that stupid accusation has kept me up every night since then, wondering if Birdie really was going through some sort of memory loss, and that joke I made in the pro shop suddenly wasn't so funny. Okay, so in my defense, I found out about this around the time when the blocking and the changing of the number was happening. You were flipping tables, completely fucking up the Miles Cup, and in a really bad headspace, Bodhi explains. I didn't think adding one more thing on top of that was a wise decision, and then we were never allowed to speak about her, the blip, again, and I kind of forgot all about it until now. I punch him in the thigh as hard as I can when he pauses again. Tell the story faster. God damn it, that hurt, Bodhi complains, rubbing the top of his thigh and scowling at me while he continues. Remember that publicist your dad hired on a trial basis for a few months back then? I think her name was Candace? It was Callie. You sure? I don't remember her looking like a Callie. I ball my hand into a fist and lift it up by my shoulder. Right, so Callie, who didn't work out because she didn't care about getting on top of your publicity, she only cared about getting on top of your dick. She was pretty good at her job, but her advances started wearing on me after a while, and especially after I heard from a few guys on the pro circuit that was Callie's thing. Only signing with clients she wanted to sleep with, and she succeeded until she got to me and I had no interest. My dad barely batted an eye when I told him to let her go, and she was gone within an hour. He never did anything I asked without a lecture first, I remember aloud. Yeah, he didn't put up a fight because he'd already gotten a few complaints about her, Bodhi says. I overheard him talking to someone. She had logged into your social media accounts and sent out messages from you to fans she considered a threat, saying their overenthusiasm was making you uncomfortable and it was starting to feel stalkerish, and she said if they didn't ease up, you would get the authorities involved. I think I remember your dad saying it went out to like 50 women. The list of female fans the messages went to was still on his desk when I went in his office later that day to grab some waters out of his mini fridge. I only saw the top page, but it was alphabetical, so I saw the B's. Oh no, I mutter, already knowing exactly what he's going to say next. Oh yeah. Bodhi nods. Everything happened at one time. Callie sent out the stalker private messages that looked like they came directly from you, since everyone knew you ran all your own social media back then, one of which went to Birdie, and then you logged into your accounts an hour later and blocked her there and then on your phone. And your dad decided to conveniently leave Birdie off the apology tour with the rest of the female fans Callie offended because he's an opportunistic asshole who decided he was quite fine with one less distraction in your life. That arrogant asshole. Shit. This is so much worse than me just not talking to her the last 2 years. I'm surprised she didn't pull a knife out of her pocket and stab me when I showed up here. Fuck me. No thanks, I'm good, Bodhi quips before quickly sobering. But yeah, you're even more screwed than I thought. What time are you supposed to meet her for work today? I glance down at my watch. In about 20 minutes, if she even shows up. I wanted to get in a few holes to warm up before work, since according to another note from Birdie, I have my first lesson scheduled for later today. I came out at my favorite time, the break of day when it first starts getting light out. The ground is wet with dew, and you have to wear long sleeves because there's still a slight chill in the air without the sun being high above to warm everything up just yet. It's all quiet and new, and you feel like you can do anything. Even get a stubborn, beautiful woman to stay in one place long enough to talk to you. Will you at least give me the scoop on Brad? I actually choke a little when I say his name. I guess that's progress. I usually outright vomit. The lack of a ring on Birdie's left hand was the only thing keeping me going at this point and gave me hope. Just because I blocked her from social media doesn't mean I wasn't a sick bastard who spied on Brad whenever I was feeling particularly sorry for myself and was left alone after having one too many cocktails. His vain ass shared more selfies on a weekly basis than any teenage girl in the world, but he'd dropped the douchebag mask every once in a while over the last 2 years to share a picture of him with Birdie. Proof they were still together, and karma telling me to stop fucking spying on him because it's never going to feel warm and fuzzy. I knew I should have left the cottage the last few nights like Bodhi did. Instead of sitting around, hiding away, and having a pity party for myself, I could have been out chatting it up with locals and getting all the summer sweet gossip. What a rookie mistake. Surprisingly, I didn't hear anything about our favorite hedge fund manager, but even if I had, I wouldn't tell you. Take a peace offering this time. Something to butter her up that will work like a stun gun and keep her in place long enough for you to word vomit some shit, Bodhi suggests, starting the cart back up and turning us completely around so we're heading back toward the clubhouse. We've got 20 minutes. What kind of birdie weapon can you find in 20 minutes? Smiling and grabbing onto the roll bar as he flies down the cart path, I know exactly what I can grab in 20 minutes or less because I packed them in a cooler and brought them with me this morning. You were groomed by a father who put a golf club in your hands at the age of 3. Has that always made you bitter toward him? I roll my eyes, thankful the interviewer on the other end of this phone call can't see me as I pace back and forth on the sidewalk in front of the clubhouse. I don't know, I just like to play golf. I roll my eyes again at how stupid I sound, wondering why in the hell I decided to answer a call from an unknown number. Birdie was late, which I expected, and I had nothing better to do while I waited for her. When I realized the guy on the phone was from a major news source who interviewed me several times before and never once misquoted me or took things out of context, I decided to break my silence with him since I had time to kill. Probably all day, since I'm assuming Birdie is avoiding me again. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to this interview. I don't have the first fucking idea what to say to these people. Have you spoken to your dad since Bermuda? How did it go? Did you apologize? Any chance you'll share with us where you've been hiding out? He hasn't. I'm not. Can we talk about something other than my dad? All of a sudden, my cell phone is ripped out of my hand. No comment. Thanks so much for calling, Birdie says sweetly into my phone before ending the call and handing it back to me. Do not, under any circumstances, talk to anyone without discussing it with me first. It takes me a minute for my brain to catch up and realize Birdie is standing a foot away from me, looking me right in the eyes and actually having a conversation with me. Well, at me, since I'm in a state of shock. She's wearing a pink, long-sleeved fitted shirt that molds to her curves and a super short pink, white, and green golf skirt, her toned legs on full display from her ankles all the way to the tops of her bare thighs. Sweet mother of God, I think I'm going to pass out. She shoves a spiral planner at me, and I have just enough time to grab it before it drops to the ground. I watch with rabid fascination, trying not to pant like a dog as she uses her fingers to comb all that wavy blonde hair up into a high ponytail, the front of her shirt stretching tightly over her mouth-watering tits, while she pulls a band off her wrist to secure her hair before snatching the planner back out of my hand and speaking to me again. From now on, just don't answer any phone calls from unknown numbers, Birdie continues, pulling a pen out of the spirals of the planner and clicking it before scribbling something in one of the dated squares. If you get any email requests for interviews, forward them to me and I'll draft up an automated reply about how you're not talking to anyone at this time. After we get done with the skills camp on the practice putting green and you make it through the lessons I scheduled for you today, you can give me all your logins and I'll start replying to things and make a list of what should be tackled after that. I'm in a daze, staring at her mouth as it moves, her lips covered in some shiny shit I just want to lick off, until I realize her mouth is no longer moving and she's tapping one sneaker-covered foot against the sidewalk. Wake up, idiot. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me. I'm a little out of sorts this morning since my boss was late. Also, so glad to hear you've decided to be agreeable about the whole fixing my public image thing. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist my charms. I smile at Birdie and watch her grind her teeth for a few seconds. I'm only resisting the urge to choke you. Don't push it. And I wasn't that late, she protests. 17 minutes, that's pretty late. I try giving her a stern look, but it's really hard because she is super annoyed, and it's adorable. Look, I had to run up to the police station really quick to pay a stupid citation, all right? Can we just get back to work since that's why we're here? Yeah, nope. I'm gonna need some more information on this citation. Spinning my golf hat around on my head so the brim isn't shielding my eyes and I can see her better, I cross my arms in front of me. I hear her mutter something under her breath that sounds like a date, since the only thing I can make out is 2018, before she clears her throat and meets my eyes again. Tess and I had a little fire the other night. We've been banned from beach fires for another month, and the cops found out. She sighs with a roll of her eyes. It was stupid the first time, and it continues to be stupid. Ah, a breakup burning. I nod with a laugh, quite familiar with Tessa's need to cleanse the bad by lighting it on fire and removing it from their lives. Who was the poor soul this time that Tess loved and left who wonders where his favorite sweatshirt went? Birdie's face is completely expressionless. Oh shit, I whisper. Am I the poor soul? I couldn't find my lucky golf hat this morning, and I know Tess knows how to pick a damn lock. I stop worrying how many of my things might have went up in flames last night and forget how to breathe when ever so slowly the corner of Birdie's shiny, lickable mouth tips up. Then the other corner goes up with it until the dimple she has in her right cheek is showing, and the sounds of quiet laughter coming out of her makes the back of my neck tingle. Her smile and laughter are gone just as fast as they came, like someone flipped a switch, and I almost whimper like a baby when her lips are back into a straight line and the dimple is gone. "Don't worry, it wasn't anything of yours. We don't care enough about your stuff to burn it." Fucking ouch, man. "Grab your putter and let's get to work. Your first lesson is in an hour, and I need to make sure you don't suck and you won't throw a temper tantrum by a water hazard." Jesus, the hits just keep on coming. "Wait," I shout, since she's already turned away from me and started walking toward the putting green. When she stops with a huge sigh and looks back over her shoulder at me, I quickly jog over to the golf cart Bodie left parked in a spot in front of the clubhouse before he disappeared into the bar to find Tess. Grabbing the small insulated cooler bag from the floorboard, I walk back over to Bertie and step up onto the sidewalk to stand in front of her, unzipping the lid to the bag as I go. My hands are shaking, and I'm suddenly second-guessing this decision as I stand in front of her. She looks like she's 2 seconds away from shanking me with the pen she's clicking and unclicking in her hand. Everyone on this island knows Bertie would kill her family for what's in this cooler that you can only get over on the mainland. She has a boyfriend who lives on the mainland. She's going to laugh in my face and think this is ridiculous because of course fucking Backpack Brad has probably been feeding her addiction in my place. Before I can quickly re-zip the bag and make up some sort of lie about what's in it, like maybe I'm carrying around a cooler of my urine for the employee drug test, because that wouldn't be weird at all, I see the exact second the smell that is not my piss, thank you very much, reaches Bertie's nose. It twitches like a bunny, her eyes light up, and her planner and pen slip from her hands and smack to the concrete by her feet. My cock stiffens in my shorts, and I have to swallow back a groan when Bertie licks her shiny lips and leans closer to the bag as I slowly lift the lid. When she sees that her nose has not deceived her, and that I've carefully packed the cooler with a dozen maple bacon donuts with a caramel drizzle from Dolphin Donuts, she moans low and soft, and I almost come in my pants. The only Dolphin's location is a little over an hour inland, and considering you still have at least a 20-minute ferry ride over to the mainland first, on top of crazy Virginia traffic, Bertie rarely made it out that far, and it was always up to me to get her fix. When Dolphin Donuts opened 2 blocks from my private high school the summer before our sophomore year, and students started selling the maple bacon donuts to their friends more than coke and weed, I knew I had to bring Bertie one on my next trip to the island. I swear she sobbed the entire time she ate it, and then yelled at me for the next 2 hours about why I would do something so stupid as to only bring her one. From that point on, every time I came to the island, even if it had only been 2 days since my last visit, I brought her no less than a dozen, and she would eat every single one. "Oh, now you're just playing dirty, Campbell," Bertie whispers. My heart starts pounding in my chest when she calls me by my last name. She's only ever called me Campbell from the day we met, and she had to caddy for me, busting my balls through 18 holes and making a day of training fun for the first time ever, while also making it hard. The day I met Bertie Bennett was the first time I ever had to lock myself in a bathroom stall at a golf course and jerk off halfway through the day so I could finish playing without wincing every time I took a step. Calling me Campbell was like Bertie's way of immediately letting me know I was friend-zoned for eternity, so that's been great. Regardless of how many times I've dreamed about hearing her whisper, moan, or scream Palmer, at least she's not calling me Putz for the moment, so the donuts seem to be working. "I do like it dirty," I quip, forcing Bertie to stop undressing the donuts with her eyes to look up at me and roll them. Our faces are only a few inches apart, and I can smell her tropical scent on top of the delicious smell of maple and bacon, and I swear to God my knees get weak. Her blue eyes are looking up at me, and I notice her mouth start moving and hear her mutter what sounds like a date again before she grabs the cooler from my hands, hugs it to her chest, and backs up a step. "I haven't had these in years," Bertie says, still licking her lips and driving me crazy as she stares down into the open bag in her arms. Well, this is a brand new development. Oh, Backpack Brad must be falling down on the job. Tough break. Good thing I'm here, I smirk, knowing how much she hated it when I called him that. It's not my fault the fucking tool didn't know how to take a selfie without wearing one of those ridiculous hiking backpacks with a fucking water tube coming out of it and up to his mouth. Like, how hard is it to grab a bottle of water and bring it up to your dumb fuck mouth, Brad? I only met the guy once the last time I was home, and a bunch of us went to the mainland for dinner and drinks. Lucky me, I got to be there when the two of them met. I spent the next 6 months discouraging her from dating the loser until I realized I was being selfish. Just as I expected, her eyes narrow and she finally grabs a donut from the bag and shovels half of the giant thing into her mouth, crumbs and little crispy bits of bacon falling down onto the front of her shirt and into the open bag she's still hugging as she chews. Muffin me, Bertie orders through a mouthful of donut, pointing the half-eaten one in her hand out toward the practice putting green, which leads me to believe she just said, "Go to the fucking putting green." Good thing I'm still fluent in Bertie donut speak. Jogging back to the cart, I grab my golf bag from the back and throw the strap over my shoulder. Saluting her as I hustle by where she's still standing on the sidewalk, already finished with the first donut and halfway through her second, I go to the putting green while I still have sugar and bacon on my side, and she's not running away from me.
Chapter 9. Bertie. This is my cup of tea. You gonna say anything other than give me orders, or just keep hoovering donuts into your mouth and let me do all the talking? Palmer asks with humor in his voice, shooting a 10-foot putt and explaining the mechanics of what he's doing just like he would during a lesson with a customer, like I've made him do repeatedly for the last hour. I made him take 100 shots back and forth between the practice putting green and the first hole, having him pretend to teach me and making him repeat the same lessons over and over just to annoy him. Except it's not annoying him. It's just annoying me. The longer I spend with him, with both of us ignoring the giant elephant in the room, the more I want to scream and tear my hair out, which is exactly why I've been avoiding him for 3 days. I'm trying to be professional at work and not bash your head in with a club. I remind him as he walks over to the cup and retrieves his ball, bringing it back to where he stood a few feet from me and dropping it on the green by his feet. I blindly reach into the cooler I slung over my shoulder and grab another donut, putting it in my mouth and holding it there when Palmer switches his club from one hand to the other to push the sleeves of his long-sleeved fitted golf shirt up to his elbows until his muscular forearms are on display, the dough stuffed in my mouth thankfully muffling my whimper. All that talking Palmer was referring to isn't just about the fake lessons I've been making him give me to prove he can be a decent golf pro, but all about the stupid Bradley questions he's been asking in between each shot that I've been ignoring. Not only have I inhaled a donut every time I've gotten distracted by inappropriate thoughts of Palmer, starting with looking up from the cooler in his arms when he made that comment about liking things dirty, and I realized how close our faces were, and I got preoccupied staring at his mouth. But I've been ignoring his Bradley questions by shoveling mapley dough and bacon straight from the heavens into my mouth as well. Every time he asks me about Bradley, he calls him Backpack Brad, and he assumes I'm ignoring him and have so far inhaled 5 donuts because I always hated that nickname, and not because I don't want to have to tell him the truth and look like a total loser. The fact that he hasn't heard the summer suite gossip by now is a freaking miracle. When you're secretly in love with your best friend for half your life and he drops you and walks away, then suddenly shows up out of the blue after 2 years, it doesn't matter if you aren't in love with him anymore and you refuse to ever have those feelings about him again. You still want to show him that you have fucking thrived since he walked away. Screw you, buddy. Look how awesome my life is without you. Even though I don't want you now and you never wanted me. How do you like me now? Mic drop. I can't believe Backpack Brad has never brought you dolphin donuts, especially with his hands being free at all times. Palmer says, lining up to take another putt. Goodbye, donut number 6. Palmer sinks another 10-foot putt, turning around to face me and lean on his putter while I chew aggressively. You know, since he never has to pick up a drink, the lucky bastard. He took like 2 pictures with that backpack when he went hiking in Utah. Will you give it a rest? I mutter around a mouthful of donut, finishing it off in record time. Because what in the hell am I even doing defending that douchebag just because I don't want Palmer to think I'm a loser? Pretty sure that is the exact definition of loser, for fuck's sake. Also, Bradley took like 17 pictures with that ridiculous backpack and tube in his mouth. I'm walking around, pretending like I'm not about ready to come out of my skin every time Palmer looks at me. Pretending like I don't want to scream every second we spend not talking about what we should be talking about. And it's my own fault, because I keep running away from him. And now I'm stuck with him at work, where I absolutely cannot lose my shit like I want to. And he's walking around doing the same thing, thinking a bag of donuts is going to magically make everything better and make me more agreeable. Ah, finally some words other than ordering me around through a mouthful of dough, Palmer muses, his dimples on full display. That last delicious bite I took suddenly gets lodged in my throat, and it takes me a few tries to swallow it down when Palmer steps closer until we're just a foot apart. I've managed to keep my distance from him over the last hour. This is way too close. But my feet suddenly feel like they're frozen in the grass and I can't move away. Look, just because you bring me a bag of pillowy goodness that are made from unicorn wings and angel kisses doesn't mean I want to stand around and chit-chat with you. Palmer chuckles, and the old familiar sound floats over me like a warm breeze, pissing me off instead of heating me up like usual. Pulling the strap of the cooler off my arm, I chuck the bag a few feet away before I'm tempted to just stick my head inside the thing and finish the rest of them off. This isn't funny, I shout, the smile immediately dropping from his face when I quickly look around and notice a few golfers standing not that far away, stretching before they get started, and I lower my voice. All of a sudden, you're just here. And I'm supposed to act like it's okay and do my job and talk about bullshit just because you brought donuts? This is hard for me, okay? Don't you dare cry, Bertie Bennett. Suck it up. You don't think this is hard on me, too? He fires back quietly, tossing his putter to the side and still standing so close. So close I could just wrap my arms around him and feel his heat and smell his skin. Oh, God. I take a step back, but he just follows me, not letting me put any distance between us, and it's killing me. But so is walking around this damn course, working side by side with him and trying to keep it together and be professional, when I just want to scream at the top of my lungs and ask him why. It wasn't so hard for you to walk away and stay away, now was it? I whisper angrily, feeling like I'm going to choke to death, swallowing back the tears. It wasn't easy, Bertie. It was far from fucking easy. He growls, a muscle ticking in his smooth, muscular jaw, his face suddenly closer to mine, until I can smell his minty fresh breath from the gum he obsessively chews when he golfs. And all I can think about is his tongue in my mouth. Now is not the time to get turned on. You're mad and hurt, remember? His frustration disappears just as quickly as it came, his features softening and his tense shoulders dropping. I know it looks like I'm being all flippant, and like I don't care. But I'm trying to hold it together here too, okay? I already humiliated myself in front of the entire world. I don't really want to do it here, in my safe place, with my safe person. Oh, that's even dirtier than the damn donuts. Jerking his hat off his head, he runs a hand through the thick chocolate locks he keeps long enough to brush to the side, keeping his hat off so his face isn't partially shaded and I can see his eyes. They look so serious and sad, and he looks like he has a million things to say to me. I just want to smack my hands against his chest and tell him to say them already. But I can hear people talking and golf carts puttering around, and I know the course is filling up fast all around us. I'm an idiot for thinking I could stop avoiding him, come to work today, push everything aside, and just do my job until I was ready to have a serious discussion with him. I know we have a lot to talk about, and we can't do that here. And we don't have the time before my first lesson is scheduled. Palmer finally speaks again, taking a quick look around. I can at least quickly clear up one thing so we can finish this day of work without me losing an appendage. So, you know that whole stalker thing? Funny story. He trails off, and for the first time in my life, I really want to know what it feels like to break someone's nose. Okay, not so funny after all, it turns out. He continues quickly when he sees the rage in my eyes and probably how I started reaching for the putter he tossed to the ground. Long story short, my dad hired a publicist who was a little skanky and a lot jealous, even though I wanted nothing to do with her. You got caught up in that, because she thought you were just a regular fan, and she sent about 50 of those exact same messages to other female fans. My dad sent explanations and apologies to all of them, but since he's an asshole and didn't like how distracted he thought I was when I came here, he never sent you one. I had absolutely no idea until this morning. I swear to God, you can even ask Bodhi. Some of my anger deflates, and as ridiculous as it sounds, I believe what he's telling me. Not just because I can see the honesty in his eyes, but because clearly I'm going to ask Bodhi about this the first chance I get, and Palmer knows it. I'm no dummy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that, Birdie. I can't even imagine how pissed and hurt you must have been. He tells me softly, and there I go, right back to being mad again. Good to know you're only sorry about that. I reply sarcastically like a total bitch and not even caring. Birdie, please. He begs, his voice wavering, his cockiness disappearing in an instant, taking some of my hurt with it, along with the breath from my lungs. Suddenly, I'm thrown back in time, and he's that sweet, adorable teenager standing in front of me with a lock of dark hair falling down into his eyes, begging me to be serious, even through his laughter while I try to distract him during training. He's that heartbreakingly quiet and shy boy who eagerly sucked up all the love and attention my family showered on him that he never had before. He's the 20-something guy who awoke every sexual fantasy inside me just by grabbing my hand to tug me somewhere, or wrapping his arms around me from behind to show me how to properly make a putt whenever we played together. He's the guy I'd call at 2 a.m. when I got home from Wren's house, after she had a particularly trying night as a single mother and needed a shoulder to cry on. And he'd give me his shoulder from thousands of miles away. He's my best friend, and he's my everything. And he broke me in half and then walked away. But he's here. He's standing in front of me, begging me. And what the hell am I supposed to do? I've never been able to deny him anything. I know you don't owe me a damn thing. But please, just give me some time. He continues, running his hand through his hair nervously again. I promise I will tell you everything. I will explain everything. But please, Bertie, just give me a little more time. Closing my eyes, I take a few deep breaths before opening them again, wondering if I'm making a mistake. There's not a serious, shy teenage boy standing in front of me, or a 20-something man who never swore out loud and would only let his guard down a little if I begged him. But he still makes me just as weak, and I still want to take care of him just as much as I did 15 years ago, no matter what's happened since then. Fine, but the clock is ticking. And you're gonna have to pony up on a shit ton more donuts if you want me to remain agreeable. 1 dozen. That's it? I scoff, ignoring how my heart flutters when his lips twitch and he starts to smile down at me. I step away to retrieve the bag I tossed to the side. Oh, sorry. I forgot you were poor now since no one wants you to play professional golf. Do you need to borrow money? Palmer laughs and shakes his head at me instead of getting annoyed like I hoped. The jerk. Do you need to make sure Backpack Brad doesn't mind your devastatingly good-looking best friend is back? My hand itches with the need to grab another donut, but I resist. 2 pounds in an hour is probably enough for one day. Instead, I laugh uncomfortably, since I have nothing to shove in my mouth. Bradley. Oh, they aren't together anymore. As soon as I hear the cultured southern voice from Palmer's first lesson I scheduled, 2 pounds of donuts make their reappearance in my throat as I watch his head whip away from me. Well, Palmer Campbell, you look even better than you do on television, and even better than I remember from the last time you were home. Miss Abigail smiles as she stands next to us, looking him up and down like he's an expensive jar of caviar in one of her signature colorful breezy caftan dresses, paired with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry. Kelly at Just Teasin' Salon told Mabel at the book attic, who told me that Bradley cheated on her with his secretary and took that home wrecker on Bertie's dream vacation to Hawaii. It was his intern. Jeff, a custodian at the high school, shouts to her as he straps his golf bag to his cart a few feet away. What was an intern? Miss Abigail yells back to him, while I watch Palmer's head bounce back and forth like he's at a tennis match, and his smile gets bigger and bigger, while the donut vomit in my throat gets thicker and thicker. Bradley cheated on Bertie with his intern, not his secretary. Some guy I don't even know who's sitting in Jeff's cart kindly shouts back. Well, excuse me for making an honest mistake. Mabel was quite clear when she said secretary and... Okay, well, this has been fun, but it's time for your lesson, Miss Abigail. I'm sure you'll be in great hands with Mr. Campbell. I interrupt, my face feeling so hot I'm pretty sure it's the same color as Tess's vibrant red hair. When I hear Palmer groan softly from somewhere next to me, because I absolutely refuse to look at his face and see how much fun he's having at my expense, a tiny bit of my mortification goes away. Miss Abigail is somewhere in her 70s. No one actually knows. Her husband owns a fleet of luxury yachts, and she's been taking golf lessons here at SIG every day since the day it opened, yet has learned absolutely nothing but the size and shape of every golf pro's ass. Palmer suddenly lets out a yelp, and I have no choice but to glance over and see Miss Abigail has already tested out the merchandise and deemed it acceptable, judging by her red lipstick-covered smile and Palmer rubbing his ass cheeks soothingly with his hands. Oh, Palmer and I are going to have such a wonderful time, Miss Abigail purrs, the bracelets on her wrists jingling as she slides a hand through the crook of Palmer's elbow and bats her eyelashes up at him. His face resembles the grimace emoji as he looks down at her. And since my work here is done and I need to go lock myself in a closet, shove a towel in my mouth, and scream at the top of my lungs, I quickly turn and hoof it toward the clubhouse. I'm smiling and waving at a few regulars and locals as I make my way up onto the sidewalk, my heart slowing down the farther I get away from Palmer. When all of a sudden, a hand wraps around my upper arm and I'm tugged to a stop. Palmer is suddenly right in my personal space again, standing toe-to-toe with me, the warm, gentle grip he still has on my arm, making it feel like he's touching every part of me and I can't breathe. "Sorry about Backpack Brad," he says softly, his warm, minty breath floating over me. So close, all I'd have to do is push up on my toes and my mouth would be on his. Since I'm busy staring at Palmer's mouth, I see one corner of it tip up and realize what he just said, finally remembering how to breathe and speak. "No, you're not," I reply, the words coming out raspy and weak, because, God, this man makes me feel so weak. Even when I want to strangle him, and even when I don't know what the hell is going on. "You're right." He full-on smirks as he looks down at me, his green eyes sparkling. "I'm really not. I might send him a fruit basket." I sigh heavily, and I want to cross my arms in front of me, but he's too damn close. If I try to cross my arms, they'll brush against his stomach, and I cannot touch any part of this man, or I'll want to touch all of him. It's bad enough his hand is still burning through the flesh of my bicep. Friends, 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 remember, that's all you're going to let this be if you can forgive him for whatever the hell excuse he's going to give you. In time. Friends, the end. "I am sorry about Hawaii, though," he says quietly, seriously, honestly. And I know I need to move away so I can think straight, but I don't budge. We stand inches apart, the golf course bustling around us, but it feels like we're in a bubble, and it's just us, blocking out the world like we always used to when we were together. It's fine. You were right. He did nothing but waste my time, and it turns out I was a lot more devastated about Hawaii than I was about him cheating on me. And I actually keep forgetting about him and that he cheated on me until someone brings it up. Jesus, Bertie, shut up. Why are you telling him all this? And why does he suddenly look so happy? Good to know. Palmer smiles with a slow nod. He gives my arm a gentle squeeze before dropping his hand. And when I almost lunge at him to climb him like a tree, I know I need to wake the hell up and get out of here. Because there's something about that mischievous smile on his face that makes me nervous. Thankfully, Palmer starts walking away first, since I guess my damn feet forgot how to work again. Shoving his hands in the pockets of his shorts, that irritating smirk is still on his face as he starts slowly walking backward away from me. "This is going to be great," he gushes with a big smile. "Now that I know your social life is non-existent, we'll have so much time for activities." He's too far away now to hear my growl, but since the dumbass continued to walk backward, he walked his juicy ass right into Miss Abigail's open, grabby hands. Palmer lets out another yelp and jumps a little, his head whipping back to glare at me when I laugh loudly, reach into the cooler, and grab a donut. I believe that was literally karma biting you in the ass, I tell him, taking a big bite out of the donut while adding a little curtsy. I turn and head into the pro shop to find Tess and call to order an emergency sippin' bitch.
Chapter 10. Palmer. A wedge between us. You don't look as traumatized as I thought you would after fighting off a horny rich woman's advances for the last 2 hours. Bodhi laughs as he helps me pick up all the golf balls littered around the putting green and put them in a bucket. I don't think I'm going to be able to sit down for at least a week, I groan, one of my poor ass cheeks still stinging from the goodbye pinch Miss Abigail gave it a few minutes ago. That woman has a very strong grip. I can't help but laugh through the pain, knowing Bertie just scored herself another point. She knew exactly what she was doing, scheduling me with Miss Abigail and how I'd spend more time swatting her roving hands away than teaching her how to golf. Miss Abigail also took it upon herself to accompany me on the lesson scheduled after her, bribing the tourist who wanted a few tips on getting out of sand traps by handing him a wad of cash so he could treat his wife to dinner. I had to deal with not 1, but 2 hours of ass abuse, where every time I bent over or walked away from Miss Abigail, I started sweating and clenching my cheeks. Feeling a drop of rain on the top of my hand as I grab a ball by the cup and chuck it into the bucket, I literally thank the heavens above that I won't have to spend the rest of the day constantly looking over my shoulder as Miss Abigail bribes lesson after lesson that was scheduled for me. An afternoon summer storm has started to roll in, the dark clouds blanketing miles and miles of sky just off the coast. With the sun now hidden and everything looking dim and gray, along with a strong, cool breeze that has kicked up, the course is pretty much cleared except for a small handful of diehards who will continue golfing until the first lightning strike, when one of the starters at SIG will have to drive a cart out to them on whatever hole they're playing and tell them to get the hell off the course. An empty golf course means an empty clubhouse, which means I can get started on using that time Bertie is giving me to my advantage and head inside to find her before she even thinks of ducking out early to avoid me. It's hard to be traumatized by much of anything when Bertie has agreed to a truce to give me time to come clean with her, I remind Bodhi, having given him a quick rundown of my last interaction with Bertie as soon as he came out here to help me when he saw the storm coming in. Time to show her she can still trust me, and time to show her I'm still me and I'm not going to let her down again, before I drop the bomb. And having Backpack Brad out of the picture certainly does help, Bodhi adds, picking up my putter from the green to point it at me, a slow smile spreading across my face. That was definitely a bonus I wasn't expecting. It was bad enough going the last 2 years, knowing he was doing everything with her I should have been doing if I hadn't been such a pussy. But coming back here with the sole plan of taking another man's woman away from him wasn't exactly something that left me feeling good about myself at night, no matter how much of a tool that man is. It's nice to know I can sleep like a baby on this mission, especially since Bertie let it slip that she's not at all mourning the loss of Backpack Brad and his hands-free lifestyle. Grabbing the putter from Bodhi, I walk it over to my bag propped up right off the practice green and slide it in the hole while he tosses the last of the balls in the bucket. I can't believe you actually left Tess to come out here and help me. You sent me a text right when my lesson started with Miss Abigail that said you were in love, moving to the island forever, and you were giving me your formal notice. Bodhi holds the handle of the full bucket in his hand, letting it dangle down by his side as I grab a few other clubs from the ground that my second lesson used and put them in my bag. That woman is fascinating. I'm not sure if I'm continuing to flirt with her because I'm afraid she'll light my balls on fire if I stop, or if I truly am attracted to her. I think it's a mixture of both, and it's the most fun I've had in years. I laugh as I shove a bag of teas back into one of the zippered compartments. Anyway, I would have loved to continue sitting at the bar, getting hard and fearing for my life at the same time, but I was ordered to leave as soon as Bertie walked in there with a huge smile on her face and one of those donuts you brought in her hands. Nice work, by the way. Bertie even smiled when she told Tess where the donuts came from when Tess asked, instead of immediately vomiting. My hand freezes inside my golf bag, and my head slowly turns to face Bodhi as a few more raindrops smack against my cheek. Exactly how long ago did you leave Birdie, who I made happy and agreeable with donuts, alone with Tess, who hates my guts and cannot be made happy or agreeable with anything other than the souls of her enemies? I asked quietly. I was hoping I'd be able to see Birdie and talk to her again and start building that trust a little more before Tess got involved. Always the devil on Birdie's shoulder. My heart starts to thump nervously in my chest, but knowing Bodhi has only been out here with me for like 10 minutes, there's no way Tess could have completely ruined what I did in that short amount of time, right? Oh, it was ages ago, man. Like right when your first lesson started with that horny woman wearing a muumuu. As soon as Tess saw the donuts, she told me to get the fuck out of the bar. It was hot. I've been sitting out on the deck waiting for you to finish, bored out of my mind. He shrugs. Fucking shrugs. Like he didn't leave a happy Birdie with a belly full of donuts alone for 2 hours with Tess, where anything could have happened. Yanking my hand out of my bag, I quickly grab the strap and fling it over my shoulder as the raindrops start coming down a little more frequently, and I see the black clouds are almost right on top of us. Did either one of them happen to call Birdie's sister? I might be okay if there hasn't been an emergency sippin' bitch called. I did hear Tess say something about Ren, but I didn't catch all of it. I was halfway out the door and onto the deck when I literally ran into that Murphy guy heading into the bar. I forgot how great he is. Bodhi chuckles while my blood runs cold. He told me to piss off and take a shower because I look dirty. I remember from that one time I met him that he's a pretty level-headed guy. I'm sure he'll keep Tess from riling Birdie up. My wide, panicked eyes stare at him from a few feet away, long enough for the rain to start pelting us, water dripping off my hair and into my eyes because I shoved my hat in my bag earlier. Oh shit, Bodhi suddenly mutters, finally realizing what he's done. The bucket of balls slips out of his hands, and they all spill to the green by his feet as we both take off running toward the clubhouse, Bodhi flying right by me since I have to run with my damn bag of clubs smacking and banging into the side of my body as I go. "This is your fault for telling me I couldn't fit 24 donuts in that fucking cooler," I shout to his sprinting form over the howling wind and rain. "We were just going to send someone for you, Putz." Thankfully, I'm pretty soaking wet, and no one would notice if I pissed my pants a little as Tess glares at me from behind the bar, where she's tapping her long, red, talon-like fingernails on top of the wood. Not more than 5 minutes ago, I was thankful for the storm and the empty course. With the rain smacking against the windows and not one customer in the bar, since they've all gone home instead of choosing to wait it out in here, I'm kind of wishing the sun was still shining and there were a few more witnesses to prevent the bloodbath I'm sure is about to happen. I hear a series of cracks and pops and glance over to the end of the bar where Murphy is standing with his legs planted wide and a fist in his hand, cracking his knuckles while he stares me down. The sounds are like gunshots in my ears as he switches fists and does it to the other hand. "It's nice to see you again, Murph," I say with a weak smile and an even weaker voice, cursing myself when I have to clear my throat as my words come out squeaky. "Eat your own shit. Can we get rid of him now?" Murphy sighs and then looks over at Tess. "Did we just walk into an episode of The Sopranos?" Bodhi whispers in my ear from behind me, where we stand right inside the doorway to the bar. With the rain coming down and the clouds darkening the already dimly lit room, since the light fixtures all have green shades on them to create a soft ambiance, along with the flickering of flameless candles in the center of every table, it feels like we just walked into an Italian restaurant in a mobster show, and the soft ambiance suddenly feels ominous. Tess and Murphy are the muscle by the bar, waiting for the word to kick my ass and teach me a lesson for defying the family. Ren is an associate of the mob organization, nervously drinking a Coke at the other end of the bar, scared shitless she might get whacked if she doesn't follow the rules. And right smack in the middle, pacing back and forth in front of the bar, is the boss. The one whose long blonde hair is now down from her ponytail and spilling all around her shoulders, the hairband probably ripped out of it like a woman ripping off her earrings before she fights. I'd like to spend a minute enjoying how goddamn sexy Birdie looks with anger radiating off of her, chin held high and determined, arms swinging and ready for a fight as she paces. But then she stops and stares me down, and I notice the cooler that still had a half-dozen donuts left in it when Birdie curtsied and walked away from me earlier is now empty and overturned on top of the bar behind her. Yep, I'm about to die. Quickly crossing the room, I stop right in front of Birdie, surprised she doesn't immediately move away from me. I also curse myself again when I can smell her skin and realize I probably should have stayed back by the door that leads to the pro shop and tried to talk to her from several feet away to save my sanity. My right hand still tingles from where I wrapped it around the soft, smooth skin of her arm earlier. Just that one little touch, and I had to use every muscle I had to stop myself from wrapping both of my arms completely around her and hauling her against me so I could feel her hot, tight little body pressed up against mine. "What's wrong? What the hell happened since I last saw you?" I ask her quietly, momentarily getting caught up in her ocean blue eyes and long dark lashes as they blink and stare at me like I'm an idiot. "Oh, you mean what happened between the time you put me in a bacon and carb coma until now?" Bertie asks with a sweet smile on her face that definitely looks a little more homicidal than sweet, and I take a step back from her. "Clarity, that's what happened." She closes the distance between us until we're toe-to-toe again, poking her finger into my chest over my sopping wet golf shirt that's clinging to my skin and feels disgusting. Tess lets out a whoop from behind the bar when Bertie yells at me, and Ren smacks a glass of Coke down on the wood top from the other end. "I thought you told Bertie it was up to her how she handled Palmer," Ren questions Tess, who is still dancing and shaking her ass behind the bar. "You specifically told me that you told her she could handle it however she saw fit, and you would just be supportive." Tess stops dancing long enough to smack her hand down on the bar and then point at me. "That was before this dipshit showed up here bribing our girl with donut meth and turning her into an idiot who makes poor choices." "Hey," Bertie complains, turning her anger away from me momentarily to glare at Tess. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did you forget about how you still don't have an apology or an explanation, and he thought 2 pounds of donuts would shut you up long enough for him to pull an excuse out of his ass? May 24, 2018. Bertie's furious eyes zip back to mine. "Fucking May 24, 2018, she growls, her eyes narrowing on me. So that's what she's been mumbling under her breath. For fuck's sake. "Bertie, please," I beg, trying to keep my anger in check, and remember getting pissed off at her is no way to get her to forgive me. "Don't you Bertie please me. Just admit it. You turned into a big, famous douchebag who wanted nothing to do with a little old friend from a tiny bumfuck island, even though you swore that would never happen, until your golf career went to shit and you had nowhere else to go. I don't know why you need time to admit something we all already know." God damn it. "Big ego says what?" Tess quips, holding a hand up to her ear, and I hear Bodhi chuckle behind me, all control I have over my anger slipping out the window to blow away with the storm. Of course she still honestly thinks I stopped being friends with her because I suddenly turned into a giant asshole with dollar signs in my eyes and celebrity friendships taking a front seat to the ones I've had since I was a kid. And why wouldn't she think that? Why would she ever think there was any other reason I lost my shit and took myself out of her life 2 years ago on that exact date? It just proves that filter I always kept in place did its job a little too well, and now I'm in hell. "It's not like that at all, Bertie. Come on," I mutter, shaking my head at her, staring into her eyes and trying to get her to see she should know better. And she should know me better, no matter how long it's been since we've talked. "Can I kick him in the balls now?" Murphy asks in a bored voice as I run my hand through my wet hair to push it back and try not to tear it out by the roots. I always knew this was the chance I'd take by cutting Bertie out with no explanation and with never telling her how I felt. I knew this was the excuse she'd put in her head and run with, and she'd never even consider the possibility of another reason. She'd never sit down and really look at that date and put it all together. "You said you were okay with giving me a little time," I say as quietly as possible, not needing any extra comments from the damn members of the Bennett mob who won't go away. "Yeah, well, it turns out I'm not fucking okay with it." My heart starts beating so fast in my chest I think I might have a heart attack. God damn it, this can't happen now. Not yet, and not in a room full of fucking people. When I asked for more time, I wasn't asking for something ridiculous like a few months. A few days tops would have been nice. I thought I'd at least get more than a few hours. My palms start to sweat, and my soaking wet skin gets a chill in the air-conditioned room. "You've had plenty of time. 2 years to be exact. Fuck your bullshit need for more time. You've had since May 24, 2018. Bertie argues, while I clench and unclench my hands into fists down at my sides and try not to flip a table. She's not the only one who's been pissed off about that date for the last 2 years, and just her saying it again makes my body tense as I squeeze my fists harder and dig my nails deeper into my palms. It's not until Tess has chanted that date 5 times with her fist pumping above her head and my anger simmering right below the surface that something suddenly occurs to me about Birdie's anger over the date. Some of my frustration and rage dissipates just as fast as it came as I relax my shoulders, unclench my fists, and slide my hands into my pockets, and I feel the corner of my mouth tipping up into a smile as I stare down at Birdie. I chuckle softly when I think about how she's been muttering that date under her breath when she's with me, probably to remind herself how mad she still is at me. This is almost better than a Birdie launch hug. Almost? Fuck. I want her in my arms right now, but I need to have a little fun first. I deserve it after 15 years of blue balls. What in the hell is so funny? Birdie demands, her body slanting toward me as it vibrates with fury while she holds her chin up high, and her face is flushed with the force of her anger. It's so damn hot I almost forgot why I'm laughing. Almost. Oh, I just find it amusing you remember May 24th, 2018 as the day I blocked you and stopped talking to you. I smile, rocking back and forth on my feet. Birdie scoffs and rolls her adorably clueless eyes at me. Considering that's the date it happened, I don't really see why you're so amused that I remember it. Cocking my head to the side, I give her a smirk. Well, because it's also the date you made things social media official with backpack douchefuck with a super sweet picture of him kissing your cheek in front of a fountain. It was a waterfall, Bodhi pipes up from behind me. Are you sure? I ask him, glancing back over my shoulder. Oh, definitely. Remember how the sun was shining right on the water spray and that magical rainbow behind them as the water crashed to the rocks? That's right. I snapped my fingers. The trees were so green and lush. It was a beautiful day. Perfect day to make things official, I'd say. Well done, Bodhi claps, both of us turning our heads to look at Birdie, who is an alarming shade of green that almost matches the carpet. Do you need to sit down? Take a minute? I ask, still tamping down my need to laugh as I reach out my hand to Birdie, and she smacks it away. You're lying, she mutters, looking away from me to Tess. Tell me he's lying. Tess is already furiously scrolling through something on her phone, and I continue rocking back and forth on my heels, whistling softly until Tess finds exactly what I know she's looking for. Oh shit, he's not lying, Tess says, looking up from her phone with wide eyes before looking back down at the screen. You posted the picture of the two of you in front of Saffron Falls with the caption, "He asked again, and I finally said yes. We're officially dating," that morning. I continue whistling to myself until Birdie's eyes slowly come back to mine and her mouth is dropped open in shock. I'm not exactly sure if she's put all the pieces together yet, but it doesn't matter. At least I got this shit off my chest and she can stop walking around acting like she's the only one who got hurt that day. Probably why your relationship tanked, huh? I ask with mock sincerity and an understanding nod. Guys don't really like it when you can't remember your anniversary. I hear Wren giggle from her end of the bar and know from the way Birdie gasps her sister is going to pay for that later. You told me you didn't care, Birdie finally says, stumbling over her words since her brain is probably on the verge of exploding. I asked you if you cared if I started dating him, and you said no and that you were okay with it. Wiping the smile from my face, I pull my hands from my pockets and advance on her until Birdie can't back up anymore, and her back is pressed into the edge of the bar. Leaning toward her, I rest both my hands on top of the wood on either side of her, caging her in. Her breath hitches when I hold my face a few inches from hers, trying to slow down my rapidly beating heart and not crash my mouth against hers so I can finally fucking know what she tastes like. You told me you were okay with it, she whispers again, and I die a little inside when she nervously licks her lips, and I'm so close I can see every little taste bud on the tip of her tongue. Closing my eyes, I loosen my stiff elbows and lean closer to her, sliding my nose against her cheek, breathing her in until I get right by her ear. Yeah, well, it turns out I wasn't fucking okay with it. Her breath hitches again when I throw her words back at her. Pushing off the bar, I pull back from Birdie and turn away from all the shocked faces staring at me. Birdie needs time to let what I just said process and hopefully for everything to click inside her head. And I need time to release the painful throbbing in my cock after being that close to her and not kissing her.
Chapter 11. Birdie. Skip the foreplay. I am the worst friend ever. I can't believe what an idiot I was. How did we not see this? Tess sighs dramatically, taking a big sip of her cherry slush while she sits straddling the bench of our purple picnic table. Will you shut up? You aren't an idiot, because you didn't miss any signs or whatever the hell you've been going on about for the last however many hours, I mutter, bringing the straw of my own slush up to my mouth as my arms dangle down from the edge of the top of the purple picnic table, where I'm currently sprawled on my stomach. Whatever happened back at SIG doesn't mean Putz has liked me all these years. That's ridiculous. Oh my God, piss off. My voice gets so high-pitched there at the end, I think I feel my ear starting to bleed. And I take another big gulp of my half-melted blue raspberry slush, hoping it will make my heart stop trying to beat its way out of my chest. I'm back to calling him Putz now, because it puts up another layer of protection between that man and my heart, just like calling him Campbell to his face did from the day I met him. Can you speak up? I don't have my hearing aids in. For shit's sake, Ed, shut up and drink your butterscotch milkshake and mind your business, Tess shouts, pointing her white styrofoam cup with a plastic lid at the older man, sitting at the red picnic table a few rows down from us. Ed decided right around the time Ren started singing Lil Jon's contribution to the song Shots by LMFAO at the top of her lungs that he didn't want to take all night drinking his milkshake in his golf cart in the parking lot. He'd much rather have a front row seat to whatever crazy was happening under the awning on the other side of the dip and twist. That crazy being how we forgot all about our rule to never mix hard liquor with slushies on Sip and Bitch night, because these are trying times, son. These are trying times, son, I shout, my inside thoughts becoming outside thoughts as I watch the cup of blue ice and vodka in my hand swing back and forth down below me. After Palmer walked away from me in the bar and left me to pick up my own brains splattered all over the room when it exploded, we all stood in stunned silence and waited out the storm. When the sun came back out, Murphy left to check on any damage there might be to the course with fallen branches and leaves, while Tess, Ren, and myself piled into Ren's golf cart and hightailed it into town, making a quick stop at the liquor store along the way. The sun has set, the bottle of vodka is damn near gone, and there's nothing left of the storm but a few drops of lingering water that fall from the roof every so often into the puddles on the sidewalk below. And the damage and debris left behind inside of me after what Palmer said before he walked out of SIG. Yeah, well, it turns out I wasn't fucking okay with it. Remembering the feel of his warm breath caressing my ear, his strong jaw pressed against my cheek, and the smell of hot, wet man surrounding me makes my skin break out in goosebumps all over again, just like it did the first time. And it confuses the hell out of me all over again, just like it did the first time, wondering why he got all up in my personal space like that, and ran his nose against my jaw like that, and said what he said like that. All this vodka sloshing around in my brain and the stupid crap coming out of Tess and Ren's mouth isn't helping me make sense of anything either. You aren't a bad friend, I'm not a bad sister, and it's not our fault we didn't see what was right in front of us. Ren says from somewhere. Rolling over on top of the picnic table and sitting up, hugging my slush to my chest and willing my head to stop spinning, I look around and find Wren lying on her back on the cement in the middle of all the picnic tables, staring up at the awning above us. "Good God, woman, you need to get out of the house more," I mutter, shaking my head and taking a loud, slurping sip of my slush. "Get up off the dirty ground, you dirty ass." Wren rolls over onto her stomach with a giggle and pushes herself up, dusting off the back of her shorts as her messy bun flops to the side of her head even messier than before, with brunette strands falling down into her face. She then stumbles over to our table, aggressively shoving Tess aside to make room for her on the bench. Even through all the turmoil and vodka wreaking havoc on me right now, I can't help but smile, laugh, and at least feel good about seeing my older sister have a little fun. She's always been the mother of our small group, even before she became a mother herself, but at least she knew how to unwind every so often. Since her loser of an ex continues to suck the soul and fun right out of her every time he shows up here and her ride-or-die best friend moved away years ago, it's been a long time since I've heard my sister giggle. And I like it. Even if she's giggling because of all the vodka she's inhaled over my misery. As I was saying, Wren continues, sitting up straight at the picnic table and folding her hands on top of it while I crisscross my legs, loudly slurp my slush and stare down at her. "Tess, you aren't a bad friend. And I'm not a bad sister because we didn't see that Palmer has had a thing for Birdie this entire time." I try to scoff at the ridiculousness of what Wren is saying, since I've been hearing it all damn night once we got to the dip and twist. But vodka and ice get caught in my throat, and my fucking heart gets lodged up in there as well. I start coughing so hard Tess has to lean forward to pat me on the back. Yeah, well, it turns out I wasn't fucking okay with it. Palmer's raspy, wounded voice echoes in my head, and I cough even harder while Wren keeps talking through my slow, painful death. We didn't see what was right in front of our faces because we weren't looking at Palmer, Wren explains, unclasping her hands to rest one of them on my bent knee and give me a soft smile. We were looking at Birdie. We were seeing Birdie, the one we adore. We saw her love, and we saw her pain, because she's our person, not Palmer. We were only focused on her. We weren't paying attention to him or what was in his eyes or in his heart. Now that I've switched my focus and I saw the way he looked at her in the bar this afternoon... Wren trails off, her and Tess sharing a knowing look on the bench in front of me that makes me want to scream, especially while I watch my sister and best friends fan themselves. I mean, holy hell, Birdie, Tess says, shaking her head as she stares at me with wide eyes. I almost got pregnant standing behind that bar just from the way he was looking at you. Who's pregnant? Ed shouts from the red picnic table. No one answers him, and I close my eyes and shake my head back and forth, refusing to go down this path again. I spent half my life analyzing every look, every smile, every touch, and every word out of Putz's mouth, picking them apart and trying to find some kind of a sign that he might feel something more for me than friendship. I wasted years pining for my best friend, and I'm not doing that again, no matter what kind of crap Tess and Wren think they saw. It doesn't matter that I finally have an explanation for why he stopped talking to me. And it's just because he never liked Bradley and was annoyed I wasted my time with him. Not because of any kind of stupid feelings Tess and Wren are imagining were there all this time. Just because I can work on forgiving him now for being an idiot and leaving me for 2 years doesn't mean I'm going to take a walk down delusion lane again and think he'd ever want something more than friendship from me. It's also the date you made things social media official with backpack douchefuck. Yeah, well, it turns out I wasn't fucking okay with it. When stupid Putz's stupid voice won't leave my head, I shove my straw back in my mouth and suck up nothing but vodka that has sunk to the bottom of my foam cup to try and erase it from my mind. Birdie and Palmer sitting in a tree. Kiss. Oh, shit. Wren's off-key drunk singing comes to an abrupt end when she falls off the end of the picnic table, since she felt the need to add a full body dance to her stupid song. I knew Tess was lying when she kept coming in to refill the slushies, saying the three of you were just really parched after the storm brought in all this humidity. My mom comes up behind Wren, and I continue sucking vodka wordlessly as Tess laughs, watching Mom slide her hands under Wren's armpits and haul her back up onto her feet. Our mom has picked us up off the floor during numerous sippin' bitches and has it down to a science. She really should be thanking us for all that extra upper body strength. Have a seat, Laura. We were just about to give your daughter some advice on putting Palmer's wedge in her rough. Tess snorts, patting the empty spot on the bench next to her that Wren vacated. Oh my God, Tess! You can't talk about Palmer's wedge like that. Birdie doesn't like it when we bring up his dangly bits. Wren giggles, and I aggressively wrap my lips around my straw and suck again, wondering why in the hell I was so happy about Wren unwinding. Good to see I'm not too late for sip and bitch and dangly bits. Comes from somewhere behind me. Every fucking time. Wren and Tess's drunk asses scream at the top of their lungs when they're startled by Putz's deep voice filled with humor from close by. I slowly turn my head, the straw in my mouth sticking to my suddenly dry bottom lip and coming right up out of my cup as my head moves, to hang there off my lip as I stare at the man standing a few feet away, in the middle of the aisle where Wren had been laying and making cement angels a few minutes ago. He's changed out of all that wet clothing, even the tight, long-sleeved shirt that clung to every single contour and dip and muscle in his chest, arms, and washboard abs that were highlighted through the sopping material that almost made it hard for me to form words when we were back at Sig. And he stood right in front of me, wet, dripping, and muscly. Even though he's standing not far from my table, dry as a bone in a pair of gray cotton athletics shorts and a white t-shirt with a signature gray swoosh across the wide expanse of his chest. Thoughts of what he looked like earlier after coming in from the rain make my breath hitch, along with the fact that he's standing right in front of me when I'm not ready for him to be standing right in front of me. That nervous intake of air makes the damn straw still dangling from my bottom lip suck back up into my mouth and fly to the back of my throat, making me choke and cough until I finally manage to dislodge the plastic tube, where it goes sailing out of me to hit the front of Putz's shirt and flutter to the ground. Putz chuckles, because of course he does, and then bends down to pick up my straw, because of course he does. God forbid he leave any litter on the ground for more than 2 seconds, the hot do-gooder. It's about time you come say hello to me, my mom says to Putz, not even caring about my mortification level right now as she walks around Wren and right past me, spreading her arms wide as she goes. Putz leans over and tosses my straw into the garbage can on the other side of him before scooping my mom up in his strong, muscly arms when she gets to him, making her squeal. And making me suddenly jealous of my own mother and want to kick her legs out from under her when Putz puts her back on her feet. I am never drinking again. Just like my sister, my mom has always had a soft spot for the guy. Since his mom died when he was a baby and his dad sucked balls and never gave him any kind of love or affection. His quiet, lonely, shy personality tugged at her motherly heartstrings from the first moment she met him, when I brought him here for a treat after his first day of training at SIG. He immediately put on an apron and got behind the counter when he saw how busy she was. I clutched my styrofoam cup tightly in my hands as I watched the two of them share a few minutes of whispered words with their heads close together, until I feel my fingers start to squeeze right through the foam, and I quickly set my almost empty cup down on the table next to me. Calm down, Birdie. He's talking to your mother. The two of them finally split apart, but not before my mom gives him a soft, loving pat on the cheek. Walking back over to the picnic table where Ren took her seat next to Tess again at some point, my mom gives each of us a kiss on the top of our heads, pulling her golf cart keys out of her apron pocket as she heads towards the back of the building, lifting her hand with the keys and jingling them in the air above her head in a wave goodbye. Make good choices that do not include drunk dialing me at 3 a.m. We can't make that kind of promise this early in the evening, Laura, Tess shouts after her, the smile on her face dying and her eyes widening when she turns back around and looks over my shoulder. I turn to see what she's looking at, and I'm stunned stupid, because all I see is Putz's chest a few inches from my face, since he's walked right up to the edge of the picnic table and I'm sitting on top of it. His firm, well-built, delicious-smelling chest that is right in front of my face, my eyes taking entirely too long to make their way up to his face. He's smiling down at me, and my heart flutters as I open and close my mouth like a fish with my neck slightly bent while I look at him. I try to find the straw to my damn drink for some much-needed vodka, when I realize I spit that stupid straw to my damn drink at his hot chest just moments ago, and my cup is not even in my hands. Okay, so the vodka is definitely less needed. I quickly clamp my mouth closed and look up higher to see he's not wearing one of his usual golf hats, and I can see his thick brown hair is slightly damp. I know it's not still from the rain earlier when I take a deep breath of soap and a tiny hint of that expensive cologne that makes all kinds of dirty thoughts float through my head, like all that soapy water sliding down his naked body in the shower he must have taken after he left SIG, and him running his palm down his washboard abs and over his happy trail to wrap around his thick, hard... Help me. I'm dying. Is it okay with you ladies if I borrow Bertie for a minute? Putz asks, his eyes never leaving mine, even though he's talking to my sister and Tess. A minute? Tess snorts. Man, I was just starting to like you again, and now you're saying you only need a minute? Run, Bertie, run! Ren and Tess are both snorting and laughing now, but Putz and I ignore them, and he silently nods toward the back of the building where my mom disappeared, and where I heard her golf cart putter to life and zoom away right after. I uncross my legs and slide off the end of the table like I'm in a trance when he turns and starts heading that way, following behind him and ignoring my sister when she laughs herself right off the bench again as soon as I walk by. When we're around the back of the building and out of sight and earshot from Ren and Tess, Putt stops by the locked back door of the Dip and Twist and turns to face me, and I stop a few feet away from him, swaying a little bit when I come to a halt. He starts to jerk toward me with his arms out, but I quickly smack one hand against the brick next to me and hold the other one up in the air to stop him. I don't need him anywhere near me, and I definitely don't need him putting his hands on me. I'm fine, I mutter, taking a few deep breaths before I lower my hand that's keeping him at bay. But I keep one on the building just in case the vodka decides otherwise. 2 sippin' bitches in one day must be rough, Putz muses, sliding his hands into the front pockets of his athletic shorts when he realizes I'm not going to fall. Yeah, well, we only got to bitch at the first one since we were at work, I remind him. We made up for the lack of sipping at this one. Maybe a little too well. There's a small porch light above the back door of the shop in between us. It doesn't give off much light, but it's enough for me to see that Putz hasn't taken his eyes off my face, and one of his sneaker-covered feet is tapping nervously against the concrete. I hear his voice hot against my ear earlier telling me he actually wasn't okay with me dating Bradley, and I have to press my palm harder against the warm bricks before my knees give out, his eyes still locked right on mine. And then I remember that phone call 2 years ago, where I asked him to give me one good reason why I shouldn't be serious about Bradley, and told him to give me the name of any other possible dating prospects, and he said nothing. He gave me his blessing, and then he walked out of my life. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Putz asks, removing one of his hands from his pocket long enough to rub the back of his neck, looking nervous and adorable. But I have to remain strong. I'm not going down that road again, remember? And Tess and Ren were talking out of their drunk asses all night with all that ridiculous nonsense. Booze. Lots and lots of booze. That's pretty much the only thing occupying my brain right now, Putz. Thanks for asking, I reply flippantly. All of a sudden, I'm tripping over my feet as I scramble backward when he closes the distance between us in the blink of an eye, my back bumping into the bricks and Putz's hands smacking into the wall on either side of my head, caging me in like he did earlier in the bar. All of that adorable nervousness gone, and a little of that sexy, pissed-off annoyance from this afternoon coming back. But he's closer this time. Or maybe my drunk brain just wants him to be closer. But either way, I can feel the heat from his strong body as he holds himself over me, his chest brushing against mine with every inhale he takes, my nipples hardening, wishing it was his tongue brushing against them instead. My eyes flutter closed, and my head thumps back against the bricks when he dips his face, and his mouth is right against the shell of my ear. Stop fucking calling me Putz. I thought we were past that now. Hot breath. Small growl. Cue the goosebumps. Clench the thighs and hold on tight to the damn bricks behind you. What in the holy hell is happening right now? What are you doing? I whisper, feeling him nuzzle his nose against that sensitive spot right below my earlobe, making me let out a small whimper and rub my thighs together. Everything is hot and aching. My breasts, my skin. My clit is pulsing, my fingers digging into the bricks where I keep my hands plastered down by my sides, wishing I could grab the back of his head and make his lips, which still hover by my ear, latch onto the side of my neck and slide my fingers between my thighs with the other, gathering all the wetness he's created to rub away the pulsing ache in my clit until I come, screaming his name. Holy shit, he needs to move away. He repeats what he did in the bar earlier, sliding his cheek against mine as he pulls his head back until he's looking down at me again, and I can see a muscle tick in his jaw. What I'm doing is absolutely nothing until you're sober and remember every sweet goddamn second of it. All the air in my lungs leaves me with a whoosh as Palmer immediately pushes off the wall and steps away from me. He takes all that heat and delicious smell right along with him and leaves a whole shit ton of what the fuck and wet panties behind. I can trust you three will not be driving your golf carts home, correct? I want to roll my eyes and tell him we're drunk but not stupid, but all I can do is nod. And if you happened to find yourselves in the middle of Summer Sweet Pond and have no idea where your clothing went, let your mother sleep and call me instead, he adds, starting to walk away. He's a few steps past me when I finally remember how to use my voice. You blocked me, remember? He pauses, looking back at me. Yeah, well now I unblocked you. My flustered, confused, and turned-on body is still completely flattened against the brick wall of the dip and twist, as he turns and heads back over to the picnic table area, where I realize Tess and Ren are still laughing like idiots. When he disappears around the corner, my knees finally give out and I slide down the wall until my butt hits the cement, curling my legs up against my chest and wrapping my arms around them. "Birdie!" Ren shouts, coming around the corner a few minutes later. "Call Mom. I can't find our bikes and we need a ride home."
Chapter 12. Palmer. Put it in the hole. How am I supposed to woo Tess on our date later with a food baby? I regret everything, Bodhi moans, rubbing his stomach. I chuckle, kicking my feet up on the railing in front of us, crossing them at the ankles, and taking a drink of my icy-cold bottled beer. Just because Eddie's has all-you-can-eat crab legs doesn't mean you should actually eat all that you can, I remind him, flipping the brim of my hat around to the back so I can fully enjoy the sun setting out over the ocean. After I finished work today, Bodhi met me at Dockside Eddie's for dinner. Located on one of the permanent resident ends of Summer Sweet Island, Eddie's is surrounded by cottages and not too far from the school, hospital, and other island facilities. It sits right on the boat dock for residents, and even though they won't kick any tourists out if they stumble this far away from town, it's pretty much known as a place just for local residents to relax and unwind far away from strangers. You can't just tempt me with a good time like all-you-can-eat crab legs and expect me not to party, he says, rocking his chair back on two legs. The hot crab dip, ultimate nachos, mussels, clams, oyster po' boy, and fish tacos might have been overkill, though. Dockside Eddie's is one of the best fresh seafood and oyster bars I've ever been to, and I've been in seafood restaurants all over the world. The best thing about it is it's low-key and rustic, with nautical artifacts hung all over the mismatched clapboard walls inside, and a huge covered deck with a few ceiling fans running along the whole backside that looks out over the ocean. The building looks like it's taken the brunt of every hurricane that has ever passed through here, and the entire thing leans a little to the left, but it's relaxed and comfortable. Jimmy Buffett is usually playing softly from the sound system, and it's the best place to unwind at the end of the day and catch up on the local gossip. A few feet away at another table, there's even a man I recognize who works on the ferry, finishing his crab cake dinner with his sad-eyed basset hound sitting by the legs of his chair next to a bowl of water the waitress brought out for the panting dog a few minutes ago. I've been busy bribing Tess the last few days to go on this date with me tonight, and you've been busy getting your ass grabbed by Miss Abigail. I haven't had a chance to ask you how it went when you tracked Bertie down the other night at the ice cream place. I smile against the glass bottle pressed to my lips when I think about how adorably passive-aggressive Bertie is being by scheduling me daily lessons with that grabby-handed woman. My smile falls as I bring the beer away from my mouth to answer Bodhi's question. It didn't. I sigh, watching a local tie his boat up to the dock, help his wife out of the vessel, and the two walk hand in hand up the ramp to the door to the bar. I found her at the dip and twist, but she was drinking vodka slushies like they were water and clearly wasn't processing things yet. Couldn't have much of a conversation with her at that point. When I walked away from Bertie after blowing her mind 2 days ago at Sig, I went back to my cottage and took a shower to cool off, then felt like an asshole for walking away from her like that. I couldn't handle pacing in my cottage all night until I could see her at work the next day. I just wanted to know if she fully understood why I ended our friendship 2 years ago and wasn't still making up dumb shit in her head. I don't want to rush her. It's bad enough I know I scared the hell out of her by being all aggressive and backing her up into the brick wall. As soon as she called me putz, I lost my mind. And then I lost it again when I just had to get closer to her, brush up against her hot body, and run my nose along her jaw, forcing my tongue not to dart out and taste her by clenching my teeth together so hard they almost cracked. Pretty sure I freaked her out by getting all up on her again, I mutter, annoyed with myself that I just couldn't keep my distance like a fully developed human and acted like a caveman. Oh, I don't think I saw any freaking out happening when you backed her into the bar and smelled her like a drug-sniffing canine. Bodhi laughs, letting out a loud belch and then a contented sigh while he rubs his seafood belly. She got the lady shivers. I saw it. You're a sexy beast. I'd get the lady shivers if you nuzzled me too. Come here and let's try it out. I smack Bodhi away with a laugh when he leans over the arm of his chair to try to tug me closer to him. And then I choke a little on my laugh when I remember the way Bertie shivered and made a tiny little whimpering sound behind the dip and twist when I ran my nose against that soft little spot of skin right under her ear. Because you scared the holy hell out of her, you idiot. At least she hasn't been running away from me at work the last few days. I shrug, finishing off my beer and exchanging it for a new bottle from the tin bucket that used to be filled with ice and 6 beers, and is now filled with cold water and a lot less beer. Bertie has been busier than ever at the golf course, getting ready for a huge annual 3-day golf outing the Board of Education puts on for all the Summer Sweet Island teachers and anyone who works for the school and their families. All the employees at SIG have been busier than ever, getting ready for this event to make it as special as possible to thank the teachers and school employees for all the hard work they put in all throughout the previous year and to get them pumped for the upcoming year. Since Bertie's promotion will require her to handle the planning, organizing, promoting, and marketing of this event going forward, Greg is letting her take the reins this year as another way to prove herself. It's been amazing to watch her the last few days, even if it's meant we've barely had any time together. I've seen it from a distance how much she's been busting her ass while I gave my lessons and found new ways to avoid Miss Abigail, and we've had a few work-related discussions when she's had to ask for my help setting something up when I've been in between clients and waiting around in the bar. When I think about how Bertie jumps every time she hears my voice and always takes a step back from me as I move in closer just to talk to her, I curse myself again for being so fucking assertive with her twice. It's like as soon as I admitted I lied about not caring if she dated douche dick, and it's the reason why I pushed her away, someone opened up the floodgates and there's no stopping everything I feel about her and everything I want to do to her from pouring out of me. Bertie! Almost as if everyone at Dockside Eddie's has been watching a live feed of my brain on the TV inside instead of a baseball game, the patrons in by the bar all shout the woman's name, starring in every thought in my head. Bodhi and I turn in our chairs, and since there aren't any walls on the part of the building where the deck is attached, we can see inside and everything happening. And what's currently happening is a gorgeous blonde walking through Dockside Eddie's, turning heads and being greeted like she's Norm on that old show Cheers my dad used to watch reruns of. Oh, did I forget to mention my date with Tess is starting here, and my bribery also included getting her to bring your girl with her tonight? Bodhi prompts from next to me. Just wanted to remind you I'm on your side, but you still have to work for it a little. What in the hell did you bribe Tess with for that? I don't even bother turning to look at him, and he just replies with a laugh that should probably make me nervous. I just barely noticed Tess and Ren walking through Dockside Eddie's as well. My eyes are glued to Bertie, and my legs and feet suddenly have a mind of their own, slowly lifting me from my chair until I'm standing so I can get a better view. Her blonde hair is hanging soft and wavy and loose all around her shoulders, and I watch her swipe a long lock out of her eyes and tuck it behind her ear before hugging an older woman who gets up from a table to greet her. I've watched Birdie's skin get a little more golden in the hot sun the last few days working outside, and with the white off-the-shoulder one-piece shorts thing she's wearing that I think women call a romper, she's got a whole hell of a lot of sun-kissed skin showing and looks like a beach goddess. She's stunning, and she takes my breath away, and it's getting harder and harder to give her time to process things even though it's only been a few days. I want to charge across the deck and up inside the bar, and I want to kiss the hell out of her so she'll stop processing and start understanding. I've been keeping things cool and casual and light and easy at work so she doesn't freak out, but maybe I'm the one who's freaking out. I spent the last 2 years shutting these feelings down and forgetting what an incredible human being she is so I could try to move on with my life and not miss her every second of every goddamn day. I thought I would come back here and slowly get to know her again and let those feelings build. But as I watch her walk through the bar, stopping to chat with everyone, even pausing to help the waitress out and clear a table, I should have known I'd never stand a chance coming back here and not falling fast. Why did I ever think she'd change and become someone else I'd have to get to know or fall for all over again? Birdie has always been a hard worker, even when I first met her and she was a 15-year-old caddy who could barely lift a bag of golf clubs but insisted she could do everything a boy could do and better. And she did. Every damn day she earned more tips than her male counterparts, and it wasn't just because she was young and hot and creepy, dirty old men liked to stare at her. She worked twice as hard as everyone else, always offering to help in other departments, doing extra work, and learning different jobs on the course during her breaks without getting paid, just because she didn't like not knowing how something worked. It drove her insane if someone asked her a question at SIG and she didn't know the answer. I watch Birdie get pulled in 100 different directions as she walks through dockside eddies, her smile never faltering and the greetings of hugs never stopping, even though she's trying to relax and sit down after a long day of work, just like everyone else. I think about how she does the same at SIG, always getting pulled away from something she's doing, and how she never complains or says no to anyone. She helps wherever she's needed, and she gives whatever is asked of her, even if it takes everything out of her. Even with how busy she's been at SIG, I've also watched her take a pile of work with her and rush out of the clubhouse to take her nephew Owen to the mainland for a baseball game or to the other side of the island for practice when Ren has been too busy at the ice cream shop. Something Birdie has done 100 times over the years and will probably continue to do, always putting her family first and always doing whatever she can to make her single mom sister's life easier. Because that's who Birdie Bennett is, and that's why I fell in love with her when I was a 15-year-old kid who didn't know his ass from his elbow. She always took care of me. She always made sure I knew her friends were my friends and her family was my family, and she went out of her way to make sure I never felt 1 second of loneliness when I was on Summer Sweet Island. She even managed to do it from hundreds and thousands of miles away, over phone calls and texts and video chats, checking to make sure I was okay and that I knew I had a home and people who cared about me no matter how far away I was. Even now. Even when she's scared and confused and still trying to forgive me for the hurt I caused her by ending our friendship, and even with how busy and hectic her life is, she's still helping me. She's still taking care of me. A golf cart showed up at my cottage the morning after the drunk dip and twist incident, with the keys and an envelope under the visor, and I know that was Birdie's doing. But it wasn't just any golf cart. It was my baby. My obnoxious, souped-up golf cart and the first big purchase I made with the first big purse I won. My dad was so annoyed because he wanted me to spend my money on something he thought I should, like a boat or a car. No, thank you. I wanted a black golf cart with bright blue flames painted all over it, a tricked-out sound system that got Birdie and me in trouble more than once for blasting Dr. Dre through town, 23-inch tires with 15-inch spinning rims, black and blue leather racing seats, and multicolored LED lights running all under the cart roof and along the undercarriage that would glow against the asphalt as we raced around the island. I fell to my knees and wept when I saw her in my cottage driveway, thankful that Birdie didn't key the shit out of it, smash the headlights in with a 9-iron, or let Tess light it on fire since I've been gone. Baby Blue was just as beautiful as I left her, had a full tank of gas, and even looked like she just had a recent wash and polish. I've been letting Bodhi drive me around or borrowing his cart when he's not using it because I kept forgetting to go down to the storage building next to the car rental by the ferry dock and sign it out. Something I never remembered or had time to do when I got to Summer Sweet Island, and something Birdie always took care of for me because she knew I'd forget. She's been answering all of my emails, and she's been sending out apology letters to all my endorsements on my behalf, and I know I could say she's just doing it because it's her job, but everyone knows that's not true. Even Birdie. Greg knows damn well she has already earned that promotion, and there's not one other person with her qualifications or her kind of dedication to Sig who could do it better. He just doesn't want to try to find someone to replace Birdie because he also knows he'll never find anyone better than her to run the clubhouse. She's helping me because she wants to, because she can never say no even to me, because that's the kind of person she is. All three women finally make it out to our table on the deck, everyone greeting each other all at once, while Bodhi pulls up a few more chairs from an empty table. I continue standing here forgetting how to use words, just nodding hello like an idiot, my eyes still glued to Birdie, who won't even look at me because she's probably afraid I'll back her up against the deck railing and try to sniff her again. Good God, we need more beer. You smell wonderful. Is that new perfume? Bodhi asks Tess, leaning over the top of her bright red head of hair as he pulls her chair out for her. That's the smell of victory. She smiles up at him. That's the smell of bribery and smoke, Wren mutters under her breath from right next to me, pulling out a chair and sitting down as I finally take my eyes off a nervous and fidgeting Birdie to glare at Bodhi. That lucky golf hat went up in flames super fast, very anticlimactic, but still worth every piece of ash that got stuck to my shirt and in my hair, Tess states, leaning forward in her chair to grab one of the two remaining bottles of beer out of the bucket and pop off the lid. What? Bodhi chuckles at me, taking a seat on the other side of Tess until Birdie and I are the only ones left standing around the table. Did you honestly think something like money would work with her? I had to think outside the box. Or inside that duffel bag you still haven't unpacked in the hall closet of your cottage. Birdie laughs softly from the other side of the table, finally meeting my eyes. She's standing right against the railing and right in front of the tiny sliver of sun just disappearing below the ocean's surface, far out in the distance behind her. She's surrounded by a soft glow of orange, and with her halo of blonde hair and the short, white, flowy romper thing, she looks like an angel. An angel I want to defile 1,000 different ways. Wow, I am going right to hell. The corner of her soft pink lips is tipped up in a barely-there smile as she continues to hold my eyes from where she's standing. I see her wipe her hands down the side of her outfit and bite her bottom lip, and I hate that I'm still making her nervous. I don't want her to be afraid of me. I want her to know I'm still the same person. I'm still the same best friend she can trust and rely on and talk to and have fun with and relax with, who's just kind of always been in love with her. It's totally fine. We can be chill. It doesn't have to be awkward. I ate 3 pounds of mussels tonight. I'm going to be shitting myself for a week. Everyone at the table looks up at me, and Birdie's eyebrows rise just a little. Awkward party of one. Your table is now available. Well, I was starving, but hey, thanks for bringing up your bowels. Birdie breaks the silence a few seconds later by giving me a sarcastic smile and a thumbs up before pulling her chair out and finally sitting down. I can't help but laugh right along with everyone else as I do the same, thankful at least that she doesn't look like she wants to jump out of her skin being right across the table from me, and we can joke around like we used to. Since I've ruined your appetite, can I interest you in some alcohol to also ruin your liver? I ask, pulling the last bottle of beer out of the bucket of water and letting it drip out on the table as I hand it toward Birdie, our waitress magically coming back with a brand new bucket filled with ice and 6 bottles. Bodhi leans forward and takes it from my hand when Birdie winces and shakes her head back and forth. Alcohol and I are on a break right now. Laura made us clean up the multicolored slush vomit we left in the parking lot at the last sippin' bitch. I don't know how I'm even drinking again right now, Tess complains, scrunching up her nose as she looks at her beer, then shrugging and taking a big sip. Birdie's eyes meet mine over the bucket in the middle of the table while Wren asks the waitress for a Coke, and I wonder if she even remembers what happened behind the dip and twist. I watch her tongue dart out to lick her lips, and when I swear her eyes flicker down to my mouth when I do the same after taking a drink of my beer and my dick starts to get hard, I realize maybe I've had too much to drink since I'm now imagining things. I put the bottle down on the table. Grabbing the waitress's attention before she walks away, I quickly order Bertie's favorite non-alcoholic drink, none other than an Arnold Palmer, of course, part iced tea and part lemonade, both of which Dockside Eddie's makes homemade. The soft, sweet smile on Bertie's face as she looks at me when I do something as simple as remember her favorite drink would have made my knees give out if my ass wasn't already planted in a chair. I want her to keep looking at me like that. I want her to keep being comfortable with me, and I want her to remember all of the thousands of other nights we've sat right out here in this very spot, enjoying the view, talking, and just being us. I need her to remember that no matter how much I might scare her with what I'm feeling for her, we're still us. Bodhi suddenly claps his hands, breaking the hold Bertie's eyes have on me as we all look at him. All right, who wants to hear about the time Uncle Bodhi worked as a gravedigger in El Paso and got a coworker so high on mushrooms that we accidentally buried him alive a little? Chapter 13. Palmer. Talk Bertie to me. My God, man, you suck at this game. Bertie laughs, the musical sound easing the pain of her heckling as my beanbag flies right past the wooden cornhole board and lands on the other side in the sand with a plop. I can get a 1.6-inch diameter ball into a 4.25-inch diameter hole from over 150 yards away in one shot by hitting it with a tiny piece of titanium. You and your stupid cornhole can eat shit, I mutter, trying not to laugh right along with Bertie as the two of us walk side by side through the sand to retrieve our bags. My yellow ones are strewn all over the place in the sand, and all 4 of Bertie's red ones are inside the damn hole in the middle of the rectangular wooden board with a 10-degree slope with Dockside Eddie's yellow and red logo painted on it, sitting in the sand. You've only gotten a hole-in-one once in like 10 years. I do believe I've gotten many things in my hole just in the last 10 minutes. Bertie's feet come to a stop in the sand as soon as the words are out of her mouth, and I bark out a laugh. Even though the sun went down hours ago, Eddie's has a few lights strapped to the deck railings, along with the old-fashioned big bulb Edison lights hung all under the deck ceiling that let me see plenty down here in the sand not too far from the crashing waves, including an adorable blush covering Bertie's cheeks. Don't you dare, she warns me, holding her finger up between us to point it at me. I wrap my hand around her finger and tug it down until I'm swinging our hands between us, holding on to just that finger. If I touch any other part of her right now, I'm afraid I might throw her down on the sand and crawl between her smooth thighs that I've been tortured with all night as we've walked back and forth between one cornhole board and the other, spaced about 27 feet apart in the sand. I wouldn't dare think of making a joke about how big your hole is with all those things stuffed in it. I smirk, Bertie groaning and yanking her finger out of my hold. And then it's my turn to groan as I adjust my painfully hard cock in my shorts for the 100th time in the last few hours when Bertie stomps away in her bare feet through the sand and bends over to retrieve her beanbags from inside the cornhole board. The already too short romper rides up even higher until I can see a tiny sliver and curve of bare ass cheek. Fuck. Stop staring at her like a piece of juicy steak you want to take a bite out of and remember what you're supposed to be doing here tonight. Hanging out and getting her to be comfortable with you again, you horny dipshit. While Bertie and the girls ate dinner, Bodhi regaled everyone with ridiculous story after ridiculous story of his adventures, all of us laughing and interjecting every so often with stories of our own and just having a fun, laid-back time. Wren excused herself right after dinner to pick up Owen from baseball practice, and Tess and Bodhi challenged Bertie and me to a cornhole game. After we lost the first 2 games epically because I couldn't get my bag in the hole to save my life and kept knocking Tess and Bodhi's bags in to give them more points, Bertie refused to be my partner anymore, throwing her bags down in the sand and crossing her arms in a huff because she is the worst sore loser in the world. Tess and Bodhi disappeared somewhere to continue their date after that, and shockingly, Bertie stayed behind, alone with me. I'm not 100% sure if she did it because she wanted to spend more time with me or because she just wanted a chance to kick my ass over and over again in the last 10 games we've played. At least she's not avoiding me or jumping every time I talk, so I'll let her humiliate me all night long if that's what it takes. Here's your loser bags, Bertie snorts. My fingers graze against hers when I take my 4 yellow bags out of her hands, paying close attention to that lady shiver Bodhi stupidly mentioned earlier in the evening. Turns out it wasn't so stupid after all. Every time we've handed the bags back and forth, every time I've nudged her hip out of the way so I can toss my bag, every time our shoulders have brushed together as we've walked between the boards, I've watched her body shudder just the tiniest bit. It's been fascinating and confusing all at the same time, and it's just annoyed me even more that I've been here this long and I still haven't earned a birdie launch hug, gotten to wrap my arms completely around her body and feel her against me. You've proven your point. You're still the master of this dumb game, and I still hate it, I tell Birdie as she gets into position next to the board, facing the one we just vacated. Now you know how every single person feels when they play golf with you, Birdie says, swinging her arm behind her and then bringing it right back forward, the red beanbag in her hand sailing out and up in a perfect arc before smacking down in the middle of the board, teetering right on the edge of the hole. Oh, come on, I complain, throwing my hands up in the air with my beanbags clutched tightly in them. You know I'm just going to knock your stupid bag in before mine sails off the end of the board and into the sand. Just take the 3 points. She just laughs at my misery, shaking her head at me and pointing down the beach to the fucking wooden torture device taunting me in the distance. I should have bet you money and made this really worth my while. Oh wait, you're poor because no one will let you play fancy big boy golf anymore. Birdie giggles, making me roll my eyes through my laughter as I move to stand right next to her, take a deep breath, and really focus on my shot. You only have 1 lesson scheduled tomorrow, and don't worry, Miss Abigail is going to the mainland to shop, so your sensitive little tushy will get a break, and I'll need your help with the closest to the pin competition in the afternoon. Do you think we should get balloons? I think we should get balloons. Balloons are so festive and fun. And maybe I'll even pull out a box of those confetti poppers we use on New Year's. What do you think? I chuckle as Birdie rambles on and on right by my ear, trying to break my concentration. Are you forgetting who my caddy is? I ask her, my eyes zeroing in on the hole on the other board and how this should be a piece of cake. You can talk all you want and it doesn't bother me. Bodhi never shuts up when I'm training, and it's actually helped me block out all the annoying little noises, like fans whispering, camera shutters clicking, and people talking about balloons. When I chuck the bag into the air, feel good about it, and think it might just land on the board and stay there, it slides right up the wood, smacking into Birdie's and knocking hers in the hole before sliding off the end just like I knew it would. Gotcha, so you just really suck at this. I can't even be annoyed by Birdie's exuberance, because watching her cheer and dance all around me in the sand while she taunts me is just so damn funny and so perfectly Birdie. Playing this game with her out on the beach under the clear, dark sky with hundreds of stars above and the waves crashing to shore, joking and talking just like old times, has made this one of the best nights of my life in a long time, even if my dick has been trying to hulk its way out of my shorts all night. It's also something I didn't even realize I desperately needed. I've been high-strung about what I did to my career. I've been on edge about what happened with my dad, and I've been going insane trying to figure out how to fix things between me and Birdie when we just needed this. Just the two of us alone without any outside influences or blame about the past or friends with opinions. And I needed this. A night without having to worry about anything but enjoying the company of the woman standing next to me that I've missed so goddamn much. It's getting late. I should probably head home and stop embarrassing you, Birdie says, tossing her beanbag without really paying attention to where it's going, since she's calling the game and turning toward me, and the damn thing still sinks right down into the hole. Shaking my head at her, I shove my hands into the pockets of my black athletic shorts, since there's suddenly an awkward silence between us, and I want to fill it by sliding my hands around her waist and hauling her against me. What time do you have to be at SIG tomorrow? I ask, just to stall for time, because I know damn well when she has to be there. The usual, 6 a.m., she says as I pull my left hand out of my pocket long enough to glance down at my watch and realize it's almost midnight. Shit, I mutter. I shouldn't have kept you this long. I'll meet you there tomorrow and help out. She's quiet for a minute, and right when I think she's going to laugh at me and say thanks but no thanks, she smiles and nods. That would be nice. And you didn't keep me. It was quite pleasant kicking your ass for hours and hours, game after game, where you just sucked so badly it was almost painful to watch, and now the entire island knows you can't find the hole, she quips, paying me back for that hole comment I made a little bit ago. Okay, that's pushing it, I grumble. I said what I said. She shrugs in complete seriousness, making it impossible for me to hold back a smile of amusement as she scoops up her flip-flops from where she tossed them in the sand a while ago and starts walking backward away from me. My long-term rental is a few cottages down back behind me, and Birdie has about a 15-minute walk through the sand in the opposite direction to her place. I'd ask to walk her home to make sure she gets there safely, but I've been punched in the arm enough times over the years when I've asked that question that I don't even bother. I'll just sneak up into the cottage yards when she's far enough away and follow at a safe distance off the beach so she doesn't see me, like I've done for 15 years. "You better bring donuts tomorrow morning," Birdie warns me, raising her voice as I start walking backward in the sand, giving her the illusion I'm going home as well. "Wouldn't dream of showing up empty-handed," I shout, continuing to back away and waiting to turn around until she does with a final wave goodbye to me. My heart sinks right down into my feet as they trudge through the sand to walk a little way before I can feel like it's safe enough to turn around and sneak up into her yard to follow her, and my arms feeling empty as hell that another day has gone by without feeling Birdie in them. The last 2 years of going without her suddenly feel like 2 million years. "Campbell!" My feet jerk to a stop in the sand, and I pull my hands out of my pockets as I turn around when I hear Birdie shout my name. She's made it about 20 yards away from me down the shore, but I can still make her out in the darkness with a few of the beach lights in front of the cottages. It feels like it happens in slow motion, and everything else around us halts. The waves stop crashing to the shore, seagulls stop squawking as they fly overhead, the ocean breeze stops rustling my t-shirt, and my heart stops beating as I watch Birdie start slowly walking back in my direction, her feet sluggishly dragging through the sand, and her flip-flops dropping from her hand as she moves. And then she's walking faster, and then she's jogging, and then she's full-on sprinting, and time speeds back up. The waves start crashing, the wind blows Birdie's hair out behind her, my heart starts thundering rapidly in my chest, and I have just enough time to plant my feet into the sand and brace myself before she's flying into my arms and her legs are wrapping around my waist. I hear a sob come out of her when she drapes herself around me like an octopus, my arms immediately going right where they belong, binding securely around her body and holding her as tightly to me as possible. Her long legs squeeze tightly around my waist and lock together at the ankles against my lower back, and my hat falls off my head as Birdie's arms cling to my shoulders, her hands clutching onto whatever short strands of hair on top of my head she can grab as she holds my face against the side of hers. Not 1 millimeter of space separates us as I hold on to her for dear life, feeling the rapid beat of her heart against my own, with our chests mashed together. "I missed you so fucking much." My words are low and gravelly, muttered against her cheek and filled with emotion I didn't expect to come bursting out of me as soon as I had her in my arms again. Keeping one arm secure around her waist, I slide my other arm up her spine and grab a fistful of her hair in my other hand, keeping the wind-blown strands out of the way as I bury my face into the side of her neck and breathe in the smell of home. I close my eyes, memorizing the feel of every inch of her body plastered to mine and wrapped around me, her arms and her thighs squeezing me tighter as I rock us from side to side in the sand. "You've got to stop staying away so long, Campbell," Birdie whispers quietly, saying the words she always whispered in my ear when I got back to Summer Suite and got my Birdie launch hug, those words almost making me want to weep like a fucking baby when I hear them come out of her mouth. All of a sudden, Birdie loosens her legs and arms from around me, and I have no choice but to do the same as she slowly and tortuously slides down the front of my body, one of my arms still tight around her and the other still clutching her hair back at the nape of her neck until her feet are back in the sand. Her hands are resting on my chest as she looks up at me. Our bodies are still pressed tightly together from the front of our thighs to our stomachs, and if I don't move the hell away in about 2 seconds, Birdie is going to find out exactly how well I can find the hole. A stray lock of her hair comes out of my grip and flutters across her face, and she takes a step back from me, my arms falling limply down by my sides while she reaches one hand up to hold her own hair back from her face before turning and quickly walking away. If I didn't still feel the weight of her body in my arms and pressed against me, and the smell of her skin wasn't still clinging to me, I'd almost think I imagined what just happened. It happened so fast. My heart starts slowing down the farther Birdie gets from me, and I watch her quickly scoop up her discarded flip-flops on her way back by them without stopping as I get ready to start slowly walking up toward the cottage yards to follow her. "Almost thought you were going to go another 15 years acting like a sissy with that girl." I jump a little when I hear Murphy's voice, not at all surprised he snuck up on me when I was busy staring at Birdie's ass, and now he's standing right next to me in the sand, watching Birdie get smaller and smaller down the beach. He smacks something against my chest, and I look down and realize it's my hat that fell off when Birdie flew into my arms. "Where the hell did you come from?" I ask, taking the hat from him, shaking the sand off, and then putting it on my head. "I stopped in to get a late dinner, and Ed and I got busy talking at the bar while he was shutting down. Didn't realize how late it was, since you know how he is, and he was waiting around to make sure Bertie got home okay before it closed," Murphy replies, still looking off down the beach at her retreating form. Ed Walton, or Eddie, the owner of Dockside Eddie's, started going up to the Dip and Twist to get himself a milkshake every single night after Bertie and Wren's dad flew the coop, because he didn't like a single woman closing up a business alone at night when she had 2 little girls to go home to, and there were so many strange tourists lurking around. Ed would sit there out in the parking lot taking all night to drink his butterscotch milkshake until Laura finished up, turned off the lights, and flipped over the closed sign. Under normal circumstances, I'd say it was a crush, but Ed has been happily married to his high school sweetheart for 40 years, and Karen would smother him in his sleep if he missed a nightly milkshake run and something happened to Laura Bennett. That's just the way Summer Sweet Island is. Everyone looks out for each other. At this point, I think Ed goes up to the Dip and Twist every night more for his own amusement than for anyone's security. He learned years ago that's where Sippin' Bitch takes place, and more often than not, he'll see something much more entertaining and hilarious up there than he would watching TV at home or up at his bar. "So you didn't like Bullshit Brad either, huh?" Murphy asks. "Nope. Thought he was a dumb fuck the one and only time I met him, and he just continued to get dumb fuckier." I roll my eyes at my glowing use of the English language, but thankfully Murphy takes pity on me and doesn't call me an idiot. We both start slowly walking up the sand toward the cottages. "He was a waste of her time. That yahoo only came to the island twice in 2 years, always making her go to him on the mainland because he claimed it was boring here. He asked Laura why she didn't try to find different work so she could afford to live in a nicer place, and even asked her the same thing about Bertie when Bertie was out of the room one time. Laura never told her that. Didn't want Bertie to know what a complete schmuck she was dating." Murphy chuckles as we walk, shoving his hands in the pockets of his shorts. What I really want to do is track down that piece of shit and punch him in the face. But since I can't do that, I just continue walking. The joke's on him anyway. Laura makes enough money during the summer months that she doesn't even need to open the Dip and Twist during the winter months, but she does it anyway because no one can go that long without her ice cream. And Laura, Bertie, and Wren all sacrifice the space they would have in larger houses they can definitely afford inland or on the mainland for the luxury of living right on the beach, which is not cheap, even on a small island like Summersweet. Why in the hell did she stay with him for 2 years? I mutter, both of us stopping right at the edge of a cottage yard, and I glance down the beach to make sure Bertie is still in sight. Murphy laughs loudly, pulling my gaze away from her momentarily to look at him. "At least some things never change, and you're still a moron." He shakes his head at me before turning and walking back the way we came, shouting over his shoulder as he goes, "Open your eyes and finally figure it out, idiot, and don't let her see you following her home or she'll murder you before you pull your head out of your ass."
Chapter 14. Bertie. Grip it soft, stroke it smooth. Palmer. There are 5 golf carts left in the cart corral. Bertie. Who is this? Palmer. Seriously? I just left you in your office 45 seconds ago and told you I would text you how many golf carts we had available while I walked to the lunch tents. Bertie. A lot can happen in 45 seconds. Also, this contact is listed in my phone as dickhole assfuck piece of shit loser. Coincidentally, what I've also named a spam caller asking me about a warranty for a car I don't own. One can never be too careful. Palmer. You're lucky you give good hugs. Bertie. I gave you one hug that happened 2 days ago, and it was only because I felt bad for you. Palmer. Sure. Okay. Bertie. On account of how awful you are at anything other than golf. Palmer. Whatever helps you sleep at night. You missed these big, strong arms picking you up and being wrapped around you. Bertie. My 14-year-old nephew can pick me up. Let's slow our roll there a little, Thor. Aren't you supposed to be asking Ed if he needs any help setting up the Southern boil he's catering for lunch before your lesson? Palmer. Aren't you supposed to be grabbing the pins for the longest putt challenge? God, Stop bothering me while I'm trying to work. You are the worst boss ever. Birdie. I liked you better when you were quiet and shy and did what I told you without any lip. Palmer. You sure about that? I don't remember you shivering much around me when I was quiet and shy. Birdie. It's called low blood sugar. Look it up. Palmer. Still making up dumb shit in your head, I see. Birdie. What? Palmer. Never mind. Get back to work, slacker. I'll see you at the closest to the pin competition at 5. Don't forget to bring the baby powder from the storage closet. And a sweater for all your low blood sugar chills. The first day of the 3-day golf outing for the Summer Suite school's teachers and employees has gone off without a hitch so far, even though we had to postpone it from starting yesterday because another summer storm popped up that wasn't in the forecast. We're supposed to be getting a few more scattered showers this week that I've been keeping a close eye on, but so far today, we've had nothing but clear blue skies. Even though it was rainy off and on yesterday, and there were only a few brave souls who came out to golf a couple holes instead of the 200 we planned on, I still had a ton of work to do, pushing the outing back a day. I had catering to change, food and beverage deliveries to rearrange, employees to reschedule, dates that needed updating on all printed items and all over social media, reservations to push back with the hotel next door, and a giant guest list that all had to be notified of the change. True to Palmer's word after cornhole, he met me here at 6 in the morning and was right by my side through it all, helping me whenever I needed it, cracking jokes to calm me down when I was particularly stressed, and even ordered me my favorite chicken Caesar wrap with fresh-cut fries from the restaurant for lunch, and put the plate down in front of me when I was on a phone call and realized I'd forgotten to eat. Just like he's been doing all morning today, when I've been even more frazzled now that the outing has officially begun. The morning of day 1 is when teachers and school employees can bring as many family members as they'd like, and we set up a few fun children's golf games with prizes, followed by recognition of all the teachers under the tents we set up. And then everyone eats lunch dockside Eddie's caters. After that, all minors leave, including anyone under the age of 18 who still attends Summer Suite Island High School who we employ at SIG. For so many reasons. One of which I'm sure is about to be explained to me as the bell above the pro shop door chimes, and I look at the clock and realize it's been over 4 hours since lunch. There are 2 golf carts that need vomit washed out of them. Someone also puked in the 12th hole, and all the cart girls on the back 9 are out of beer. Mallory, one of the cart girls in question, says, popping her head in the pro shop door. I look up from the counter, where I'm giving Mr. Flanagan, my 3rd-grade teacher, change from the bag of teas he needed to buy. Mallory holds the door open wider for him as he rushes out to the course for the closest to the pin competition starting in a little bit that I'm already running late setting up for. Again? I sigh, grabbing the walkie-talkie from the counter. Which thing, the vomit or the beer? Mallory laughs. At this point, I don't even know. This is now the 3rd time since lunch someone puked on the 12th hole, although not actually in it. But it explains why the cart girls on the back 9 have now run out of beer in the 3 golf carts that have been remodeled so it looks like the big silver industrial carts New York City hot dog vendors push around have been attached to the back end of them, minus the wheels. Those 3 beer carts can hold enough bottles and cans to hydrate this entire island, and they've now been emptied twice since lunch. This is one of the main reasons why all minors or anyone who attends the school where these teachers mold their young minds absolutely cannot be at Summer Suite Island Golf Course right now. These people, God bless their souls for what they put up with and do, completely lose their shit every year during this 3-day event as soon as their own kids, or the kids they teach, are off the course grounds. They're like stay-at-home moms getting out of the house for the first time with other adults. Like Amish teenagers on Rumspringa. And like anyone ever on their 21st birthday in Vegas. It's nothing but complete debauchery until the sun sets on the third day. Awards are handed out, all photos and videos are quietly erased from devices, clothing is gathered from whatever hole it was discarded on, and everyone walks away saying, "See you at work at the end of summer, Bob." Like Bob wasn't just on the practice putting green 4 hours ago with his pants around his ankles, letting people try to chip balls at his crotch, where he drew a big red circle with some lipstick on his tidy whities. Pressing the button on the side of the radio as Mallory gives me a sympathetic smile, backs out the door, and it closes with a swish behind her. I let Murphy know about the vomit while I move out from behind the counter and head to the bar to take care of the beer. When Murphy's constant stream of cursing through the staticky radio gets to be too much even for me to take, I click off the walkie-talkie in the middle of his tirade right as my cell phone vibrates in my other hand. Looking down as I walk faster into the bar, where a bunch of non-golfing school employees are hanging out, I see a text from Palmer. "Palmer, hurry up. We're not paying you to sit there and do nothing all day, sweet cheeks." That's just one more thing to add to the long list of things driving me crazy today. I love that things are relaxed, comfortable, and easy between us just like the old days. And seeing his name pop up on my phone again makes me a little giddy. I also hate that things are just like old times, because just like in the olden days of long ago, Palmer still just wants to be friends when I've got hearts in my eyes and no one is getting laid. We're so relaxed, comfortable, and easy at this point, I'm doing that stupid shit I spent years doing that I told myself I wouldn't do again, where I analyze every little interaction with him, thinking I saw something I didn't. I'm pretty sure I imagined the ear nuzzle and the heat in his eyes and that thing he said to me when I asked him what he was doing behind the dip and twist. What was it again? Absolutely nothing until you're sober and remember every sweet goddamn second of it. Oh yeah, that's right. How could I forget? It's not like I haven't been replaying those words every minute of every day since he said them to me behind the dip and twist. And it's not like I haven't specifically been avoiding any and all alcoholic beverages since that moment, like all night long when we played cornhole, and all day yesterday when we worked together, and all night last night when we grabbed a few slices of pizza for dinner at Island Slice. We were with Tess and Bodie, ignoring the two of them while they made out at the picnic tables across from us the entire time we ate, while Palmer and I talked about old times, and I filled him in on my mom and Wren. Plenty of time for nuzzling and growling in the ear and the grazing of body parts, and a whole shit ton of sweet goddamn things I could lucidly remember. But no, nothing. Nothing but being helpful and considerate and making sure I got fed and keeping my spirits up. And making me all tingly with his sarcasm and dimples, wearing a white t-shirt with the SIG logo, the cotton material stretched tight over his chest and clinging around his upper arms and torso. Setting the walkie-talkie down on the bar when I get to it, I quickly type up a reply to Palmer. Birdie. Fuck off. Hitting send and setting my phone down on the bar, I don't feel even a little bit bad about my reply as Tess takes one look at me and then tells the customer she was in the middle of taking an order from that he needs to wait a minute. Mr. Grega, the athletic director for the high school, just waves her off with a smile, content to munch on the bowl of peanuts in front of him and continue watching the Briars Open on the TV hanging above the bar. I look down at my phone and the text I just sent and sigh deeply and guiltily. What's wrong? Tess asks, pulling the white bar towel off her shoulder, lifting up my phone and the walkie-talkie, and quickly wiping down the sticky and shiny wood top before putting everything back and nodding for me to take a seat on the empty stool behind me. I don't have time for a break. I need you to have someone stack up more beer by the back door so I can have Mallory and the girls pull up and refill the carts, I tell her. And what's wrong is that I'm just being a whiny little bitch, the usual. I glance up at the TV when Brock Webster makes a killer drive off the 7th tee box, and the crowd cheers. He was supposed to be at that tournament, and it's probably on his mind, and he's running around like crazy helping me out and being all cute and sweet and sarcastic. And I'm confused and frustrated and taking it out on him when I should be asking him if he's okay. When I finish rambling, Tess tosses her bar towel over her shoulder and then grabs a bottle of vodka from under the counter, holding it up and swirling the liquid around a little with a raise of one eyebrow. No. Because you're on the clock or because you still think you need to keep your body pure from the spirits of the devil for Palmer to make a move on you? Looking at the time on the screen of the TV, I see I still technically have 10 minutes before I need to get out to the 10th hole. Tess tells one of the other bartenders to take care of the cart girls, and when she turns back to look at me, I perch my ass on the edge of the stool. I don't have both cheeks on it, so it doesn't really count as taking a break. Shut up. Don't judge me. I had to go out and clean up all the kids' games after they left because Donovan got heat stroke and had to go home. I start explaining quickly. You know the kids' games took place right next to the driving range. Well, Campbell was out there giving a few pro tips to a handful of teachers, showing them the proper way to drive a ball. Oh, shit. Tess mutters, trying to offer me vodka again, and I turn it down again. I've watched Palmer drive a ball off a tee 1,000 times over the years, on television and up close and in person. There's nothing quite like being a few feet away from that man when he swings a club, even when he was younger, 30-some pounds lighter, and had way less muscle tone. Tess has listened to me describe his body and how hot he looks swinging a club so many times in 15 years, she knows what's going through my head right now. I was in the process of scooping up a bunch of big plastic wiffle balls that went with a children's golf set we used during the games when I heard a small thwack of a ball being hit, an embarrassed chuckle, and then Palmer's quiet, understanding voice. I stood up and turned around just in time to watch Palmer take the club from the vice principal of the elementary school, who just hit the ball, get into position, shaking his hips a little and loosening up his shoulders before lining his club up to the tee, and explain the mechanics of everything he was doing to the men watching avidly from behind him. Maybe it's the added muscle on him, or maybe it's the fact that I've been wet since the first time he pressed his face to the side of my neck. Either way, I'm pretty sure I had a small orgasm when he pulled his club back and then brought down all that power to attack the ball. When Palmer hits a ball, it's nothing like the little thwack that came from Mr. Arnold's attempt at a drive, or like when I or any other average person hits a golf ball. It's a loud, powerful crack that hangs in the air and rings in your ears long after the ball is gone. I didn't even turn to see how far he hit it. The plastic balls all fell out of my arms, and I stared at his finishing stance with his legs crossed, hips turned, torso twisted, and his thick, corded biceps flexing and tensing as he held the club suspended back and up over his left shoulder, still gripping tightly to the shaft. "Whose shaft did she grip?" Mr. Grega asks from down the bar, pulling me out of my thoughts. I turn and look at him with wide eyes and then slowly look back at Tess. "You keep muttering gripping his shaft," Tess informs me, shutting up Mr. Grega by quickly refilling his Jack and Coke and then coming right back to me. I just had to think the word shaft, didn't I? I mutter as she reaches over the bar and pats my arm in sympathy. Let me live vicariously through you before I have to get back to work. Did you sleep with Bodhi last night after you guys went on your second date? A lady never tells. We stare at each other for a few beats. So anyway, totally fucked him on my couch, where I guess he's living now. His dick is massive. And he must study romance novels because his dirty talk is A+. I don't know what it is about pot smokers, but they are exceptionally good with their tongues. She muses, and I'm not in any way jealous at all. My forehead thumping against the bar in front of me says that's a lie. Tess wedges her fingers between the wood and my forehead and lifts my head up for me. You know it's okay to just reach out and grab what you want, right? A sigh is my only answer as I pick up the walkie-talkie and then grab my phone as I step off the bar stool. I'm referring to Putz's dick, in case you didn't catch that, she adds, making Mr. Grega snort and then choke on a peanut. If it were that easy, I would have done it 15 years ago. I tell her quietly as I lean closer to her over the bar. Yeah, well, the difference is you know your feelings are reciprocated this time, she shrugs. But do I? Do I really? I ask, trying to keep my low voice from coming out high-pitched and hysterical. He didn't like it that I dated Bradley and stopped talking to me 2 years ago. A lot can change in 2 years. It doesn't mean he still feels that way. We're friends again. Isn't that fun? Friends! This time, my voice does come out high-pitched and a little hysterical. My phone buzzes against the bar, and I see another text from Palmer telling me to hurry up. I refrain from telling him to fuck off this time. Looking up at the TV as I say goodbye to Tess, I let the tournament remind me I need to cut him a little slack, even if my body highly disagrees. Have a nice nap? Get all your dilly-dallying out of your system? Dilly-dallying? What are you, 90? I ask Palmer, shading my eyes from the sun as I look up at him, since I forgot my hat back in my office. A bunch of course workers and onlookers who aren't competing have started to gather around us. Half down here by the cup to watch where the balls land, and half up at the tee box to watch the competitors tee off. One of the SIG workers is holding on the pin markers that we'll use to mark the balls when they land. They're essentially plastic stakes that stand about 3 feet tall, with a wide enough area at the top for us to write someone's name on them with Sharpie. At least I'm not 12. Nice braids. Palmer reaches over and tugs on one of the 2 French braids I plaited this morning after I parted my hair down the middle, thinking it would keep me cool in the hot summer sun and, I don't know, maybe keep my neck wide open in case someone wanted to nuzzle it. Instead, it's given him the perfect opportunity to call me a child all day and bring his hand right by my boob to gently yank on a braid without even giving me the courtesy of a nipple graze. I swat his hand away, pretending like he's an annoying gnat instead of a nipple tease. Did you even remember the baby powder? Shit! I glance over by the 10th hole cup, where there's already a 6-foot in diameter white circle of powder, and then cross my arms when I look back at a smiling Palmer. For any type of competitions like this where a golfer needs to hit their ball within a certain area in order for his or her shot to count toward the competition and be measured, we usually mark off the area with baby powder, because it doesn't ruin the manicured greens and it's easily washed away. You had one job to do. Palmer scoffs playfully as he hands me the list of golfers competing in the closest to the pin competition, and what color their assigned golf balls are that will be sailing in our direction in a little bit. You're lucky I keep a bottle of fresh balls in my golf bag at all times, and I was able to save the day without your help, since you don't do any work around here. Balls been chafing a little, have they? Bodhi asks, around a mouthful of food as he steps up next to us. Don't really enjoy friction in the testicular area, and ball sweat isn't very pleasant either. Palmer nods, reaching down into his bag next to him and holding up a yellow plastic bottle, which used to hold the ball powder that is now in a circle around the cup. Your ball sweat is particularly unpleasant. Bodhi agrees, wiping mustard off his cheek with a napkin balled in his hand after he takes another bite of his hot dog, then looks over at the powdered circle and chuckles. Remind me to tell you guys about that one time we were in Colombia for a stupid golf tournament, and I was hanging out with some caddies at the end of the day after Pal went back to the hotel. We played closest to the pin, but that wasn't baby powder or fresh balls we used. Golf is so much more fun in Colombia. My nose tingles just thinking about it. Why are you even here? You're not a teacher, and I know you didn't buy a ticket, I say, right when I hear Adam radio to me that the first golfer is teeing up. Free hot dogs. Duh. Bodhi laughs. I like enjoying a little mystery meat while watching adults grip their shafts and play with their balls all day. And just like that, my head goes right in the gutter as the three of us move over behind the roped-off area and out of the way with everyone else, my mind filled with nothing but Palmer's shaft. I felt some of that shaft on the beach the other night after cornhole, when I couldn't take it anymore as I started walking away from him. Wondered why I kept torturing myself and launched myself into his arms. With his body and his smell and the tight hold he had on me, like he never wanted to let me go, and how he told me how much he missed me in such a cracked, guttural voice. It all became too much, and I couldn't breathe without wanting to kiss him and blurt out everything I felt for him. I quickly untangled myself from around him and slid down his body. And since he was wearing thin athletic shorts and there wasn't an ounce of space between us, I felt a little bit of what he's packing slide between my spread legs that had been around him, and then graze my stomach. Sweet Jesus, someone get me out of here. Palmer's hip bumps against mine, and I'm gripping the piece of paper with a list of golfers in my hand so tightly it rips halfway down the middle. You okay? You seem a little distracted. Here, have the rest of my hot dog. Bodhi speaks over Palmer, leaning around him to hold out his half-eaten mystery meat. Taking a giant step to my right and away from both men, I stop being distracted by my friend next to me and get to work. Quickly lifting the air horn I did remember to bring with me from my office above my head and closer to the men standing next to me while they're busy talking about something. I press and hold the button and let the loud shriek of the horn signifying the start of the competition blast through the course. And I find some pleasure in the fact Palmer jerked so hard in fright that he smacked Bodhi's hot dog right out of his mouth to flop upside down in the grass at his feet.
Chapter 15. Palmer. Tried choking down on the shaft. Palmer. You still up? Birdie. Who is this? Palmer. FFS, Birdie. Birdie. Ah, okay. The other dickhole assfuck piece of shit loser in my phone calls me Robert. What can I do for you, Campbell? Palmer. You're exhausting sometimes. Birdie. It's after 11. Stop texting me and go to bed then. We have another fun-filled day tomorrow of vomit and people making poor life choices while attempting to golf. Palmer. I just wanted to say thank you for leaving me alone to have dinner this evening at Tessa's place with her and Bodhi. I'll be having nightmares forever now. Birdie. Sorry, you know I had to drop Owen off at a sleepover at his friend's house on the mainland for Ren. Also, you've been to Tess's house before, and you've seen the skull in the middle of her kitchen counter that may or may not be human from that time she dated a guy at Virginia State who majored in forensic anthropology. She promised never to leave it on your pillow again while you're sleeping, and Tess always keeps her promises, you big baby. Palmer, not talking about the skull with creepy empty eye sockets that follow you around the room wherever you go, but thanks for reminding me about the time I wet the bed as an adult. Bertie, you're welcome. Hey, are you okay after today? Palmer, you mean after witnessing a grown man curl up in the fetal position in a pile of his own vomit and cry on the driving range? Wasn't the first time, won't be the last time. Bodie knew his free hot dog limit, and he far exceeded it. Bertie, no, but thanks. Now I'll be having nightmares forever. I meant about the Briar Open. You would have kicked ass at that tournament. They suck for not letting you compete. I'm sorry you didn't get to, and instead had to work a stupid golf outing. Palmer, it's fine. I loved every minute of working that outing today, and you know it. I didn't even realize Briar was today until one of the guys said who won when Bodie and I were leaving for Tess's house. Brock golfed a clean game from what I heard. He deserved the win. Bertie, no he didn't. Shut up. Are you forgetting who you're talking to? You don't have to be diplomatic with me. He's an arrogant asshole who only tips his caddies 1% of his purse winnings instead of the traditional 5 to 10, puts you down every time he's interviewed when you've never said a bad word about him, and has a higher handicap than you by 4, which is pathetic. You should have been there, and you would have kicked his ass. Palmer, are you sticking up for me? Oh, God, is this it? Is this the end of the world? I'm not ready. There's so much I haven't done yet. I'm too young to die. Bertie, all right, that's enough. Did you only text me at this hour to annoy me? Palmer, oh, that's right, my initial reason for this conversation. You're very distracting. I was texting you to thank you about leaving me alone with Tess and Bodie, and not because of the demon skull that wants my soul. I was actually referring to all the PDA I had to witness while dinner was being prepared, during dinner, and the 5 minutes after dinner it took me to find my golf cart keys. The good news is I didn't have to pay for porn tonight. Bertie, you do know porn is widely available for free on the internet, right? No wonder you have no money and had to get a job at SIG. LOL. Palmer, watch a lot of free porn, do ya? Is that the real reason you and Backpack Brad didn't work out? You do know they have addiction centers for that, right? LOL. Bertie, I'm going to sleep now. Palmer, one more thing. Bodie and Tess want to know if we want to go with them and a few other people to hang 5 tomorrow night after work. I think she said Ren and Owen are going and can give you a ride. You in? Bertie, I could possibly be persuaded to kick your ass in a few rounds of skee-ball. Are you even allowed back in the arcade? I think there's still a skee-ball embedded in the ceiling tiles from the last time you were there. Palmer, ha, you're hilarious. And it was a storage closet door. And I ordered Ralph a new door before I even left the island that time. It's fine. Sweet dreams, sweet cheeks. Palmer, 1-800-I-HEART-PORN is the addiction center number, FYI. Coming to an arcade with all the lights, bells, sirens, whistles, and tokens clinking and clanking as they tumble out of machines maybe wasn't the best idea after a second full day of drunk mayhem at the school golf outing and the second round of all the tournaments. But glancing around the brick room with archways leading into other game areas, adults and kids crowded around pinball machines, air hockey tables, old-school arcade games like Donkey Kong and Pac-Man, and coin-pusher games, cheering each other on and laughing, racing around the room to other games. Surprisingly, I forgot about my headache. I remember 100 different nights just like this, being here and having fun with the woman sitting next to me at the table, the two of us popping in here just to cool off and play a few games while we wandered around town, grabbing her hand and dragging her to the pool tables, because it's the only game I could ever beat her at, and I still can't believe I'm actually here with her again. Hopefully this time older and wiser. After about an hour of playtime, Bertie decided it was work time, and the two of us moved to one of the small handful of tables Hang 5 Arcade has set up by the ticket redemption counter for weary parents who need to take a load off. Right now, Bertie and I feel like weary parents, and I'm suddenly rethinking my stance on wanting 3 kids. I need more tokens, Bodie demands with his hands cupped out in front of him, standing next to our table where Bertie and I are sitting, and I'm trying not to notice each time her smooth, bare thigh rubs up against mine. I just gave you 50 tokens. What the hell did you do with them already? I mutter, grabbing a handful of gold coins out of the plastic bucket on the table and depositing them in Bodie's hands. I shoved them up my ass and then shit out some stuffed animals for a few kids. What the hell do you think I did with them? Stop being cheap, Daddy, and give me another handful. Bertie snorts next to me, and I keep my annoyed glare on my friend as I reach into the bucket again and deposit another handful of tokens into his outstretched hands. As soon as the last coin drops onto the pile, he's off and running. "Don't run, or you'll knock someone down," Bertie yells after him, doing the same thing to Tess when she suddenly emerges from the room behind us and goes running by our table after him. "Good Lord, you put people in front of a bunch of games that will spit out tickets you can redeem for nothing but crap, and they turn into toddlers," Bertie complains, both of us watching Tess shove Bodie out of the way so she can play the Wheel of Fortune coin game he was standing in front of. "Don't act like you're not bouncing in your seat, waiting to turn your tickets in for a tie-dye stuffed sand crab, 17 Laffy Taffies, 9 pixie sticks, and a bouncy ball," I tell her, turning away from Tess and Bodie arguing to see her smiling at me. A big megawatt Bertie smile, with her dimple out and where she's biting the tip of her tongue. Fuck, she's so goddamn beautiful, it's literally killing me. I could see the hesitation on her face when we walked over here a little bit ago, and I patted the bench seat next to me for her to sit down instead of pointing across the table. When I lied and told her it was only so we wouldn't have to shout over the noise while we worked, she quickly slid in next to me, and I've been regretting that decision ever since. I should have made her sit out on the curb, and we could have talked through the window where I didn't have to smell her tropical skin, watch her tits push against the tight material of her cotton shirt every time she takes a breath, and feel her arm brush up against mine every time she moves. "I have enough for the purple hedgehog, and I'm only 10 away from the lava lamp," she says, squealing a little as she looks at the pile of orange tickets in the middle of the table, making me laugh. "This is very exciting, but we need to work first." Pulling a piece of paper out of her planner that she takes everywhere, Bertie slides it over the table to right in front of me, and I look down at it. "I know you saw I've replied to all those emails requesting interviews from you, telling them you're not talking to anyone at this time. I also contacted that guy at USA Today you spoke with on the phone, and he's agreed not to publish anything you said that day as long as we give him the first interview when you're ready. But we really do need to put out some kind of a public statement right now," she explains. "I drafted up a press release and blamed your episode on exhaustion. Please give me some privacy, blah blah, the usual. I hope that's okay. Read it over and let me know what you think." "Episode, huh?" I smile at her, actually finding humor in what I did for the first time since it happened. "It sounded nicer than that time you went batshit crazy and taught your pitching wedge how to swim." She smiles back, brushing another piece of hair off her cheek and tucking it behind her ear. She put those damn braids in her hair again today, but a few long pieces have come loose throughout the day, the wispy blonde strands constantly annoying her as she tucks them away or blows them off her cheek. I've spent the last 2 days doing math problems in my head to try to stop picturing myself bending her over the desk in her office, yanking down those tiny cotton shorts she keeps torturing me with, and clutching those 2 long braids together in one of my hands while I fuck her so hard from behind the desk moves across the room. 4 times 4 equals 16, times 7 equals 112. Shifting in my seat and trying not to wince at how painfully hard my cock is right now at a fucking children's arcade, I breathe through my nose and out through my mouth as I quickly scan the press release Bertie drafted up, grabbing my cold bottle of beer from the table and draining half of it to cool the hell down as I read. This statement sounds more professional, intelligent, clear, and concise than any other press release my publicists have sent out for me in the past, and I'm not at all surprised. "It's perfect," I tell her, sliding the paper back, pretending like I still remember how to swallow the next sip of beer I'm in the process of drinking, when her hand brushes mine as she takes the paper back. "Okay, so I'll make sure that goes out tonight to the AP wire before I go to bed," Bertie says, putting the press release in her planner, then slowly closing it before looking up at me. The sun has added a few freckles across the bridge of her nose, and I wonder what she would do if I leaned down and kissed each one of them. Probably reach under the table and punch my still swollen and aching balls. "Did you see the email from your dad?" she asks, her voice going as low as it can over the noise of the arcade all around us. "Oh, the one he forwarded from one of my endorsements that just said, 'Fix it'?" I ask with a sardonic laugh. Nice to see dear old dad still cares. It's not like I expected the first communication from the guy after I embarrassed him on national television to be a 200-page novel, but maybe asking if I'm okay, or even where I am, would have been nice. Although I'm sure he knows. He didn't know much about me or what I wanted, but he knew Summer Sweet was the only place I ever wanted to be. "I'm sorry," she says softly, looking up at me on the bench. "Are you okay? It's fine if you're not ready to talk about it. I'm sure your head's been spinning and you're freaked out about your future, but I promise I'm going to do everything I can to get your image in tip-top shape and have everyone begging to have you back on the circuit." The lights and whistles and clinking and sirens disappear as I look down at her, wishing I could just blurt out everything and let her know she has no reason to be sorry, because nothing else matters in my life but her and what she thinks of me, and that I'm so goddamn in love with her I can't think straight. But I don't say anything. I just look into her blue eyes, staring back at me with care and concern, and I think about how she hesitated to sit down next to me when in the past she used to slide onto this bench so fast she would slam right into me and almost push me off the other side. And I remind myself she just needs more time before I do my own pushing. "Nothing to be sorry about, sweet cheeks," I tell her, bumping my shoulder against hers, watching her eyes narrow in annoyance with a new nickname. If she only knew I gave her that nickname after spending all night on the beach playing cornhole with her, getting glimpses of the sweet curves of her bare ass cheeks, fighting the urge to sink my teeth into them. Honestly, I don't have any idea what I want for my future, so it's hard to freak out about something I can't even picture right now, I tell her, referring to golf and not about the fact that whatever future is in store for me, I'm going to make damn sure she's a part of it this time. "Well, you have plenty of time to make up your mind." "Unlike you, I don't need time. My mind was made up the day I met you, sweet cheeks." "If you promise to be a good girl, maybe Daddy will try to win you that lava lamp," I tell her with a wag of my eyebrows. Birdie suddenly starts coughing, swatting my hand away when I try to pat her on the back. "Just swallowed wrong," she finally manages to wheeze out, scooting a little farther away from me on the bench before swinging one of her legs over it and getting up. I watch her grab her planner and tuck it under her arm, motioning me toward the games as she starts quickly walking away. With a sigh, I push up from the table, wondering how long it's going to take for her to trust me again. Watching her hips sway from side to side and feeling the chubby I get again from staring at her ass as I follow behind her, I hope to God it happens soon, before my dick explodes. "Just get in, Birdie," I sigh, patting the top of my thighs for the third time. My golf cart is idling against the curb in front of Hang 5, the street almost empty now that people have started turning in for the night. Once again, Birdie glances around up and down the street before biting her lip as she looks inside the packed golf cart, hugging the box that holds the lava lamp I won her against her chest, along with the purple stuffed hedgehog. Since Ren and Owen left a few hours ago, taking Birdie's ride home with them, I promised to give her a lift. And then I spent the rest of the night weighing the pros and cons of sneaking away for a few minutes to jerk off in the men's room after watching Birdie bend over to toss skee balls, bend over to play pool, and bend over to tie her fucking shoe, which led me to having more than one beer. Bodie has been too busy getting high on all the sugar he consumed all night to drink, so I handed him the keys, and then he decided to offer rides home to half the arcade. Fine, so not half the arcade, but enough people that everyone is doubled up on laps, including Tess, who has one of her co-bartenders from SIG that she ran into tonight sitting on her thighs. The only spot left in here for Birdie, who was the last to come outside, is in the back seat with me next to Aaron and Steve, a young married couple who own one of the small hotels, and she'll have to sit on my lap. "It's fine. I'll just walk," she says with a shrug, taking a step back from the golf cart. Let me tell you how much joy it's bringing me that she'd rather walk home than sit on my fucking lap for a few minutes. "It's a 30-minute walk. Will you stop being stubborn and just get in?" I pat my thighs again and grind my teeth when she doesn't move closer. "For fuck's sake, get in!" Tess finally shouts at her from the front seat. "Melissa has a bony ass that's killing my thighs, and I'm sure Putz will promise not to kill you with his bone." Melissa and Tess giggle in the front seat, and I pretend like it's the funniest thing in the world too, and not an actual possibility when Birdie finally moves. She hands Melissa her lava lamp box and stuffed animal to hold in the front seat, punches Tess in the arm, then moves around to the rear-facing back seat, grabs onto the roll bar by my shoulder, and climbs inside the cart. Birdie turns and sits sideways, perching her butt right on the very edge of my knees before Bodie hits the gas and takes off. He soars down the street, and Birdie stays right where she is, holding tightly onto the armrest with one hand, gripping the top of her bare thigh with the other hand, and probably squeezing the life out of all the muscles in her body so she doesn't move 1 centimeter back on my thighs. She's barely putting any of her weight on me, her spine stiff as she sits straight up, and her stoic profile stares out the side of the golf cart at the passing landscape. "You can scoot back," I tell her, shouting over the music as Bodhi flips on the sound system and Eminem blares from the speakers, the LED lights under the roof of the cart shining a multicolored glow all around us. "Oh, I'm fine," Birdie chirps back brightly, turning her head to smile at me before looking back out the quickly moving cart. Bodhi takes a turn without slowing down, and my hands dart out and grab Birdie's hips when she almost flies right off the end of my knees and out the back of the golf cart. "This is ridiculous," I mutter with a shake of my head as everyone in the cart aside from the two of us starts singing Lose Yourself at the top of their lungs. Sitting forward, I snake one arm around her waist and haul her back on my thighs until she's pressed against me, with her shoulder resting on my chest. "Better?" I ask, my chin right above her shoulder and my mouth right against her ear. Birdie's only answer is a quick nod as she keeps looking forward. It sure as shit isn't better for me. It's the worst punishment and the sweetest torture I've ever put myself through. She's so snug and warm pressed up against me, and she smells like heaven. When I pulled her back on my legs, it pushed my shorts up as she moved, and now the backs of her bare thighs are pressed against the top of mine, and visions of them hot, sweaty, and smacking together as I drill her from behind fill my head until I feel like I'm going to pass out. Everyone else in the cart is screaming about how you only get one shot and you better not miss your chance, and I feel like they're yelling it right at me. But what the hell am I supposed to do in a packed golf cart when everything I want to do with this woman right now involves burying myself inside her, and she can barely stand sitting on my lap and won't even look at me? She shifts a little in my arms, her ass snuggling more firmly into my lap, her hip way too close to my cock, already pulsing and thrumming to life, straining against the material of my boxer briefs until I switch from multiplication to long division in my head. My face is still right against the side of hers, my hands clenching with the need to nuzzle my nose into her skin while my arm encircling her waist tightens, wanting to make her turn her head so I can suck that bottom lip she's biting into my mouth. Birdie. Her name is a whisper and a plea, although I don't know what the hell I'm asking for right now. Kiss me? Look at me and see me? Slide those tiny shorts to the side and let me fuck your sweet pussy until we both forget what the hell we've been mad about for the last 2 years? I feel her shiver in my arms when my breath floats against the shell of her ear. But we're moving fast. It's chilly outside. She's had goosebumps since she got inside this golf cart, and I need to shut my damn mouth before I say something stupid like, "Let me come home with you so I can fuck you into next week." Time almost comes to a stop in this cart when I watch Birdie's head slowly start turning toward me until her eyes are on mine and our noses are almost touching. My arm is still anchored around her waist, and I can feel her breathing faster, but she doesn't turn away, and she doesn't take her eyes off mine. I run a few miles every morning to stay in shape, but right now it feels like I just ran a marathon I was in no way prepared for. My chest is tight, and I'm having a hard time bringing more air into my lungs when I see Birdie's eyes flicker down to my mouth. Bodhi goes over a pothole in the street, and Birdie's ass bounces on top of my lap, making me hold onto her tighter while she grips to my arm around her waist, planting her more firmly into me, math facts flying through my head at a rapid rate. I'm about ready to lose my goddamn mind, wanting to kiss this woman with her breath floating over my lips, her eyes staring at my mouth, and her ass nestled right next to my cock, wondering if a man can die from trying not to cum in his pants in the back of a packed golf cart going entirely too fast down a small island street. It's only about a 10-minute ride, but it's the longest 10 minutes of my life before we're pulling up to the front of Birdie's cottage, and she's flying off my lap and out of the cart before Bodhi even pulls it to a complete stop. She mumbles goodbye to everyone, not meeting my eyes when she says she'll see me at work tomorrow, before grabbing her lava lamp and hedgehog from Melissa and disappearing inside her place. It takes 535 seconds before Bodhi has dropped everyone else off and is pulling into my driveway, and I counted each and every one of them. 535 seconds from the time Birdie got off my lap, where I had to grind my teeth, clench my fists in my lap, and bounce my knee up and down so I wasn't tempted to stick my hand down my pants and relieve some of the pressure she left behind. 535 seconds of torture until I'm alone in my cottage, stalking down the hall, throwing open the door to the bathroom and slamming it closed behind me, turning on the cold water in the shower while Bodhi and Tess disappear for a walk down the beach before they head back to Tess's house. My clothes are off and tossed to the floor, and I let out a howl when I step in the shower and yank the glass door closed, the cold water hitting my skin and stabbing into it like knives. Resting both my palms against the tiles in front of me, I drop my head forward into the spray and close my eyes, letting the freezing water rain down over my head to try to wash away thoughts of Birdie. The smell of her skin, the way her tongue darts out to soothe her bottom lip after biting it, her sexy ass rubbing against the tops of my thighs, the number of times I've pictured her sitting just like that on my lap, but she was straddling me, looking down between us as my cock disappeared inside her, all shiny and slick with her wetness every time I pulled it out. Fuck. Christ. My dick is in my hand before I can even take in my next rasping breath, a moan slipping past my wet lips as soon as I tighten my fist around myself and make the first rough, sliding tug up to the swollen, sensitive tip. Every fantasy I've ever had about Birdie flashes through my mind as I start jerking myself harder, stroking my cock faster, the images in my head more vivid, sharper, hotter now that I'm back on the island and I've had her body pressed against mine. The smell of her skin fresh in my nose and seeping into my pores. Birdie sprawled out on my bed naked, her blonde hair fanned out around her, back arched, one of her hands skimming down the front of her body, legs spreading for me. My tight fist works quickly up and down the base of my wet cock, not even feeling the temperature of the cold water raining down on me anymore as I squeeze my eyes closed and let the fantasies play. Birdie bent over her desk at SIG after hours, her skirt pushed up around her waist, those thick braids wrapped around one of my fists with the fingers of my other hand digging into the skin of her hip as I slam my cock in and out of her tight, wet heat while she moans my name and begs for more. A groan flies out of my mouth, and my balls tighten with painful pleasure. Blood pounds in my ears, my heart pounds inside my chest, and I squeeze my fist harder around my shaft, my hand shuttling up and down my wet cock faster, my breath coming out in pants as the water drips down my face and flies off my quickly jerking hand while I stand under the spray. Birdie on her knees in front of me, eyes on mine while I slide the swollen head of my dick past her full pink lips until I reach the back of her throat, her mouth wrapping around me, hollowing out her cheeks and sucking hard, letting me pull my hips back and fuck her mouth. Stroke after stroke, my body quakes as I roughly jerk my hand up and down my dick, sliding my thumb over the tip with each pass, thrusting my hips and fucking my own goddamn hand, wishing it was Birdie's hand, Birdie's mouth, Birdie's tight pussy wrapped around me. Oh, fuck, I moan loudly, smacking one hand against the wet tile as I come in the tight fist of my other hand, letting the shower wash away my guilt and shame that I just jerked off to thoughts of a woman I'm trying to build a friendship with again. My whole body lets out a shiver when the last of my shame goes down the drain, and I suddenly hear a fist pounding against the bathroom door, followed by Bodie's muffled shout from the other side. "You finished yanking your wank in there yet? I gotta take a dump."
Chapter 16. Birdie. It looks pretty wet down there. What's her problem? I hear Murphy's voice as I lift my head from the bar, where I had been thumping it repeatedly, to see him walking across the room. She set her vagina on fire masturbating last night. Murphy never stops walking. He just turns right around in the middle of the bar, going back the way he came as soon as Tess said masturbating. "Always a pleasure to see you, Murphy," Tess shouts after him, topping off my to-go cup of coffee and putting the plastic lid back on the styrofoam cup. "You ready for day 3? Of the golf outing or of slowly being tortured to death by a hot, annoying golfer?" I ask, sliding off the bar stool and clipping my radio to the waistband of my short, black-fitted golf skirt that clings tightly to my hips and upper thighs, but is stretchy and moves with me when I walk all over the course. Unfortunately, I slept right through my alarm because I was, in fact, guilty of what Tess told Murphy. And the only clean skirt I could find before I had to shimmy it on with my white sig tank top and run out the door after my shower was the only one that doesn't have a pair of tiny shorts sewn inside. I have to remember that when I bend over, or I'm going to flash everyone my ass cheeks and white lace thong. Fucking Campbell. Everything is his fault today after I had to spend 10 excruciating minutes sitting on his lap in a golf cart last night. I was perfectly fine doing a squat above his knees, my thighs only screaming in pain a little bit, until he had to go and yank me back against him. And then I had to go and do something stupid like turn and look at him, my mouth hovering right by his, wishing on every star above us that he would just lean forward and kiss me already. When he didn't, any semblance of behaving like a fully functioning human being went out the window after that, and I couldn't get away from him fast enough when Bodie pulled into my driveway. Well, I think we're on day 14 of that second one, plus the 15 years on top of them, which is too much math for me to calculate how many days that is in total. But it equals you should be an old pro at squeezing your thighs together and girding your loins by now around him. 5,489 days. Mrs. Plass, who obviously teaches 7th grade math, helpfully adds as she sips her coffee and watches the morning news on the TV. My radio crackles to life, thankfully, saving me from any more of this conversation. Hey, sweet cheeks, you there? Someone gave me a radio. Isn't that fun? I groan when I hear Palmer's staticky voice and both Tess and Mrs. Plass chuckle. Now I can talk to you all the time whenever I want, and I don't have to wait for you to reply to my texts. This is going to be so much more convenient. Palmer's voice immediately cuts off when I quickly turn the volume knob all the way down until my radio shuts off. Reach out and grab what you want. Tess reminds me as I take my coffee from the bar and start heading to make sure everything from breakfast has been cleaned out from under the tents so we can start setting up for the closing awards ceremony at the end of the day. She means his penis, Mrs. Plass once again helpfully adds. Palmer, help me. I'm dying. Bertie, I just saw you 15 minutes ago and you were fine. You were filling up the children's wading pool for the driving range contest. Did you forget how to swim? Need some arm floaties so you don't get scared when you have to get the golf balls out of the kiddie pool if anyone hits them in there? Palmer, I already have a pair of frozen arm floaties, thank you very much. Did you fail to mention Miss Abigail would be here today? You have betrayed me. A hex upon your house. Why is she here? She is a teacher of nothing except how to abuse sweet, juicy, firm buttocks. Buttocks? Whatever. My goddamn ass hurts. Bertie, you'll be fine. Did you forget she's been the head of the PTA for like 30 years? Think of the children, Campbell. Palmer, they can buy their own wrapping paper and shitty chocolate bars. She spilled her coffee on my shirt and then grabbed the hose and tried to soak me so it won't stain. You're lucky I have quick reflexes or I would be sopping wet from my head to my feet. Palmer, your silence tells me you feel bad. I accept your apology. Also, check the weather. Some storms just popped up on the radar for late afternoon/early evening. We're all gonna get wet today. Palmer, fine. I guess you're busy with the Frisbee golf game happening on the front lawn for the non-golfers. See you after lunch. Don't forget you said you wanted to take a picture of me for stupid social media then. I did some push-ups and sit-ups to get nice and firm if you need me to take my shirt off. Don't worry. I grabbed a clean one without a coffee stain and changed in your office. Palmer, see, this is why I needed that walkie-talkie and you shouldn't have taken it away from me. Put the rotisserie chicken on your lap. Hold the lamp in your right arm and then bring the Chevy Tahoe up closer to your face. The meth can stay there in the grass for now. Palmer shakes his head at me as I try to get the camera on my phone to focus on him, where he's sitting on the grass, cross-legged, and the empty 18th green is behind him. It looks indistinct enough in the background that he could be on any hole on any course in the world, and fans still won't know where he's disappeared to. There's not many sentences you think you'll never hear in your lifetime, and that's got to be at the top of them. He laughs, bringing the Chevy Tahoe, the orange and white tabby cat that roams the course and chases away geese, seagulls, and other vermin with his kitty cohorts, up to his face. So the is actually part of their given names. I rapidly snap a few shots when Palmer turns and laughs at the lamp, a gray cat with white paws, when she swats at his face. Obviously, the is part of their names or it wouldn't make sense. If I told you to go outside and feed a lamp, that's just not proper English. I explain, snapping a few more pictures and willing my heart to stop melting as I watch Palmer cuddle a bunch of stray cats in his lap. The meth starts to make her way onto his lap, clawing her way up the front of Palmer's tight, clingy sig shirt. It's a soft gray cotton that I want to claw my way up just like the damn cat. And knowing he got shirtless and changed into it in my office just makes me want to go back into the bar and beat my head on top of it again. I think I'm starting to bleed. Did you get enough? Palmer asks. I wave to him that I'm finished and try to stop drooling while I stare at him as he removes all the cats from his person, where they've all tried to climb up onto his shoulders. Deciding it's best to keep my head down while Palmer gets up from the grass and the cats go racing off in search of something to hunt, I add some filters to the picture I like best, where one of the cats is covering up the SIG logo on his shirt. Since Palmer emailed me all his social media logins, I quickly post a black and white shot of him with his head turned to the side, smiling at the lamp with his dimple popping, a clear shot of the flag coming up out of the 18th cup behind him, with a caption, "Thanks for the support. Enjoying some much-needed downtime with a few new friends in my favorite place." That will show the world he's still kind, sweet, and not a raging lunatic who curses and throws things in water hazards, and that golf is still part of his life. Why did you date him for so long? I jolt a little when I hear Palmer's soft voice and look up to realize he's standing right in front of me. My cell phone I'm still holding between us, the only distance separating us. Who? I ask stupidly, because what the hell? He can't stand so close after I've been girding my loins all this time. And after I had to use my vibrator twice last night just from sitting on his damn lap and ask me a question like that. Palmer's reply to my dumb question is just a slight tilt of his head. God, he smells so good. All I'd have to do is stop holding my phone between us, take a step forward, and press my lips to the underside of his smooth, freshly shaved jaw to see if he tastes as good as he smells. But he's not closing the distance either, and I'm so tired of being confused by this man. I don't know, I finally say, not admitting the truth. I wasted 2 years with that idiot when I could have... Could have what? Wasted those 2 years continuing to pine for this guy? Because that was so much fun the first time around. Also, you're pining again. Stop it. Did you know he and I only saw each other 12 times in 2 years? I keep going, because why not word vomit, since it's always worked out so well for me in the past, and I'm feeling nervous and all out of sorts because he's standing so close and not touching me. He called Summer Sweet quaint, like it was an insult, and I let him get away with it. And he said LOL all the time instead of actually fucking laughing out loud. And he fell asleep watching the national tour. Who falls asleep watching golf? Literally everyone. Palmer deadpans. There's a few beats of silence, where I know he wants me to keep going and actually tell him something significant about why I wasted 2 years with Bradley. But that significant thing is standing 12 inches away from me. He's rubbing the back of his neck and making his bicep pop, and I just want to slide my arms around his waist, press myself against him, and ease some of the ache he's been building in me for years. But I don't, because I'm a coward. Okay, well, I need to see if Greg's going to want to cut the 4-man scramble short and have people start taking down the tents. I finally speak again, taking a much-needed step back from Palmer as I point to the dark sky out over the water. Did you notice as soon as everyone cleared out for lunch, those storms you mentioned started coming in a little faster? Palmer doesn't look away from me to glance up at the sky as I take a few more steps away from him. His fierce stare making my already heated skin from the sun shining overhead feel like it's on fire. Got any plans for tonight to celebrate the end of 3 days of hell? I ask just to fill the silence, since I can't seem to figure out how to turn around and break his stare as I take another couple steps back. Nothing but relaxing on the deck of my cottage. He shrugs, casually sliding his hands in his front pockets of his black athletic shorts. I really miss the view. It takes my breath away. It doesn't escape my attention that he's still looking right at me when he says those words. And my analytic brain that didn't learn its lesson the first time wonders if he's talking about the ocean view from the deck of his cottage, or me. I'll clean up here, then head over to the tents and start folding up chairs and tables, Palmer says, nodding back to the pile of discarded beer cans and bottles we pushed out of the way for the photo op that the grounds crew must have missed during last night's cleanup. I'm sure Greg will want to move the dinner and awards banquet into the restaurant, so I'll see you there later, sweet cheeks. I finally turn away from Palmer with an annoyed grunt and stomp over to my golf cart. Yep, definitely talking about the ocean view. I'm in hell. Chapter 17. Birdie. Want to join our threesome? Good thing we got everything taken down and everyone inside. That thing blew in fast. Adam says next to me, my eyes roaming the golf course's packed restaurant as the rain starts to fall a little more steadily from the black clouds that are now directly above the course. Murphy radioed me a few minutes ago when I was walking through from the bar that everyone had been cleared from the course, but I still haven't been able to spot Palmer. I continue to scan the room. Tea time decorated in the same deep shades of green and dark cherry wood as the bar, but the tables in here are covered with white linens and set with fine china and sparkling crystal goblets. This is the kind of place where small wedding receptions are held and where senior prom dinners are eaten, and then photographs are taken out on the deck, and where anyone on the island comes for any special celebration and a photo op. It's where I always pictured a silly fantasy of Palmer and me celebrating something special, sitting out on the deck as the sun went down, toasting our glasses and then leaning across the small table to share a kiss. The deck looks out on the lush green manicured lawn of the first hole of the private member side, and then beyond that is nothing but blue ocean. It's beautiful, and something that shouldn't be missed when you're here. No one seems to mind that their steak and lobster dinner was moved from outside under the tents to inside where there's partial air conditioning. The chattering of everyone's happy voices fills the room while their food is being served, and I scan a few more tables. My heart flutters in my chest when I finally spot Palmer, just beyond the half wall that separates the restaurant from the deck, standing under the protection of the deck ceiling as the rain starts to fall a little harder. This is ridiculous. Just go and grab what you want, Birdie, I whisper to myself. What? You want me to grab something for you? Adam asks a little louder over the clanging of plates and silverware. I ignore him, unclipping my radio from the waistband of my skirt and handing it over to him without taking my eyes off Palmer. He's holding one of his clubs up behind his neck as it lays horizontally across his shoulders, his wrists draped over the titanium bar, and his torso elongated as he twists a little back and forth while he stands there, doing a golfer stretch I've seen him do 1,000,000 times. Except now I'm suddenly thinking about that spreader bar scene in that movie Ren made me go to the mainland to see 10 times. Fine. She made me go once, and I dragged her the other 9 times. Whatever. You okay, Birdie? Adam asks when a sound comes out of me that's part whimper, part moan, part dying cat, and I reply to him with a distracted wave of my hand. Leave me alone. I've got thoughts to think, damn it. Palmer might be snarkier and hotter and have more confidence, but underneath it all, he's still that same shy guy who couldn't flirt with a woman to save his life. It's not like he's laughing and getting close and neck-nuzzling with anyone else since he's been here. Maybe he's waiting for me to come to him. I didn't imagine what he said behind the dip and twist, or even the way he looked at me last night, when I was pressed against his chest and he whispered my name. He was feeling something, and he meant those words behind the ice cream stand. And he really did look at me like he wanted to take a bite out of me before his guard went up. Because maybe that's what it is. A guard. Because I'm standing around wondering what the hell he's feeling, and maybe he's doing the same thing. At least he came clean about the Bradley thing. I haven't opened my mouth and uttered one bit of truth to him since he got here. I take one final deep breath of courage before I start walking toward the deck, watching Palmer pull the club down from around his shoulders to rest the heel of it on the floor before throwing his head back and laughing. Butterflies start flapping around in my stomach as I start to move away from Adam, an excited smile hurting my cheeks that I'm finally going to stop being a wuss and tell him how I feel. That smile falls right off my face. My feet come to a stop, and all the butterflies die when I see Palmer lean down closer and press his mouth right against the ear of Miss Bradford, a kindergarten teacher who just made him laugh like she told the funniest joke in the world. Miss Elizabeth Bradford, a young kindergarten teacher who looks like the kind of teachers you find in teacher porn instead of a real classroom, with her big, pouty lips, long, thick, luscious red hair, and boobs that could poke someone's eye out. I graduated with Lizzie, and I always thought she was sweet. But she needs to die now in a painfully tragic way. Palmer continues talking right next to her ear, and even from here I can see her blush and shiver a little when he pulls back to smile down at her, running one of his hands down the side of her arm. Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick. Shit. I forgot to grab the closest to the cup pins from the finals out on the 8th hole with everyone's name on them so we know who won. Adam suddenly curses from behind me, where I'm frozen 6 inches away from a man loudly slurping his clam chowder, still staring at Palmer, not being shy at all across the room and out on the deck. It should be fine, though. We wrote the names in Sharpie, so it's not like they'll wash off and we won't know who won the $2,000 Miss Abigail donated. Palmer's hand is still resting against the side of Lizzie's arm, and my own arm burns like he's touching me. Except he's not. He's touching her. And he's laughing with her. And he's leaning in again to nuzzle her goddamn fucking cheek as he talks to her. And I have to press my hand to my stomach so the cheeseburger he bought me out on the 5th hole earlier and forced me to eat because I skipped breakfast and forgot about lunch doesn't come up out of my mouth and land in the bowl of soup this motherfucker next to me is taking 7 years to finish slurping. Oh my God. You got like 10 tablespoons of soup, not an entire bathtub, man. I need to get out of here before I kill someone, I mutter. Soup Man looking up at me, and now I realize it's Mr. Grega. Should have gripped the shaft a little tighter, and you wouldn't feel so murderous. He smiles up at me, grabbing a homemade roll from next to his soup bowl and taking a big bite out of it. But the wind is starting to kick up, so maybe I should go out and get them just in case. If they blow away and we can't tell everyone who won $2,000, they will not be happy. I realize Adam is still blathering on about the stupid pins with the stupid winners' names on them that were left out on the 8th hole, and quickly turn away from the teacher porn being filmed out on the deck, preferring to keep my threesomes out on the golf course, to walk back to Adam and right on by him. I'll go out and get the pins. Bertie, it's pouring, he shouts after me as I zigzag between tables, trying to get out of here as fast as I can before I start crying in front of all these people. It's fine, I shout back, finally making it to the French doors on the other side of the restaurant that lead out to the course, muttering to myself as I shove one open. I need to cool off anyway. What in the fuck are you doing out here? I don't even bother turning around as I pull another marker out of the grass, blinking the rain out of my eyes as it continues to come down harder, and the sky gets darker around us. I should have known Palmer would come out here and get me when he heard I went out in the rain. This idiot has been following me home for 15 years, thinking I didn't know he was lurking behind me in the cottage lawns, tripping over shrubbery and cursing loudly every time he forgot about Mrs. Mitchell's ankle-biting chihuahua, who would attack him every time he walked through her yard. He still thinks I'm a child and can't take care of myself. I'm doing my job. What does it look like? I shout back over the wind and rain, taking a second to swipe my matted hair off my face so I can see what I'm doing, as I finally yank the last marker out of the ground that has the finalist's name on it who wins the $2,000. Definitely should have left my hair up in a ponytail instead of yanking the holder out and throwing it God knows where on the way out here. Have you failed to notice the tropical storm blowing through here? What is wrong with you? Those stupid pin markers are not worth your life, Palmer yells, making my blood boil as I whirl around to face him, clutching the plastic stakes in my hand. And momentarily forget what the hell I'm doing when I see him standing 6 feet away from me, next to his obnoxious blue flame golf cart, sopping wet from his head to his feet, rain dripping down his angry face and into his eyes, his gray t-shirt molded to his muscular chest and torso. He's so beautiful it takes my breath away. And of course we're out here on our hole, the one we always snuck out to for long talks on quiet nights, racing into the maintenance shed 100 yards away to hide whenever a course employee drove out here so we wouldn't get in trouble. It makes it even harder for me to breathe that we're out here again after all this time, and everything is so confusing. For about 2 seconds, until I remember he was just dry as could be back up at the restaurant, getting all snuggly with Lizzie Bradford. You're what's wrong with me, you stupid nuzzler? Taking my eyes off him, I zero in on my own golf cart parked not too far from his and march off in that direction, stomping through the wet grass with the pin markers hugged to my wet chest. I ignore how my own clothing is now soaked and stuck to me like a second skin, and the decision to wear a white tank top today was probably not the brightest. The white lace bra underneath is doing absolutely nothing for coverage either, but it's too late to worry about that now. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean, or why you're suddenly pissed off at me, but being out here in the middle of a thunderstorm is not the brightest decision you've ever made, Roberta. That does it. His use of my full name like I'm a little girl who needs to be scolded and not a 30-year-old grown-ass woman has me tossing the markers into my cart, not even caring where they land. I whirl around to face him, since, of course, he had to follow me, keeping my eyes on his instead of his wet body. Now that he looks like he just stepped out of the shower after cleaning off fully clothed. But his eyes leave mine and go right down to the girls, who look like they just won first place in a wet t-shirt contest in the frigid waters of Alaska. I swear, I hear him mutter something like, "Sweet mother of God, help me." But the wind kicks up even louder. The rain comes down harder, and I don't give a shit what he's muttering under his breath. "Fuck you!" I scream over the wind and rain, water dripping down my bare arms and falling off my clenched fists at my sides as we stare each other down from a few feet away. It's just a little rain. Since Mother Nature's got jokes, a flash of lightning bolts down from the sky out over the water. A crack of thunder pierces the air right at that moment, and a crumpled-up piece of trash blows by. Christ, there's no way we'll make it back to the clubhouse without getting electrocuted. All of a sudden, Palmer's wet hand is grabbing mine and he's tugging me toward the small wooden shed right off the green, where the grounds crews store the extra set of lawn tools and equipment. Another loud crack of thunder overhead wakes me up, and I dig my feet into the wet grass and yank my hand out of his hold. Stop trying to drag me around. I'm perfectly capable of taking cover without your help. Go back up to the clubhouse and give Lizzie another neck nuzzle. I'm turned and halfway back to my golf cart when my feet suddenly leave the ground. My body is flopped around like I'm a damn sack of potatoes, and I'm thrown over Palmer's shoulder and staring down at his full, round, hot, wet ass with his athletic shorts plastered to it and his muscular thighs as he starts carrying me back to the shed, muttering something about putting me where he wants to put me like Bodhi told him to. But not before he has the nerve to swat my ass over my skirt before clutching tightly to the backs of my bare thighs so I don't fall. I immediately start flailing my legs, squirming my body and beating the shit out of his back upside down with my fists until Palmer has no choice but to stop and let me down before he drops me. I'm still swinging when I'm back on my feet until Palmer finally gets a hold of both my hands and holds them tightly between us, jerking me closer to him, the rain coming down on us in buckets as he breathes heavily and a muscle ticks in his jaw. He adjusts and holds my hand still with one of his as he takes the other one and swipes his wet hair back off his forehead, and then wipes some of the dripping water off his face. Since I'm fighting the urge to push up on my tiptoes and lick all that water off his face for him, I decide to shout at him in the middle of the pouring rain instead, jerking my arms out of his hold and taking a few stumbling steps back in the wet grass. Listen here, buddy. You can't just drag me around and toss me over your shoulder and smack my ass when you were just up in that clubhouse getting nice and cozy with Lizzie. Did she smell good? Want to take her on a date, do ya? She sure got the shivers when you whispered sweet nothings in her ear, and you just thought she was so funny. Ha ha. Look at how funny Lizzie is. My voice is screechy, and it hurts my ears, but it doesn't matter. I'm so fucking tired. I'm tired of being afraid, and I'm tired of analyzing everything, and I'm tired of just not being honest with myself and with the man a few feet in front of me, standing out on a golf course in the middle of a storm. Keeping everything bottled up never made me any happier anyway. I should have dated more. Then maybe I'd understand signs and clues and know what the hell I'm doing. A laugh suddenly barks out of Palmer, and when I blink the rain out of my eyes and stare at him with murder in them, he holds his wet palms up in the air. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, I swear. It's just Elizabeth Bradford. She's kind of school-marmy, bookish, and shy, which is great, don't get me wrong, but not my type. Okay, so maybe Lizzie Bradford isn't a hot porno teacher, and she always wears ankle-length jean skirts even when it's 800 degrees out. And while she does have big boobs, you really can't tell, since she always wears oversized shirts. And her thick, frizzy red hair is always in a French braid down the center of her head and hangs down to her ass. And now that I think about it, she might actually be a sister wife. Son of a bitch. What is wrong with me? Her fiancé was late for dinner, and she felt weird going in and sitting at the table without him, so I kept her company. It was loud as hell, even out on the deck, so I had to keep leaning in so she could hear me and so I could hear her, since everything she says is in a whisper. It's really weird. I honestly don't think she has a voice box. I left to find you as soon as Bill got here. Right. Bill Ambers, 9th grade biology teacher. Their engagement party was here at SIG, and I organized it and was invited to it. Well, isn't this fun? Are you jealous? He can barely get the word out. There's a mixture of humor and shock on his face as the rain drips down it, and beads of water are clinging to his dark lashes as he blinks at me in complete confusion. Another boom of thunder echoes all around us, but we ignore it. Palmer wipes a hand down his face again, looking at me like maybe if he wipes the water off his face enough times, it'll wipe away his confusion and make sense of the fact that I was jealous, lost my shit, and came out here in the middle of a storm over a woman who Palmer was just being sweet and considerate to and looks like Anne of Green Gables, though a very lovely young woman. But I'm thinking it wouldn't matter who it was. The fact that I'm jealous at all speaks volumes. Although it looks like Palmer currently has earplugs in, and I'm clearly not shouting loud enough. Palmer laughs in confusion again, and although the sound is small over the noise of the storm coming down all around us, it starts something brewing that suddenly feels like someone is shaking the bottle inside me of truths and feelings I've kept a lid on around him for all these years, swirling it up and building the pressure. Seriously, I'm sorry I keep laughing. He chuckles again. Shake, shake. What the fuck, Bertie? Shake, shake. I didn't think you... I backed off, because I thought I freaked you out and I was coming on too strong. Shake, shake. Oh, believe me, no one's been coming at all, I reply sarcastically, licking the rain dripping off my lips as I blink faster so I can see. And what I see is Palmer's green eyes get darker, narrower. His hands clenched down by his sides, water dripping down his thick, corded arms as he takes a stalking step toward me and then jerks to a stop. Shake, shake. God damn it, Bertie. Palmer growls, not even bothering to wipe the rain off his face as he stares me down, that muscle ticking in his jaw again. Say everything I can see you holding back right now before I jump to all the conclusions that are flying through my fucking head and I... Shake, shake. His words cut off with another loud crack of thunder, and my heart is racing so fast I'm having a hard time taking my next breath, and it feels like I'm gasping for air. You what? I managed to get out. My body vibrating, I'm clenching it so tightly, trying to hold myself together. Shake, shake. Fucking talk to me, he roars over the storm. We used to be best friends, and you used to be able to tell me everything. Pop. You want to know why I dated Bradley for 2 years? I scream, thankful for the storm, because I can't suck it up any longer, and at least the rain hides the tears now pouring down my face. Because you weren't here, and I just wanted you, and I was too afraid to tell you, and then you walked away from me so fucking easily, and I couldn't breathe, and he made me forget for just 1 second that you didn't want me. Jesus Christ. Palmer pants, staring at me in complete shock as I keep going now that I'm on a roll, and I'm already sick of crying and back to being pissed off again. And then you did the neck nuzzling and the getting close and the growling in my ear about goddamn sweet things you never delivered on and that I specifically just said no to alcohol for since then, and it's been nothing but buddy-buddy and hey sweet cheeks ever since. Like, what in the actual fuck is... My tirade is cut off when Palmer's arm jerks out. His hand wraps around the back of my neck, and he yanks my body forward, dipping his head and crashing his mouth to mine. Chapter 18. Birdie. The extra length is really helping me get it in the hole. My back is slammed against the wall inside the maintenance shed, and I don't even feel it. I don't feel anything but Palmer's lips on mine, Palmer's tongue darting through my mouth, Palmer's strong, wet, hard body anchoring me in place against the wall. My legs are wrapped around his waist with my wet skirt pushed up to my hips and his hands. God, his hands are everywhere. I lost all sense of everything around me as soon as his mouth was against mine as the storm raged down on top of us. Before I could even process the explosion of sensations that shot through every nerve ending in my body at the first feel of his tongue plunging into my mouth and swirling around mine, he was grabbing the backs of my thighs and lifting me up so I could wrap my legs around his waist as he walked us across the grass through the rain, our mouths never separating. Palmer's hips jerk between my spread thighs, pushing me up higher against the wall, his hard cock beneath the wet fabric of his shorts sliding right against my throbbing clit, reminding me this isn't a dream or a fantasy. This is really happening. Palmer is kissing me. His hands are touching me everywhere. He wants me, and I can feel how much because it's pressed right up against my center. My lace thong is sopping wet from him and not from the rain as I shamelessly rub myself against him, needing more, needing him inside me before I explode. It's hot and muggy in this small room as we touch and kiss and claw at each other with frantic need, hands moving quickly over wet skin and clothes. Palmer's mouth leaves mine long enough to hurriedly kiss his way across my wet cheek, his tongue licking and sucking away the rain on the side of my neck. my head thumping back against the wall as I pant and moan with need when he sinks his teeth into my shoulder and pumps his hips once more between my thighs. The smell of old grass clippings, grease, oil, and gas from lawn equipment makes everything we're doing in this room feel dirtier, hotter. We're in a place where we could be caught at any minute. And God, that makes me clench with need as Palmer brings his mouth back to mine and his tongue plunges deeper into my mouth. He jerks his hips rougher between my thighs and quickly skims the palm of his hand across my collarbone and down the wet tank top material over my breast before continuing down to clutch my thigh, digging his fingers into the fleshy skin like he's doing everything he can to hold himself back. It's dirty and hot, and it's exactly what I need right now after 15 years of wanting this man. I don't want a bed or flower petals or sweet whispered words. After years of pining and needing, I want him to fuck me like he can't take one more second of not being inside me. After so many years of being confused when it comes to Palmer, the need I have for him is all-consuming, and slow and sweet is not an option anymore. Maybe 15 years ago it was, but not now. Not with the history between us and the years of foreplay. I want to go faster. I need to go faster to fill this ache inside me he's been building since the day I met him. Lightning flashes outside and lights up the dim room from the one small window a few feet away from where Palmer has my body pinned to the wall. Thunder crashing immediately after, and he moves his hand from my thigh to desperately grip one of my ass cheeks in his big palm, jerking the lower half of my body harder against him. I moan into Palmer's mouth and around his tongue, clawing frantically at his shoulders and the wet t-shirt molded to his back, my thighs tightening around his waist, needing him closer, harder, rougher. I've waited too long and fantasized too much about this moment for him to take his time. Going by how quickly he got us into this building and how goddamn hard he is rubbing himself between my legs, I know we're finally on the same page. Palmer has one hand pressed to the front of my throat, feeling the frantic beat of my pulse under his thumb, his other hand still squeezing into my ass, digging his fingers into the skin to pull my hips roughly against him. He rubs my aching pussy against him harder, his tongue plunging deeper, swirling faster, his kiss bruising my lips and setting me on fire as the storm rages outside and the rain beats against the window. Not one word has been spoken between us since he cut off my tirade out in the rain. We're just a frantic mess of desperate kisses, slamming into walls, knocking over shovels and rakes that were propped up next to us, hands clawing at skin, tugging closer, feeling, touching, grabbing roughly as Palmer keeps me pinned against the wall, memorizing the feel of every part of each other we've never dared touch before. I hold his face in my hands. I run my fingers through his wet hair, my palms over his wet t-shirt covering his chest and down the thick, tensed muscles of his arms. Everywhere I can reach as Palmer drives me closer and closer to an orgasm with our clothes still on. With his hips anchoring me against the wall and his mouth never leaving mine, Palmer's big, rough hand squeezes and kneads my ass, then quickly skims up the side of my body to graze over my collarbone again, before moving both hands down to my chest. Over my wet tank top, he cups and squeezes my breasts, flicking his thumbs over my nipples as he moves, his hands never staying in one place long enough. Like he can't touch every inch of me fast enough while we kiss and dry hump against the shed wall. I feel shattered and put back together again with each swipe of his tongue through my mouth and each skim of his hands across my body. The rain continues to beat against the roof of the small building, flashes of lightning brightening up the room every so often as every fantasy I've ever had about this man comes to life right before my eyes and right between my legs. I'm dying. I'm alive. I don't know where he begins and I end. And combined with the stuffy humidity in this small shack and Palmer's mouth fused to mine as his cock rubs against the lace of my wet thong faster and harder, creating a friction that is hurtling me quickly to an orgasm, I feel like I can't take enough air into my lungs. I suck in a gasping breath when he tears his mouth from mine. I make quick work of the momentary loss of his lips to grab the wet material of his t-shirt, yanking it up and over his head, tossing it to the side right as Palmer's hands grab the straps of my tank top and rip them down my arms, until the wet cotton is pooling around my waist with my skirt. Goddamn angel I want to defile. He whispers, skimming his palm down the center of my chest, between my cleavage the white lace push-up bra provides, and down over my stomach that quickly dips with each panting breath I take. My body shivers as I watch him stare at the path his hand takes down my wet skin, as I clench my thighs tighter around his hips and push my shoulders harder into the wall behind me, arching my back. Palmer lets out a guttural groan as he takes a few seconds to look down at me, my back against the wall as I squirm against him with need, watching him lick his lips as his eyes take in their fill. My hands grip tightly to his upper arms. My legs are locked securely around his waist, thighs spread wide to accommodate his hips. White lace-covered pussy pressed right up against his thick cock straining inside his wet shorts. I have just enough time to skim my fingertips up his washboard abs and take a few more gasping breaths while I watch his green eyes darken as they stare down at my hard pink nipples through the white lace of my bra before he's taking my breath away again. His hands fly to my breasts, and his head quickly dips, my fingers hastily lacing through his hair to clutch the back of his head when he roughly squeezes and pushes my tits together, wrapping his mouth over the lace of one hard nipple and sucking it into his mouth. "Oh my fucking God," are the first words I mutter inside this shed, my head thumping back against the wall while he sucks and tugs and swirls his tongue around my lace-covered nipple. My hips are jerking erratically against him, needing to come so badly I can barely think straight. But his mouth leaves my nipple, and his lips and tongue quickly make their way up my chest and the side of my neck until his mouth is on mine again, swallowing my throaty cries of need. My legs unwind from around Palmer's waist, and my toes land on the ground long enough for him to tear his mouth from mine once again, hook his thumbs in the straps of my thong by my hips, and yank the thin lace roughly down my thighs as he bends down so I can kick it off. He's quickly kissing his way back up my body until he's standing again. His hands are clutching the backs of my thighs once more, and he's lifting me up and anchoring me against the wall as I lock my legs around his waist again. His head dips down, and his lips and tongue torture the side of my neck with licks and nips of his teeth until I'm gasping and moaning. Both of us reach between our bodies to pull his shorts down his hips and over his ass just far enough for his cock to spring free. Lightning brightens the room. Thunder crashes above us. Palmer's mouth slams against mine, and my arms wrap tightly around his shoulders. Ankles locking together at his lower back, thighs clenching and pulling him closer, needing him now. I suck his tongue into my mouth, dripping with need when I hear him moan, feeling his hand working between our bodies, the head of his cock slipping through my wetness. It's not a dream. It's not a fantasy. This is really happening, and oh God, he's going to absolutely wreck me. My fingernails claw at his back as his head tilts to the other side, changing the angle of the kiss, one of his hands coming up to grip the front of my throat again, my pulse heavy and racing under his thumb as he gently squeezes, and our mouths open wider. His tongue plunges deeper. I've never been kissed like this before. Like he's stealing the breath from my lungs, marking me so I'll never be able to use my mouth again without remembering this moment. And I want to give it all to him. Let him take everything I have to give, since it's been his from the first moment I met him anyway. Thunder booms again outside. I'm whimpering into his kiss, my body shaking, needing him to ease the burn and take away the ache. I've dreamed about this moment and fantasized about this for 15 years. But nothing prepares me for the moment when Palmer's free arm wraps tightly around my waist. He breaks off the kiss, and he tightens his grip on my throat to force me to look into his eyes. This is gonna change everything. He speaks in a low, deep voice, bending his knees and moving his hips forward just enough for the head of his cock to slide inside me, both of us moaning loudly. My nails dig in harder to the skin of his shoulders, my ankles locking together tighter against his lower back, and I feel his own body vibrating with need, shaking under my hands and between my legs. I want to squeeze, my eyes closed. The sensations are almost too much to bear. But I can't take my eyes off this beautiful man standing between my thighs. My best friend. My everything. Gripping me so tightly he's going to leave bruises. His green eyes are dark with desire as he pants against my mouth, not daring to move even one more inch until he's sure I'm okay with this, even though I can tell it's killing him. It's about fucking time, is all I manage to shakily whisper. The words are barely past my lips before Palmer's hips are quickly pulling back, and then he slams his cock inside me in one hard, deep thrust that jerks my body higher up the wall. Sweet fucking Christ, he moans loudly, clenching his teeth when he's finally inside me, his eyes flaring with uncontrolled need as he pulls his hips back just the tiniest bit, then fucks into me roughly again. Palmer! His name whooshes out of me on a strangled cry. The last of my walls with this man crumbling to the ground when I feel him hot, thick, heavy, and pulsing inside me. His body immediately stills when I say his name, the grip he has on my throat tightening, green eyes boring a hole right through me as he pants, holding himself absolutely motionless inside me while my pussy clenches around him, needing him to move. This is real. It's not a dream. It's not a fantasy. He's so full and perfect inside me, and oh God, he's going to ruin me. So that's all it took to get you to say my fucking name, he growls, making my heart constrict in my chest as I bring one of my hands up to rest on top of the one he still has wrapped around my throat. It's so goddamn hot, I don't know how I'm going to survive this, or how I'm ever going to walk by this shed again without getting wet and needing him inside me. Clutching onto a handful of his hair with my other hand, I yank his face back to mine, finished with all this talking bullshit. As soon as his mouth is on mine again, Palmer's hips start moving again. His cock starts pounding into me, and everything goes back to being frantic and needy and fast, except the only thing erratically moving right now is the lower half of Palmer's body. Pulling his mouth away from mine again, with both of our hands still gripping my throat and our eyes locked on each other, Palmer's hips piston between my thighs, fucking me roughly against the wall, each thick, deep plunge of his cock inside me making me see stars behind my eyes, incoherent moans and cries for more gasping out of my mouth. The pulsing in my clit that's been aching and needy since the day he backed me into the bar grows stronger and stronger with each slam of his groin between my thighs. Our grip on my throat tightens again, and Palmer suddenly dips his face until his mouth is right by my ear, his smooth, thick thrusts never stopping, his knees bending so he can get more leverage and drive up into me deeper. Do you have any idea how many nights I've jerked off to thoughts of being buried inside you? He growls in my ear, everything between my legs getting impossibly wetter and slicker and needier, hearing him talk to me like this while he takes me against a wall, and there's no delaying my release any longer. Oh, God, I whisper, squeezing my eyes closed as Palmer's mouth still hovers by my ear, his hot breath panting against the shell as he drives into me. Palmer! Palmer! Every time I say his name, it's like a bolt of electricity shooting through his body, and his strokes get harder, rougher, his hips spreading my thighs wider as he drives into me over and over. His words in my ear dirtier as he pushes me closer and closer to a release I'm sure I won't survive. Mumbled words tumble out of my mouth in between pants of his name, pleading and begging. Harder. More. Don't stop. Christ, your pussy is so tight. So goddamn perfect. Jesus. Fucking hell, Birdie. I can't. As soon as Palmer says my name, followed by animalistic grunts and moans against my ear as each of his thrusts become impossibly deeper and more powerful, and I can tell he's barely holding on, I'm hurtling over the edge, screaming his name as I come. I cling to him tightly, letting wave after wave of intense pleasure explode out of me as Palmer pumps and bucks his hips wildly and impales me with his cock, my release milking him, the wet, sweaty slapping of our bodies louder than the rain outside. Palmer quickly flies right over the edge with me. He drives in rough and holds himself still, filling me deep and coming hard. Fuck, Birdie. Oh, fuck, you're so goddamn perfect. He moans in my ear, his hips jerking between my legs, his cock pulsing inside me with his release. I want to tell him I love him, that I've been in love with him since the day I met him, and no amount of time or distance or dating other people or hurt could have ever changed that. And I was an idiot for thinking it would. But nothing comes out of my mouth. My best friend, my everything, is still thick and hard inside me, his hips twitching between my tightly clenched thighs around his waist with the last of his orgasm. And I'm already worrying about what this means. He said it would change everything. In a good way? In a bad way? Does he even want more than just this one stolen moment in a maintenance shed during a thunderstorm? Maybe it's the fact that we know each other so well and he could immediately sense what was going through my mind. Or maybe he's spent enough time staying quiet about how he feels, and now that it's out in the open, he's not hiding it anymore. Whatever it is, with Palmer's hand still clutching to my throat and his lips still pressed against my ear, he thrusts into me deeply one last time, making me gasp as another hoarse growl comes out of his mouth against the shell of my ear. Mine.
Chapter 19. Palmer. Don't tee me off. Rapid heart rate? Check. Chest pains? Check. Shallow breathing? Check. Dizziness, sweating, nausea? Check, check, motherfucking check. Cue the panic attack. Where in the hell is my underwear? Bertie mutters, wandering around the small shed that now feels like it's 800 degrees inside, moving rakes and looking behind shovels as she pulls the straps of her damp, wrinkly tank top back up to her shoulders that was shoved down to her waist. That I shoved down to her waist, along with her skirt that I yanked up, and her goddamn underwear that I ripped off like a caveman and tossed who the hell knows where. Seriously, it's a small scrap of lace. It didn't just get up and walk away, Bertie continues to complain, oblivious to the fact that I'm still standing here with my shorts shoved down to my upper thighs and my dick and ass hanging out, having a panic attack ever since she unwound her legs from my waist and I had to pull out of her. What the fuck have I done? I just ravaged my best friend, my person, against the goddamn wall of a maintenance shed. Just watching Bertie, so clean, beautiful, and perfect, brushing her tangled, wet hair out of her face, getting down on her hands and knees on the fucking filthy floor to look under the dirty, disgusting riding lawnmower to try to find her clean, lacy piece of clothing that I yanked off of her so hard I heard it rip a little and then tossed to the side like it was trash, makes that nausea turn into full-blown vomit working its way up my throat. I'm sorry. My words come out quiet and scratchy, and I have to clear my throat over the ball of shame currently sitting right behind my Adam's apple. At least the storm has started moving away, and I don't have to shout over the pounding rain against the roof, since it's pretty much stopped. She deserves so much better than this. It's fine. Bertie waves me away with a distracted flap of her hand as she gets up from the floor and brushes her knees off. It was a thong from Target. I have plenty more. She snorts a little, readjusting her wrinkled tank top and equally creased and crumpled short skirt, trying to smooth it out when she stands facing me a few feet away. She's not wearing any underwear under that skirt. I had to give her my wrinkled, wet t-shirt so she could wipe away my cum dripping out of her and down the inside of her thighs. Wow, it's getting hotter in here. No, stop being a horny asshole. You just defiled her against a wall like she meant nothing to you. You don't get the pleasure of getting hard again right now. Bertie's hand brushes her hair off one shoulder, and a quiet, miserable moan comes out of me when I see a small, red bite mark on her perfect skin, right where her neck connects to her shoulder. Jesus Christ, I'm a fucking animal. Why is she even still in this room with me right now? Bertie, I'm sorry. My words are a whisper I can barely get out of my mouth, my hands shaking with the need to run them softly and delicately over every inch of her body I touched too roughly, gripped too hard, needed too much. She's probably got bruises on her ass and marks on her hips and thighs from the hard dig of my fingers into her flesh. And let's not even get into the state of her fucking spine right now, with how many times I slammed her into the wall. Sweet Christ, I hate myself. I knew kissing Bertie, tasting her, and having the freedom to touch her however I wanted would test every ounce of control I had, but I never knew exactly how much until the first swipe of her tongue against mine, until I felt her clawing at me and needing me as much as I did her, until I heard her whimper with desire in my mouth the first time I rubbed my cock between her sweet thighs. Knowing she wanted me as much as I wanted her set something off in me I had no control over. After 15 years of keeping a filter in place and watching what I said and did with this woman, having that filter suddenly ripped away when she screamed at me in the rain that she wanted me to was like being starved your entire life and then someone suddenly put an entire table of decadent food in front of you. I couldn't think straight. I was so hungry for her. I couldn't get her against me fast enough, couldn't touch her everywhere quick enough. I had to claim her, mark her, make her mine, and make sure she knew damn well what I felt for her so she could finally stop making up dumb shit in her head. This is gonna change everything. It's about fucking time. I can still hear those emotion-filled words coming out of her beautiful mouth and ringing through my ears. See the need in her eyes when she looked at me, and feel how goddamn wet she was on my cock, reminding me all the feelings were mutual. Christ, she was a fucking dream. She was so hot for me. It still doesn't stop me from feeling like absolute horseshit. Birdie's eyes finally meet mine, her hands stilling in the process of straightening her tank top. She studies my face for a few quiet, tense seconds, the blood rushing in my ears, my cheeks feeling hot and my skin feeling itchy, hoping she'll forgive me for manhandling her when she means so much more to me than that. My feet won't even let me close the distance between us, because I'm afraid if I get close to her again, I'll throw her up against the wall and manhandle her again. Nothing in my life has ever felt so perfect as that first moment I drove inside Birdie, not even the first time I drove a ball over 300 yards. Everything suddenly made sense. The pressures of the world and my life stopped screaming in my ears. Every question I'd ever had was answered, and I automatically knew what I wanted to do and where I wanted to be for the rest of my life. I'm scared to death I screwed everything up just because I couldn't control my goddamn dick. Birdie's fingers slowly drop from the hem of her tank top, those fingers curling into her palms as she holds her fists down by her sides and her eyes narrow on me. I've been on the receiving end of Birdie's rage enough times to be able to recognize when a storm is brewing inside that beautiful head of hers. And going by the way she cocks her hip, crosses her arms roughly in front of her, and looks at me like she's trying to decide which piece of lawn equipment she's going to use to remove my skin from my body, this storm is going to be a lot more catastrophic than the one that just blew through the golf course outside this shed. "You stupid son of a bitch," she mutters, my mouth dropping open when that's not at all what I expected her to say, right as the door to the shed flies open and bangs against the wall behind me. "Damn, someone's been doing a lot of squats. Nice ass, Putts." With a muttered curse when I hear Tess's voice, and I comprehend my ass is still hanging out and my dick is still flopping in the breeze, I quickly yank my shorts the rest of the way up, tucking everything back inside, letting my waistband snap against my stomach when I'm covered. The sound makes Birdie's head jerk up, and I realize she'd been staring at my dick while I put it away, that dick suddenly stirring back to life in my shorts with this knowledge. Needing to look away from Birdie, because looking at her tangled hair, swollen lips, and flushed skin just makes everything we did in this room flash through my head in HD, vivid Technicolor, I mirror Birdie's pose, crossing my arms over my chest as I turn to look at Tess leaning her shoulder against the frame in the open doorway as she smiles around my shoulder at Birdie. "Can I assume the state of your wrinkled clothing, Putts' great ass on display moments ago, and the fact that he's missing a shirt and you're no longer girding your loins to mean he finally fucked your brains out, and you can stop complaining about him being a tease and how you're going to get carpal tunnel from diddling yourself to thoughts of him every night?" Tess asks Birdie sweetly with a bat of her eyelashes. My head slowly turns away from Tess to look back at Birdie, a deep blush covering her cheeks as she glares across the room at her friend, her lips clamped shut, not denying the sarcastic accusation at all. Birdie, holy shit, she touched herself thinking about me? I can't, nope, think of something else, 16 times 97 is, I don't fucking know, fuck this fucking shit, math is hard and so is my dick. "Why are you here?" is all Birdie says. All she fucking says, like we don't need to sit down right now and have a very lengthy discussion about how long this touching lasted, if there was soft music playing, candles lit, any specific fantasies she thought about me that I can do my best to recreate. Also, I think it's best she just show me exactly how the touching happened so I can get a proper visual. "Same reason you are, to get nasty in a maintenance shed," Tess shrugs as Bodhi pops his head in from behind her. "Sup, guys?" He smiles and nods, resting his chin on Tess's shoulder. "Anyway, since you guys took the one we were heading for, we had to use the storm shelter on the 17th hole," Tess continues while my brain is on the verge of exploding along with my balls. "It's creepy with no windows, and it smells like armpit in there." That was probably me. I am ripe. Bodhi chuckles, chin still on her shoulder. I'm surprised you did it out here, Tess muses, making me feel like a selfish, disgusting pig again for about 10 seconds as she glances around the small, dirty room until she continues talking when her eyes get back to Birdie's with a mischievous glint in them. I thought your first-time fantasy was always him screwing you from behind against the desk in your office after hours. Look at you being adventurous out in nature. Math, 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 numbers, numbers, Grandma taking a bath. With an annoyed grunt, Birdie uncrosses her arms and stalks around me to stand right in front of Tess, grabbing the door from the wall and starting to pull it closed. Okay, good talk. Go away and take your smelly boyfriend with you, Birdie says, pushing her palm against Tess's forehead like she's an annoying little sister as she shoves her out of the doorway. Tess and Bodhi both laugh as they stumble back, and Birdie slams the door right in their faces before whirling around to face me. She gets super horny thinking about you going down on her, FYI. You're welcome. Tess's muffled shout comes from the other side of the door as she and Bodhi walk away. I chuckle a little, even though my spank bank is now officially full and no longer accepting any new entries. Birdie's cheeks are still flushed with embarrassment, and now she's biting her bottom lip nervously, staring down at her feet and refusing to meet my eyes. Finally feeling like I can breathe a little since my earlier panic attack, I take a step closer to her, still too nervous to touch her, what with all those diddling and desk-screwing thoughts running rampant through my brain right now. After hearing Tess leak a little dirty insight into Birdie's head, my dick is pulsing, wanting to make whatever fantasy she has ever had about the two of us come true right now. Just knowing she ever thought about us like that for even 1 second is almost too much for me to take. I never imagined in a million years she would feel like this. I thought I'd have to spend a lot of time easing her away from being just friends and into something more. Give her time to see me in a different way. It's a dream come true, and I'm afraid to move or speak or ruin it all over again by not being slow and taking my time with her. Yes, I often masturbate to thoughts of you, and I have so many fantasies I could probably write a shit ton of erotica and make more money than I do at SIG. Whatever, let's not make a big thing about it, Birdie rambles with an adorable sigh and a shrug, finally looking up at me through her long, dark lashes. I need to say something before these Birdie masturbation thoughts turn me into a caveman again. I started calling you Sweet Cheeks the night we played cornhole because every time you bent over to get your bags in that short romper thing you were wearing, I got a tiny little peek at the curve of your sweet, perfect ass cheeks I just wanted to sink my teeth into, and I jerked off so hard that night I think I passed out for a few minutes, and I definitely forgot my own name for a while. I say in one breath, right after Birdie finishes, not wanting her to feel like she's been the only one going crazy. A tiny smile starts to curve the corner of her mouth as she brings her head up to fully look at me, that smile making my heart thump erratically in my chest and my palms start to sweat. Birdie, I whisper, starting to reach out to touch her and then quickly dropping my hand, feeling like I still don't have the right until she accepts my apology. I'm so sorry. Birdie immediately closes the few feet of distance between us and smacks her palm against my mouth, cutting me off as the smile on her face turns upside down and she's back to glaring at me, the storm in her eyes starting to swirl back up again. I swear to God, if you apologize to me again, I will bring my knee up against your balls so hard they will fly up into your throat and choke you, she growls, making me swallow thickly with her hand still covering my mouth and shift my feet to rearrange my junk. And not because of the scary image of her kneeing me in the groin so hard I taste my own testicles, but because now I'm looking at the skin of her throat, remembering how she held my hand there, forcing me to grip her harder while I fucked her, wanting me to. Shaking those thoughts out of my head, I wrap my fingers around her hand and slowly pull it away from my mouth, wanting to lace my fingers through hers, but she yanks it out of my hold and puts her hands on her hips. You deserved a nice comfortable bed, and romantic words and soft caresses, I start, getting nervous the longer I stare into her angry eyes as they look up at me, my words beginning to come out faster and a little more hysterical. You are beautiful and perfect and my person, and you deserve so much more than a quick and dirty fuck on a public golf course inside a maintenance shed against a disgusting wall. I mean, for shit's sake, Birdie, I didn't even take the time to get you naked. What kind of an animal doesn't get the woman of his dreams naked so he can appreciate every inch of her body? I didn't even get to see her boobs. My hands are tossed up in the air with an annoyed scoff, and I'm so busy losing my shit and berating myself that I momentarily forget who I'm talking to and who Birdie is as a person, and I don't have the time to brace myself. With her own annoyed huff, Birdie suddenly grabs the neck of her tank top, her fingers grabbing onto the cups of her bra along with it, yanking everything down until her full, round, perfect tits and rosy pink nipples are out in the open on display. Fucking Jesus Christ, I can barely spit out. My dick as hard as steel as I stare at her naked chest for the 5 seconds she holds her tank top down before pulling the cotton material back up and covering herself. "There, now you saw my boobs. Can we be done with your little freak-out now?" she asks, resting her hands on her hips defiantly again. "Stop pissing me off. Your apology makes me feel like you regret what we did, and I don't regret 1 second of what happened in this room, okay? If I wanted you to slow down or I wanted us to move somewhere more comfortable, I have a voice and I know how to use it. Every mark you left on my skin with your mouth, every twinge I feel on my body where you gripped me and wanted me and couldn't take 1 more second of not—" She pauses, and I realize both of us are panting a little with every word she says, and I'm suddenly remembering the guttural, aching need in her voice when I was taking her against the wall, and every time I heard her say, "More, harder, Palmer, Palmer, Palmer." Birdie swallows a few times, licks her lips, and looks up at me again. I watch her take a deep breath, and then she closes the distance between us. With my hands clenched into fists down at my sides, I watch her slide her palms up my abs, over my chest, and rest them on my shoulders. Not being able to take it anymore, my hands jerk out and grip her hips tightly as she leans in closer and slides her body against mine, pushing up on her toes, pressing her cheek to mine, and smashing those perfect tits into my chest as she leans forward more until her lips hover right next to my ear, making my fucking body shiver. God damn this woman and what she does to me. "Please, Palmer," she whispers, her warm breath skating against my ear, my dick jumping inside my shorts, wanting to rut against her as soon as she says my name. "Don't ever apologize to me again about what happened in here. In case you forgot, I came screaming your name against that disgusting wall inside this maintenance shed on this public golf course." Fuck. Is this even real life? Hearing her say that out loud is almost better than actually witnessing it and feeling it happen all around my cock. My arms are around her, and I'm hugging the hell out of her before I can take my next rasping breath, holding her against me tightly, lifting her toes off the ground as she squeals. As soon as I set her back down, Birdie pulls her head back from next to mine and cocks it to the side with a smile as she looks up at me, her arms still wrapped around my shoulders. It was kind of awesome, I finally admit with my own smile, clasping my hands together against her lower back and tugging her closer, wishing my brain could come up with better words to describe the earth-shattering experience of having sex with Birdie for the first time. "It was perfect," she sighs dreamily, making my heart melt in my damn chest. "I mean, you fucked me like a champ in the Birdie launch hug position." She winks, making my chest rumble with laughter against hers. "I did do that, didn't I?" I ask, wagging my eyebrows at her, one of my hands sliding down to squeeze her ass. Because I can. Shit. Because I can. I can grab Birdie's ass, and I can hold Birdie in my arms, and we can talk about fucking up against a wall like it's totally normal, because it is now. Go on a date with me tonight. I'd tell her. I don't ask, because I can now, because she's finally fucking mine. "Okay, what time and what should I wear?" She smiles up at me without argument. Because she doesn't have to anymore. Because she knows she's finally fucking mine.
Chapter 20. Birdie. After 18 holes, I can barely walk. Palmer. I think I have a problem. Birdie. Did you jerk off again? My God, man, we just had sex an hour ago. You do have a problem. They have addiction centers for that, you know. Palmer. You're hilarious. Now don't you feel bad for denying my request of taking a shower together so we could conserve water and forcing me to go back to my own cottage to get ready for our date? Also, I remember hearing something about someone having a diddling problem recently. Birdie. Stop saying diddling. It's weird when you say diddling. Palmer. You like a little diddly-do in your diddling dungeon, do ya? Birdie. I am never having sex with you again. Palmer. I have something in my pants that I believe will change your mind. Birdie. Your wallet? Palmer. I think I liked it better when you were so full of my giant cock that you couldn't speak other than moaning my name. Remember that fun time? We should do that again. Palmer. Ha! No answer. Diddly-do says what? Birdie. OMG, cut it out. I'm trying to finish putting on my makeup. Birdie. And slide my warm, nimble fingers down inside my wet panties to play with myself a little. Hashtag multitasking. Palmer. You want to kill me, don't you? Birdie. Why are you still texting me? Aren't you supposed to be picking me up in like 10 minutes? Are you even going to put in any effort to look pretty for this date? Palmer. Shit. Why was I texting you? You're a distraction woman. Oh yeah, that's right. I was checking my email after I got out of the shower, and something came through that I wanted to see if you saw. Anyway, we can talk about it later. No big deal. I'll let you get back to it. Gotta go pick up my hot date in a few minutes. Wow. A stroll along Summersweet Lane for our first date. How original. I tease, squeezing Palmer's hand in mine as he swings them back and forth between us while we walk. I'm actually glad we're doing something easy and casual like grabbing a bite to eat in town and just walking around. I'm not going to lie. I was more than a little nervous about this date, which was just ridiculous. This man had already been inside me, and I was freaking out about him picking me up and taking me somewhere. I mean, an actual date with Palmer Campbell. I felt like I was 15 all over again, and I couldn't believe my best friend liked me and wanted to take me on a date. Or I was 17, or 20, or 25, or every single year since the day I met him and had to suffer through the friend zone. I couldn't wrap my head around it all through my shower and the entire time I got ready, even though I dreamed about it a million times, and even though I was still deliriously sore from what we did in that shed. Every step I took walking around my bedroom, trying to find something to wear, reminded me I had no reason to be nervous about anything. His dick had just been in my vagina. That's about as close as two people can get, and the nerves should be long gone. I still spent way too long making sure my long, blonde beach waves were beach wavy enough, and on making sure my subtle makeup that made my blue eyes pop, my lashes look extra thick and long, and my skin glow was subtle enough. Not to mention how many times I second-guessed what I was wearing. A red, short, floral-printed mini dress with a ruffle low-cut bodice, drawstring ruching, and a fitted waist that I paired with strappy wedge sandals, hoping it was nice enough for a date with Palmer. When we turned onto Summersweet Lane and he parked his golf cart in front of Chew on This, all my nerves disappeared in an instant. It's definitely less stressful to just do something simple and easy with him, something we've done a million times, and something that feels right and perfect and so us. Instead of the pressure of a typical fancy dinner on the mainland, where a fan could spot him and interrupt us, or God forbid take a picture and start circulating rumors, when I haven't even gotten his public image back in tip-top shape yet. Going from nothing but friends for 15 years to something so much more in the blink of an eye should have made everything awkward and the conversation between us nervous and stilted. I mean, I saw my best friend's penis. And my, oh my, what a lovely penis it is. But nothing is awkward, and the conversation never stops. We're still us. Just a handsier version with more tongue. Palmer suddenly stops walking right in the middle of the sidewalk in front of Hang 5 Arcade, tugging on my hand and jerking me back to him until I bump up against the front of him. He's always good-looking, but even more so tonight, wearing a pair of dark gray fitted golf pants that cling to his juicy ass and a white polo tucked into his pants with a dark gray belt low around his hips, no hat on his head so I can see his green eyes, with his short brown hair pushed back and to the side. He's dressed the same as I've seen him a million times before. Maybe it's because I've finally seen what's under the clothes, or maybe it's because of the way he doesn't hide how much he wants me when he looks at me. Whatever it is, excited butterflies flap around my stomach when I feel him against me. And I don't think I'll ever get used to how easily and casually he just pulls me in like this. Like he's been waiting his whole life to do it. Taking our joined hands, he wraps them both around my lower back and tugs me closer until our bodies are pressed together, from our thighs to our chests. His free hand comes up to gently cup my cheek as he stares into my eyes, making my skin break out in goosebumps even though the humidity is even worse after the storm. Yup, I brought you on our first date to this busy, bustling street in the middle of town that we've walked down thousands of times before, Palmer says softly, as the street does indeed bustle around us as he holds my face in his hands, his thumb brushing gently against my cheek, never taking his eyes off mine. The sun set not too long ago, and all the colorful lights from the business fronts are flashing and shining up and down the street. Island music is playing from the speaker mounted above the tourist information booth across from us. People are laughing, talking, and taking in the sights, easily walking around us as we continue standing in the middle of the sidewalk. The bells and whistles from the arcade and a breeze from the cool air conditioning float out every time someone opens the door a few feet away. The motors of golf carts putter by on the street. Someone shouts someone else's name as they run by us, and my stomach growls when I can smell that intoxicating scent of greasy fried foods, like French fries, onion rings, and funnel cakes. But I don't pay attention to anything except the man holding me in his arms as he continues talking to me. I brought you here, to this street we've walked down thousands of times before, just so I could do this, Palmer says, slowly dipping his head and pressing his lips to mine. It's soft, and it's sweet, and he just holds his lips against mine for a few beats before pulling away, dropping his hand from my cheek, unwinding our arms from behind my back and tugging me to start walking with him down the sidewalk again. Anxious jitters make my skin feel like it's being poked with pins and needles when he doesn't say anything else. He just smiles at me over his shoulder as we walk a little farther until he stops again, this time in front of Summer Sweet Souvenirs. The entire front of the building, nothing but windows displaying t-shirts, beach towels, hermit crabs, and wave boards. Performing the same maneuver again, he pulls me against him and wraps our joined hands behind my back, tugging me up against him. And so I could do this, he says softly again, his free hand coming up to slide around the back of my neck and under my hair I left down and loose, tugging gently on the back of my neck to pull me up to his mouth, with the busyness of the street happening all around us. My hand comes up between us to press my palm against his chest, feeling the solid pounding of his heart as his tongue ever so gently parts my lips. He softly sweeps his tongue through my mouth, lazily swirling it around and languidly stroking it against mine, taking his time, making my knees weak and my toes curl. He worships my lips and my mouth like they're delicate flowers. It's the complete opposite of the manic, crazy, wide-open mouth kissing we shared back in the shed. But it sets my body on fire just the same, until he's ending the kiss with a few little pecks and nips to my lips before pulling away, and I'm whimpering at the loss of his mouth on mine. He's tugging on my hand again, pulling me down the sidewalk once more, and I don't even pay attention to where we're going. I just let him blindly lead me wherever, wanting him to stop and kiss me like that again, and make my toes curl like that again, and make me wonder how in the hell I went my entire life without ever being kissed like that before. Palmer stops on the sidewalk once more, this time tugging my arm to pull me in front of him, letting go of my hand to grab onto both my hips to turn me around until my back is pressed into his front. I smile as I rest my head back on his warm, solid chest, realizing he's pulled us to a stop right in front of the dip and twist, and we're standing at the end of its usual long line this time of night on the island. He slides one arm around my waist, and I rest my hands on top of the corded muscles of his forearm, locked securely over my stomach right under my breasts, as he pulls me back more snuggly against him. I stare at the people in line in front of us, not even noticing who they are or what their conversations are about. When we take a small forward step together as one when the line moves up a bit, Palmer brings his free hand up behind my head to swipe my hair off one shoulder, and before the next person in line way up at the window can even start giving their order, and before I can brace myself, his head is dipping forward and his nose is nuzzling that spot right under my ear. Oh, God, the nuzzling. I shiver against him as he holds my hair out of his way, rubbing the tip of his nose along the side of my neck and then gently nibbling and kissing my bare shoulder, skating the tip of his tongue out every so often before kissing his way back up the side and pressing his mouth against my ear as we take another joint step forward in line. I still haven't recovered from the mind-blowing orgasm Palmer gave me almost 2 hours ago, and just like that, I'm wet, needy, and want to rub myself all over him. Ice cream customers be damned. I absolutely brought you here to this street we've walked down 1,000 times, so I could do all the things I've been dreaming about for a long fucking time, Birdie. He speaks softly against my ear, making my throat get tight and scratchy with emotion as he continues speaking, and we move up in line again. His arm is still locked tight around me, keeping the back of me plastered against the front of him, which is probably wise right about now, since I can feel him heavy and hard pressed right against my ass. I wanted to hold your hand down Summer Sweet Lane. I wanted to kiss you in front of the arcade, and I wanted to have you in my arms while we ordered ice cream, because I finally can. I want to give you the world, Birdie. Everything you've ever wanted. But for tonight, I just wanted to kiss my girl in front of the arcade without worrying about her kicking me in the balls. A weak laugh comes out of me as I sniffle and suck up the stupid emotions, turning in his arm so I can see his face. I slide my hands up his chest to rest my palms over his yummy pecs, because I finally can. Don't stop worrying about that ball kicking just yet. You seemed to have forgotten you just did some serious neck nuzzling in front of my mother. Palmer just smiles down at me as he pushes me to walk backward, and I turn back around in his arm that I guess he's just going to keep tightly around me, so we can both walk up to the window where my mother stands on the other side. Literally bouncing up and down, clapping her hands, And smiling so big at the two of us, she looks a little psychotic and kind of like the Joker. "You look swamped tonight, Laura. Need some help back there?" Palmer asks, resting his chin on top of my head, almost giving my mother a case of the vapors and making her swoon as her employees rush around behind her in the small building, making treats for customers. Oh my God, no. You guys deserve a night to relax. My mom laughs, waving her hand at him before clutching both hands together against her chest. Ugh, my heart. Will you just look at the two of you? It's about time you both pulled your heads out of your asses. So, you two want your usuals, and when are you going to start giving me beautiful grandbabies to spoil? Palmer's chest rumbles against my back as he laughs, and I just shake my head at her. Thankfully, my mom disappears from the window to go make Palmer's hot fudge sundae with extra whipped cream, no nuts, and 2 cherries, and my Reese's Cup flurry with extra Reese's Cups and 3 healthy squirts of liquid peanut butter. Palmer finally lets go of his hold on me so we can both take our orders when my mom sets them on the counter with a bunch of napkins. Then she blows each of us a kiss. The grandbaby talk forgotten when she looks over my shoulder to the next person in the long line that formed after us. Palmer and I step around the side of the building and over to the only open picnic table, which is the bright yellow one. I only glare a little bit at the group of teenage girls sitting in the purple table in the back corner with our names carved into the top as I swing my leg over the bench and straddle it to face Palmer, pulling the short skirt of my dress between my thighs and covering the goods like a lady does in public. Palmer's eyes flicker down to my bare legs straddling the bench, a dirty smile tipping up the corner of his mouth as he licks hot fudge off his spoon, making me shift a little in my seat when I see his tongue swirl around the white plastic. "Want to talk about that email now?" I ask, even though I really don't want to talk about that email he sent me a text about earlier. But we should probably talk about something before I start humping this picnic table bench. Oh, that's right. Palmer nods around a mouthful of ice cream and fudge. With my flurry in one hand and a spoonful of it in the other, I lean forward on the bench and kiss his bottom lip, sucking off a little bit of chocolate that was there before pulling back to stick my spoon in my mouth. Palmer just looks at me with his spoon halfway up to his mouth, dripping ice cream down into his plastic bowl as he stares at me with a look of awe on his face. I can't believe Bertie Bennett just kissed me at the dip and twist. He whispers like a teenage boy gossiping to his friends. It makes me laugh, and it makes my heart do that weird constricting thing in my chest again, my laughter slowly dying away when I think about that email. Anyway, the exciting email. He continues, scooping another spoonful of his sundae into his mouth first. You, my sexy and amazing sweet cheeks, are brilliant, and that ridiculous cat photo, along with the press release you put out, got some positive buzz going. The San Francisco Open wants me there in a little over a week, as long as you keep working your magic. Did you see where they said they've gotten a bunch of fan mail demanding my presence? His smile is infectious, and I can't help but return it, even though it feels like I'm dying a little inside as he continues, practically bouncing up and down in his seat. They want to see more positive social media posts, and they want to speak to a few of my endorsements to see how they're feeling. But if we brainstorm some more ideas the next few days, this just might work. And I might get to play some fucking pro golf sooner than we expected. He's so happy and excited, it makes me feel like an asshole for how much my stomach dropped when I saw that email come through as I was warming up my shower water earlier. I should have screamed with happiness when I saw that someone was finally smart enough to realize the mistake they made by uninviting Palmer from so many tournaments. But I didn't. My knees gave out, and I sat down on the edge of the bathtub, staring at that email until the bathroom filled up with steam and I couldn't see the screen of my phone anymore. This is what we wanted. This is what I've been working my ass off for the last 2 weeks and staying up late for and researching everything there is to know about professional golf PR. But all I could think of when I looked at that email was that I'm working my ass off just so he can leave me again. So he can walk away without even asking me to go with him. I know it's different this time, and I know we're different this time compared to the last time he was on this island and walked away from me. But it doesn't make me panic any less. It doesn't make me stop worrying about the same thing I worried about back then, and why I always stopped myself from telling him how I felt. Can I be enough for him? Does he even want more with me? Or does he just want to keep what we have here on this island like a tropical fantasy, where it never leaves the shore or turns into something real, getting the best of both worlds while I continue to sit here and wait? I know he has to leave. I get it, and I want him to go and do what he's so amazing and talented at. But am I enough for him to come back to when he's done? Is this island enough? He's been all over the world. Why in the hell would he want to stay here when he could go anywhere? I just got him, and now he's going to be taken away from me. We started talking about how the first tournament he was still on the schedule for wasn't for another 7 months just the other day. In the back of my mind, I had that number flashing around, telling me I had plenty of time to prove to him that I'm worth it, and that we're worth it. And screw sitting around here waiting for him to come home to me. I would go anywhere with him, if he'd only ask. For 15 years, every time he left this island, I just wanted him to beg me to come with him. Just once. For him to just stop and look at me and say, "Birdie, I need you there with me." But he never did. And now it looks like it's happening all over again. Him making plans to leave, while I sit around, waiting, hoping I'm enough for him to come back to, hoping he doesn't meet someone when he's far away from me who's there with him in his world, rubbing elbows with his people, while small-town girl who's never been anywhere or done anything significant with her life just waits. This was always my relationship with Palmer for 15 years. And of course, I missed him. But it was fine, because it was all that we'd known. But now? Now that I know why nothing in my life has ever made sense or felt right before until the moment he kissed me out in the rain, and now that I know what it feels like to have bruises on my hips from the dig of his fingers, and a soreness between my legs reminding me how much he needed me. It's not fine. And I'm not okay with only getting the crumbs of his attention, sprinkled around me sporadically when his hectic schedule will allow. Just so you know, I'm going to expect a lot of sexual favors when you get that promotion. He winks at me, scraping the bottom of his empty plastic bowl to get the last of the fudge, while my flurry remains half-eaten and melting in my hand, the few bites I already took starting to churn in my stomach. You know I'm not doing this for that stupid promotion, I tell him, sucking it up so I can get the rest of my words out without crying like a baby. I don't care about any of that. All I care about is getting you back out there, traveling on the pro circuit where your super talented self is supposed to be. Palmer sets his empty bowl on the picnic table, then takes my flurry out of my hand and sets it next to the bowl. Scooting closer to me on the bench, he brings both his hands up to cup my face, leaning in to give me a gentle kiss before pulling back to rest his forehead against mine. I know you're not taking care of me and fixing things for me for the promotion. I was just kidding, he says quietly. And that's not at all what... Cut out that hanky-panky nonsense in public. People are trying to enjoy their ice cream, for God's sake. Whatever Palmer was about to say is cut off as we pull apart, and both of us look up to find Murphy standing next to our bench, glaring at us as he sips a milkshake. Nice to see you, Murph. Palmer smiles at him, his hands dropping from my face to rest on top of my bare thighs. Murphy's eyes glance down to where Palmer's hands are, and he takes another slurping sip before growling a little, and then he pulls the straw out of his mouth to tip it and his cup toward Palmer. See, you listened to what I said that night on the beach, stopped being an idiot, and realized she had a thing for ya, he says, making my eyes narrow as I look back and forth between the two men. Excuse me, you two had a discussion about me without my knowledge? I ask haughtily. Excuse me. Murphy fires right back just as indignantly. You two disappeared from the golf outing with the winner of the $2,000. I had to drive out and find the damn pin marker with the name on it in your cart in the middle of a storm, and then listen to the sounds of 2 cats dying inside that damn shed until I could get out of there, pour bleach into my ears, and then have Tess light them on fire. Right then, I nod, knowing my cheeks are as red as the picnic table across the aisle from us. Splendid. We bid you adieu, kind sir, until we meet again. Why my mortification has suddenly turned me into a character in a historical novel is beyond me. Murphy just looks at me like I'm an idiot, because I am, then shakes his head and walks away from us while Palmer chuckles softly at my mortification that the man who's like a grandfather to me heard us having sex. Once he's gone, Palmer grabs my hand and pulls me up from the bench, stopping long enough to give me a quick kiss before tossing our garbage in a can next to the table. All right, let's go get some dinner. I can't believe you fed me dessert before dinner. It's very scandalous. I tell him with a smile, pushing that email out of my mind so I can enjoy my first date with this man. I know I'm not allowed to apologize anymore, but I still feel like you sucked it up very nicely today. So I thought you deserved your cookies first, Palmer says, kissing the tip of my nose before grabbing my hand, lacing his fingers through mine and pulling me out from under the picnic table area and toward the sidewalk. I mean, technically you already gave me my cookies against that wall, but I joke, elbowing him in the ribs as we walk, and he groans and then chuckles at my lame joke. Well, 1 cookie, if we're really being technical. You must have been a little tired, huh? Not up for handing out more than 1? Little stingy, if you ask me. Palmer is suddenly scooping me up until my feet leave the ground, and I have to wrap my arms around his shoulders and hold on, squealing and laughing as he swats my ass and spins me around on the sidewalk. Sweet cheeks. I've got dozens and dozens of cookies with your name all over them, he whispers in my ear, making me tingle as he squeezes my ass one more time before setting me back down on my feet and grabbing my hands from around his shoulders to pull them down, lace his fingers through mine, and swing them back and forth between us. He looks away from me for a second to smile, nod, and exchange a few words with locals who say hello to him as they walk by us, And they also throw a smile and a greeting my way, making my damn chest tight again. The same things happened when we first got into town and started walking down this street. No one even batted an eye that after 15 years of nothing but friendship, Palmer Campbell is suddenly smacking Bertie Bennett's ass and kissing her full on the mouth and twirling her around and holding her in his arms like he never wants to let go in the middle of Summer Sweet Lane. Tourists don't even pay attention to us. They take one look at Palmer and assume there's no way he'd be here on this tiny island in the middle of nowhere, and go about their business thinking they just saw the perfect doppelganger for Pal Campbell. No one bats an eye, because it's perfect. It's exactly how it was always supposed to be. After dinner, you want to sneak a couple of beers, get drunk behind the saltwater taffy place, and then let me touch your boobs? Palmer asks, wagging his eyebrows up and down and making me laugh at how ridiculous he is, and how I was a complete fool for thinking all the times he left this island before hurt like a bitch. This time, it just might kill me. Letting go of one of his hands, I start walking toward the barge, suddenly needing some greasy diner food to make me feel better, tugging him along with me as I look back at him over my shoulder, suck it up and give Palmer a mischievous smile. I might even let you stick it in my ass. His feet stutter on the sidewalk, and he almost trips over them as he squeezes my hand harder to stop from falling. For fuck's sake, Bertie. Palmer curses, glaring at me a little when I laugh and tug him up next to me. You can't say stuff like that to me without warning, man. I'm weak. We both laugh. Palmer lets go of my hand to drape his arm over my shoulders. I slide my arm around his waist as we walk, and we do what we've done 1,000 times before. But this time, it's perfect. And I wonder how much of this perfection I'll get to soak up before I finish working my magic, and he leaves me here again.
Chapter 21. Palmer. I prefer to play the back over the front. Holy shit, I seriously cannot believe you're broke. My fist is slamming into Bodhi's shoulder as soon as the word broke shouts out of his mouth as loudly as possible, like the last hour we've been quietly discussing my current woes has finally caught up to his brain. While he's busy bitching and moaning and rubbing the side of his arm, I quickly glance around the deck of dockside eddies, making sure no one heard him. There's only 5 other people out here, since it's the middle of the week and almost 10 o'clock, but thankfully Ed has the sound system blasting Margaritaville, and it doesn't look like anyone heard what Bodhi shouted. You wanna maybe keep it down a little bit? I'd really not like the entire island to know what a dumbass I am. Especially Birdie. She's been teasing me about being poor just because I'm not winning big purses on the Pro Tour right now, knowing she can tease me because clearly I have plenty of money in the bank. Haha, clearly I have plenty of money in the bank, right? Oh, Jesus. I'm trying to convince her I'm the best thing for her and she should fall madly in love with me, beg me to stay here forever with her and take care of her. I know what fucking year it is, and I know Laura Bennett raised 2 brilliant, amazing independent women, and Bertie Ken has and would continue taking care of herself forever and ever without once complaining or asking for help. But I'm still me. And I still want to take care of my woman and provide for her and give her a home and give her everything she's ever dreamed of in life, so she doesn't have to lift a finger if she doesn't want to. I can't exactly convince her of anything but what a dipshit I am by starting off our new relationship with, "Yo, babe, can I crash in your couch for a little bit? I swear it won't be forever. Can you also spot me at 20? My golf cart needs gas." That's Bodhi's MO and how he lands women, not mine. God damn my fucking father. With a sigh, I take another sip of my lukewarm beer, grimacing and shoving the bottle aside on the table when not even alcohol can ease my pain. You aren't a dumbass, Bodhi reassures me. You let your dad handle your money, and he did a great job of it your entire life. Until recently, and now you are broke. I groan, dropping my head down to smack my forehead against the table, and all those jokes Bertie made about me being poor are not so funny anymore. You know I don't need the money, pal. Take whatever you want. Shut the hell up already with that bullshit, I mutter against the table when Bodie tries for the third time in the last hour to offer me all the money that's been left untouched in his checking account for years. I mean, thank you, but no thank you. I'm not taking your money. I'm a 30-year-old grown-ass man who was oblivious to his finances like a dumbass, and I have to pay the price for that. 2 nights ago, when I was getting ready for my first date with Bertie, I called my accountant, the only member of my team I didn't fire, to have him pull some funds so I could put an offer in on a permanent cottage on the island that recently went up for sale. A cottage Bertie had told me on numerous occasions over the years that it had a walk-in closet to die for, because the last time it was up for sale, she checked out the listing online and drooled over the photos. The minute I was inside Bertie, and her body felt more like home than even this island ever had, I knew that wherever she was is where I needed to be. And then my accountant took my call and got all snippy with me that he'd been trying to reach me and I hadn't been returning his emails or voicemails. Bertie told me about his emails asking me to call him ASAP, and I'll admit I'd been dodging his calls and ignoring the messages. As soon as I got to Summer Suite, I just didn't want to deal with anything business-related, and I assumed he needed me to sign some routine paperwork or something stupid that could wait. I shut it all off and pushed it aside until my head was a little clearer. I planned on calling him later in the week, but when my mind had been made up about what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, and that was to semi-retire and spend as much time as humanly possible here on this island and between Bertie's thighs, I picked up the phone while my shower water warmed up and made what I thought would be a quick call to him. Thank God for my date with Bertie after that call and for that email about the San Francisco Open, or I would have curled up in the fetal position on the floor of the shower and cried like a baby the rest of the night. Actually, I'd probably still be crying on the floor of my shower if it weren't for Bertie. As soon as she opened the door to the cottage when I picked her up for our date and I wrapped my arms around her and breathed her in, I stopped feeling sorry for myself and just got excited about the possibility of playing in another tournament so soon. I could make enough money that Bertie would never have to know what an idiot she's with. I'll stop teasing you now because you're not flat broke. You still have money coming in, Bodie reminds me. I snort, leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms to stare out over the deck railing at the darkness of the ocean and the dots of lights out in the distance of passing ships. I have just enough money coming in from old endorsement royalties to pay for the mortgages on the 3 stupid rental properties I have that each have ironclad leases I can't get out of for another 10 months. Those stupid things are funneling out money faster than it goes into my account. I had 2 different lawyers look into the leases yesterday, and there's nothing I can do, and I can't even sublet them to make money on them while I'm not there. I sigh. They also said there's nothing I can do about the bad investments my father made months ago that I knew nothing about that damn near drained all my accounts, since he was the executor of everything and could make whatever decisions he wanted with my money, which up until recently were always amazing decisions. And now I can barely afford to rent the fucking cottage I'm in right now, let alone buy a bigger one with more closet space for Bertie's clothes and shoes. Not to mention my position at SIG came to an end already. It was only a temporary job and a favor Greg did for me to get close to Bertie until the golf pro he had already promised the job to could get into town. But I hoped to keep getting that paycheck for at least a few more weeks, as small as it was, considering SIG isn't a huge resort course on the mainland that rakes in the dough. The only thing the lawyers could do was take my father's name off everything so I could start over. They asked me if I wanted to sue him. Yeah, because that will make the public love me even more, get me reinvited to more tournaments, and get new endorsements so I can put more money away. Pal Campbell sues loving father who only wanted the best for him and gave up his life so his son could be a star. News about this greedy bastard at 11. Puke. Besides, how can I sue someone when I had access to everything he did? I could have taken the time to look, but I didn't, because I trusted him. Because I'm a dumbass. God damn my fucking father. Thank God, the San Fran Open wants you back, Bodie says as I finally pull my head up from the table after repeatedly banging it, a little excitement replacing my misery and disgust with myself. You just got a place in the top 3, and you'll be golden with cash for quite a while. I nod, rubbing my hands together, knowing I need to do a hell of a lot more training than I have the last 2 days. My heart immediately plummets, though, because the last 2 days since my date with Birdie and our one and only time having sex, we both decided I needed to focus. I've been exhausted as hell after doing nothing but drills from the minute the sun comes up until it goes down and I can no longer see my balls, barely able to drive back to my cottage before taking a quick shower and passing out. Laura took a few days off to go to a spa with some girlfriends on the mainland, which means Ren is pulling double duty at the Dip and Twist, and Birdie has had to help out with her nephew in the evenings. We're like 2 ships passing in the day, since the only time we've seen each other since our date is at work. We've managed to steal a few kisses and some epic groping behind trees and in storage closets, but it's not enough. She's like a drug I can't get enough of, and 2 days of not being inside her is 2 days too long. Glancing at my watch, I see I only have a few more minutes before I need to get out of here and back to Sig for my plan I put in place with Tess earlier in the day to begin. I hate that I already have to leave Birdie in a week, but at least it's only for 2 days, I tell him, waving our waitress over so I can get our bill. I still think you should tell her. Bodhi sighs. About the money problems, about you wanting to buy a cottage and stay here permanently with her, and why you're getting the fuck out of Dodge so fast after just getting here and after just getting her. Also, why aren't we asking her to come with us again? Just like offering to give me money, Bodhi also hasn't shut up about how he thinks I need to tell Birdie everything. He suddenly has a serious girlfriend for the first time in his adult life, and now he thinks he can hand out dating advice to everyone. Birdie knows this is my job, and she knows I have to travel to do it, even though this tournament popped up a lot faster than either of us expected, I remind him, my heart sinking all over again when I think about leaving her even for 2 days. It's just a couple days, and then I'll be right back. She has a busy job and a family who needs her here more. It would be selfish of me to ask her to leave them just to watch me golf. She'd be bored as hell standing around at that tournament. I play in those things, and even I get bored as hell waiting around. And I'm not telling her about the cottage because it's a surprise. You don't usually tell people about a surprise, or it's called something else, like news. Plus, this is all still fresh and brand new with Birdie. This switch from friendship to something more. Even though it feels so natural and right, and like we've been touching and kissing, and she's been letting me fondle her boobs all this time instead of just a few days, I'm still a regular guy who doesn't want his new girlfriend to think he's a loser. I want her to look at me and see all my good qualities and how happy I can make her, and not see all the stupid decisions I've made to screw up my life that I'm trying to give to her. I just want her to look at me and fucking fall in love with me as deeply as I am with her. When I leave Summer Sweet to get on that plane for California, I just want her to want me to come back home. To her. Because she needs me and she's in love with me. And then I'll get to see the look on her face when I win that goddamn tournament and tell her I bought her the closet of her dreams, and the times I'll need to leave her after that will be few and far between. I just have a week to make this all happen, while also making absolutely certain we do everything we can to get me to San Francisco and win for our future. Whatever you say, pal, you know Birdie better than I do. Bodhi finally shrugs, punching me in the arm when I try to take the bill as soon as the waitress sets it down and leaves. You're damn right I do, and now I'm going to head back to Sig and enjoy all my knowledge. Palmer, I think I have a problem. Birdie, not this again. Palmer, you're the one who left me with the worst case of blue balls I've ever had in my life after sticking your hand down my pants in the men's bathroom this morning and then walking away like you had a job to do or something. Pfft, whatever. I couldn't take a piss for 20 minutes after that. But no, I do not have a jerking off problem this time. Birdie, you want to clue me in on what this problem is, or am I supposed to guess? I'm trying to finish up this paperwork so I can get the hell out of here. My mom is back, and I finally don't have to run Owen to baseball for Ren, and I'm exhausted. I don't know where everyone went, but of course, right when I need a few questions answered so I can finish up this food order, there's suddenly not one employee to be found. They all freaking went home and left me here. I even checked the parking lot. Birdie, sorry, I'm a little annoyed. I know you're tired and had a long day too. How did training go? I wish I didn't have to work so I could see you. This responsibility stuff sucks. Palmer, training was awesome. I'm hitting better than I have in a while, and I'm pretty sure it's because of you and all the magic and good luck you bring me. I also saw that candid picture you took and posted of me on the driving range. Lots of good comments on that one, so thank you for getting a great shot of my amazing, firm ass. California, here I come. Anyway, I'm texting you because I could see how frazzled you were running around all day, so there are 2 treats in your office to perk you right up and to thank you for everything you're doing to help me. Look in your bottom right drawer. Not the one where you keep an alarming amount of catnip, and I'm wondering if you're partaking in a little bit of the Chevy Tahoe's stash. Birdie, catnip stops them from attacking people when they're trying to golf, and OMG, you left me dolphin donuts in my desk drawer. You're the best guy I've ever had sex with once and then never slept with again because, a little stingy with the cookies and all. Palmer, well then, I guess you don't want your second treat. Palmer, open your office door, Birdie. Standing on the other side of the door against the wall and away from the small window in Birdie's office that looks out over the quiet, pitch-dark pro shop, I hear Birdie's gasp on the other side as soon as my last text gets to her, and I smile. And then my hands start to shake as I toss my phone to a small table with a plant on it right under her window and move to stand in front of the door, so goddamn desperate for her I can't think straight. When I told Tess my plan earlier, she was more than happy to help, giving me a spare key to the bar so I could sneak into Sig through that entrance and walk through the pro shop without needing to walk by Birdie's office window and chance her seeing me. I wanted to have a little texting fun with her first, instead of just barging right in and scaring the shit out of her, since my plan included Tess getting everyone the hell out of here a half hour ago, and Birdie's been here alone for a bit. Her office door is immediately flung open, all the light from inside spilling out into the dark pro shop behind me as she stands in the doorway, a look of surprise on her face, and something else as she looks at me. I watch her finish chewing the bite she must have taken out of one of the donuts before she got my last text, her eyes trailing down my body while she licks her lips, something telling me she's just as hungry as I am, and not for the donuts I ran over to the mainland and picked up on my lunch hour today. So that's a no from you on the second treat? I tease, wondering how in the hell I can even make jokes at a time like this. Her eyes haven't come up from their slow perusal of me, because of course they stopped on the bulge straining in the crotch area of my athletic shorts. My dick got hard as steel the minute Birdie opened that door, and I got my first look at her in a few hours. She's still wearing a light blue fitted Sig shirt that molds to her curves and matches the color of her eyes, and a pair of those damn tiny black shorts that are about a few centimeters away from being considered underwear and indecent. Obviously, I got a chubby every time I ran into her looking so hot all day long. But nope, the sexy little outfit she's wearing isn't what almost has me coming in my shorts like a teenage boy with his first wet dream. It's the goddamn braids. At some point since I left here to go meet Bodie for dinner so I could bitch about the sorry state of my finances, Birdie took down the high ponytail her hair had been in all day, parted it down the middle, and put it in those braids that fall in thick ropes down over the front of her shoulders and rest on top of her tits. Thick ropes I can hold on to while I'm... "You're here," Birdie whispers in awe, cutting off my dirty thoughts while her eyes finally meet mine. Christ, I have to make it to California and win. If this is the way she greets me when I've only been gone for a few hours, I can't even imagine what will happen when I come back home after 2 days. I want to make another sarcastic comment about how she said she didn't want this treat, but I don't. She's looking at me the way she looks at the open box of donuts on her desk, and I only have so much willpower. I'm backing her into her office and slamming the door closed behind me before she has a chance to remind me she still has work to do. Work can wait, and hopefully she agrees. Wrapping my arms around Birdie's waist, I lift her up against me, and she immediately wraps her gorgeous legs around my waist, clutches a handful of my hair, and kisses the holy hell out of me. I almost trip over my own 2 feet when she swirls her tongue around mine, tasting like sweet maple glaze from her donut as I walk her farther into the office, setting her down on the edge of her desk when my thighs smack into it. It puts her at just the perfect height that I only have to bend over a little to keep kissing her. Even though I don't want to stop, I have something much more important to do. Birdie whimpers when I break the kiss, that sound like a bolt of electricity right through my cock, still such an amazement to me that she wants me. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping?" she asks breathlessly as I reach back behind me and unwind her legs, bringing them down to hang off the edge of the desk, but not before I remove her sneakers and ankle socks and drop them to the floor. My plan is to make both of our fantasies come true. "Lift up," I tell her, grabbing the cotton material of her shorts by her hips. Birdie leans back on her hands on the desk, licks her bottom lip as she looks at me, and I have to focus and concentrate before I blow my load. She's so goddamn hot. What was it Tess said? You wanted me to screw you from behind against this desk after hours, right? She just nods, and I watch her swallow a few times while I grip so tightly to the material of her shorts I might just rip them right off her body. Excellent. I nod in complete seriousness, acting like I'm in control and not about ready to flip her over and just fuck the hell out of her without making it a little enjoyable for her first. You get what you want, and I get what I want, which is you completely fucking naked, while I screw you from behind on this desk after hours so I can enjoy every bit of this sexy body I didn't take the time to appreciate the other day. Birdie's soft, panting breaths are coming faster now as she stares at me without saying a word, immediately lifting her hips from me when I start tugging on her shorts, hooking my fingers into her blue lace thong as well, pulling everything down her thighs and tossing them to the side. God damn, Birdie, I groan when she's naked from the waist down and spreads her legs for me, sitting back on that desk, her pink, bare pussy glistening and wet for me, like every fantasy I've ever jerked off to about her. Without a word, she sits up from leaning back on her hands and grabs the hem of her t-shirt, slowly bringing it up and off her body until a blue lace bra the same color as her thong I tossed to the side is the only thing she's wearing, hugging her tits and pushing them up until my mouth waters with need to put my mouth on them. Completely naked? She teases quietly with a smirk, her hands behind her back as she pauses from unhooking her bra. Birdie, I growl out a warning, my hands darting out to clutch onto her bare thighs, spreading her legs for me just a little bit more until I'm the one panting as I stare at the juncture of her thighs, needing to put my mouth on her and taste her like I need air to breathe. Unclenching my tight hold on her thighs, I ease up and skim my palms softly up and down the tops of her legs, my eyes darting quickly back and forth between her legs and where Birdie is finally unclasping her bra and then tossing it to the side. And holy fucking hell. Christ, I need a minute, I rasp, leaning back a little so I can take it all in. Birdie leans back on her hands again, keeping her legs spread and letting me look my fill. Her full, perfect tits and pert nipples just begging for my tongue, down to her narrow waist and impressive abs, since I know she's a stickler for working out just as much as I am, to her hot, wet, tight pussy, her legs now spreading wide enough from my broad shoulders, the sweetheart. My mouth waters, my balls are so fucking heavy they hurt, and my dick throbs in my shorts as my hands slide around the underside of her thighs, and I push them between the desk and her ass, kneading it in my hands before looking up long enough to give a flushed and panting Birdie a wink as her hands slide her back a little more on the desk, while I curse myself for not jerking off at least 15 times before I got here. Sorry, sweet cheeks. Desk screwing will have to wait a minute. Birdie has just enough time to raise one sculpted eyebrow at me questioningly before I'm squeezing harder onto her ass and yanking the lower half of her body up off the desk higher, dropping my head between her thighs, and finally finding out what heaven is like when I get my first taste of her.
Chapter 22. Birdie. I think I'm caught in a trap. Holy shit! Oh, my God! I scream, my palms losing their hold on the desk behind me as they quickly slip out from under me and my back thumps down onto the desk. My shoulders and the back of my head dig into paperwork strewn on the top of my desk as my back arches, and my toes curl when Palmer's warm, wet mouth wraps around my clit. There's nothing I can do but close my eyes and hold on tight with a firm grip on Palmer's short hair as his head bobs between my spread thighs, while he clutches tightly to my ass and pulls my body against his mouth. I can barely take in air with each swirl and swipe of his tongue around my swollen and aching bud as he feasts on me like I'm the most delicious treat anyone has ever put in front of him. I let out a loud, choking moan when he wraps his lips around my clit and just sucks. and sucks and sucks, and leaves his tongue all around while he's sucking, and sweet Jesus, did he take a class on this? Christ, Bertie, you taste like heaven. Palmer mutters between my legs, his hot breath panting over my aching center when he pulls his mouth away from me. He slowly slides one of his fingers through my wetness, swirling the pad of his fingertip around and around my clit a few times, until I'm panting his name and writhing on top of the desk, gripping his hair so hard I might be pulling some of it out. Do you have any idea how hot it is knowing I made you this wet? His voice is a whisper of awe, and I open my eyes long enough to look down my body to see him watching what he's doing, his fingertip moving achingly slow around my clit before sliding back down, making me let out a loud gasp when he slowly slides that long, thick finger inside me. Please, I beg him when he just holds his finger still, my clit throbbing, needing his mouth back on me. Palmer. That's all it takes. Just a quiet, whispered moan of his name, and he's muttering another curse before his mouth is on me again, wrapping around my clit and sucking it past his lips while his finger slowly and torturously moves in and out of me. I've been on edge and close to orgasm all damn day just from the handful of little 2-minute makeout sessions we managed to sneak in. Opening my office door tonight and finding Palmer standing there, knowing he was even more exhausted than me and probably wanted nothing more than to go to bed, yet he still went over to the mainland to get me donuts and then probably bribed Tess to clear out Sig just so we could finally be alone. I knew I was finished with work for the night. And when I saw the hunger in his eyes when he backed me into the office and slammed my door closed, I was close to detonating. I can still see the way he looked at me when I was finally naked, sitting on this desk in front of him, getting wetter and wetter with each hungry lick of his lips while he stared at my body. That memory, combined with the steady, shallow thrusting of Palmer's finger inside me, and the way he rapidly flicks his tongue over my clit, has me exploding before I've even gotten to enjoy Palmer's incredible lips, tongue, and thick finger working me over for a full minute. Oh God, I'm coming. My grip tightens in Palmer's hair, and my hips thrust against his mouth as he sucks and licks and fucks me with his finger through my release. I've barely caught my breath when Palmer suddenly pulls out from between my thighs, and his hands are on my hips, yanking me off the desk and whirling me around until I have to smack my hands on top of the desk when it's in front of me before I faceplant on it. I just came, and I'm already whimpering and panting and moaning for him again as he presses the front of his body against the back of mine. And I can feel him start rustling around behind me, jerking his shorts down, lining himself up with my soaking wet entrance. His thick, muscular arm is around my hips, and he's grabbing together both of my long braids at the nape of my neck, giving them a little tug so my head tilts back and to the side. His lips wrap around the side of my neck, licking and kissing his way up to my ear, both of us moaning loudly when I jerk my hips back, forcing the head of his cock inside me. There's just something so much hotter that I'm fully naked, and the fabric of Palmer's clothing is rubbing against the back of my heated skin, just like that day in the shed, when he couldn't get inside me fast enough and didn't even bother taking his shorts all the way off. "Is this okay?" he asks softly, making my heart go pitter-patter, even though I'm so needy for him I could scream. When he tugs a little harder on my braids he holds in one hand, and my pussy clenches around the tip of him, needing all of him right now. That's twice now with no comfortable bed or rose petals. I managed to rasp out, Palmer still holding himself perfectly still while he nuzzles his nose right under my ear, his chest pushing harder against my back and bending me over the desk while his tight arm around me shakes with the need to drive his cock inside me. Are you sure your delicate sensibilities can handle this without the need to apologize? My teasing words are cut off with a loud gasp when Palmer thrusts his hips forward and plunges his cock inside me. Fucking hell. I will never get used to how perfect your pussy feels wrapped around me. Palmer groans into my ear, pulling his hips back and then sliding back into me shallow, then deep, swirling his hips a little and making me see those damn stars again. You still deserve goddamn silk sheets and rose petals, but I just felt you come on my lips and tongue, and that just shot all my control to hell. I moan at his words and feel myself get impossibly wetter around his cock as he pumps in and out of me. Palmer's tight hold around me loosens, and he slides his hand across my stomach until he grips my hip in his hand, letting me slide my palms forward more on the desk, my braids still held tightly in his fist as he starts thrusting into me faster and harder. Even though I told myself the next time Palmer and I had sex, I'd slow us down and let us both take the time to appreciate each other, it just seems like there's something manic and desperate that happens between us that neither of us can control, and I certainly don't give a shit about stopping. Palmer holds tightly to my hair, keeping my neck wide open for his mouth as he screws me against this desk, making every fantasy I've ever had about him come true and even better than what I imagined. When his hand moves from my hip to reach between my legs, using his fingers to bring me to another screaming orgasm while he follows quickly behind, shouting my name as he pumps his release into me, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse that I'll never be able to sit at this desk again without thinking about how Palmer so expertly makes all my dreams come true. I believe that makes 3 cookies now. You're welcome. He groans in my ear, making me laugh as both of us collapse forward on my desk, his chest pressed into my back where I can feel his steady heartbeat thundering against me. His cock jerks and pulses inside me as he softly and sweetly kisses the back of my shoulder, making his way up to my ear. Coming back here was the best decision I ever made, he whispers, making my heart beat even faster than it did through 2 screaming orgasms. But are you going to remember that when you leave? Not wanting to get melancholy while he's still inside me, with my cheek still pressed to the desk and Palmer still draped over my back, trying to catch his breath, I blindly smack my hand forward until I reach the box of donuts, grabbing one, bringing it to my mouth and taking a bite out of it. I feel Palmer's rumble of laughter against my back, and he leans his head to the side so I can reach my hand back to him and let him take his own bite of after-sex donut. You're an idiot. Just tell him you've been in love with him since the day you met him and you want to go with him. Or better yet, tell him to sit his ass home and stay here with you for once, Tess says in annoyance, shaking her head at me while she leans against the doorframe of one of the storage closets at Sig. Like it's really that easy, I fire back, pulling a box of golf balls out of the larger brown cardboard box at my feet and roughly jamming them into their spot on the shelf where we keep everything we sell out in the pro shop. He leaves tomorrow, and he's never said one word about even wanting me there, Tess. Like it's never even crossed his mind to ask me. He's going to go off and do his job like always, and playing house for the last week with me hasn't changed that. Like he just wants to keep what we have here in the bubble of Summer Sweet Island. God, I can't believe he already leaves tomorrow. It feels like it was just yesterday that we were out in that storm, screaming at each other. I've spent every day since that night he surprised me here at work and made my desk fantasy come true in the most epic way, pretending like he wasn't really leaving, just so I could get up and function every day and do my job on top of all the additional work I did to finally get the San Francisco Open to formally invite him back. I've spent every waking moment with Palmer, not letting him know how much it killed me each day that went by when he yammered on and on about leaving, and never once asked if I might like to go and share that experience with him. Silly me for thinking now that things have changed between us. Something would change when he had to leave again, like Palmer wanting me to go with him. We've had dinner together every night, watched movies, walked on the beach, had sex on every available surface in and around both our cottages. Either he sleeps at my place or I sleep at his, drive to and from work together, and watch the sunset on one of our decks each night, curled up in each other's arms like an old married couple. Everything is perfect, except for one little thing. He never asks me to go, and I never ask him to stay. It's never crossed his mind because men are stupid, simple creatures who need everything spelled out for them. Tess states as I finish with this box, kick it to the side and open up the next one. Just sit him down and be like, dude, do you love me or not? Because if you do, fuck this bullshit about leaving me here and making me wait for your sorry ass to get home. Mama's packing a bag and coming with. I stop with my hand holding onto the shelf to look back over my shoulder at her. He doesn't want me there. I'll just do what I always do and wait. Turning back around, I swallow down the vomit as I continue stocking the shelves. This match is only 2 days. He goes in tomorrow, a day early to get settled and practice. A quick one-day tournament, and then he'll be back. He'll come back in 2 days, right? He said he would. But who knows what can happen in 2 days on the other side of the world from me? What if he wins? I've been watching him train every day, and he's never looked better, never golfed cleaner, never been so focused. This win is his. All he has to do is show up and do what he was born to do. But what if his career blows right back up and he doesn't come back? He just jets off to the next destination and to the next tournament, never asking me to join him, while I just sit here fucking waiting. I just don't get why you haven't admitted you're in love with him, now and always. I mean, for fuck's sake, Bertie. This is why the two of you spent 15 years being miserable, because you didn't communicate and say how you felt. Stop telling me something I already know and beat myself up about every damn day, I argue, smacking another box of golf balls onto the shelf. Every time he looks at me and touches me and kisses me and makes sure I remember to eat and makes me so fucking happy. I can't breathe when I think about him leaving and maybe not coming back. Every damn minute I'm with him, I open my mouth to blurt it all out, and I always stop myself. Because I've been in love with him for 15 years, and I know he cares about me and wants me, and he talks loosely about a future with me. But is it 15 years worth of wanting and longing? is it that deep and as mind-numbing as it is for me? Because I don't know. Because like you said, he's not saying anything either. And I'm back to where I was in the beginning all over again, where I don't know where I stand with this man and I fucking hate it. And I don't understand why I'm so insecure when it comes to him. I'm better than this, and I'm stronger than this. I've spent all these years making sure he fits in here on this island and in our world. But he never asks me to fit in with his. He never asks me to go with him, Tess. And I feel like a loser he's ashamed to take out into the real world because I'm just a nobody from nowhere summer sweet island. Tess's arms are around me, and I don't even realize I'm crying until I feel her squeeze me from behind. I'm sorry. I can't suck it up right now. I sniffle as the tears run down my cheeks, and she rests her chin on my shoulder and laughs softly, the smell of her bubblegum lotion making me feel safe and loved. Cry it out, babe. And I'm sorry for pushing you. You are not a loser nobody, and I will punch you in the goddamn neck if you ever say that again. She warns me, making me laugh through my tears as she lowers her voice to almost a whisper. I don't know why he never asks you to go, sweetie. Maybe he just doesn't think you want to, because this is your home and you love it here and talk all the time about how you never want to leave. And in the past, he never asked because he had no fucking idea you were into him. And now, I don't know. Maybe he just knows he's only going to be gone for a few days and then he's going to come right back home to you because he's just as in love with you as you are with him. My tears fall a little faster at Tess's unusual show of sweetness. Maybe, I shrug, not feeling that word at all. I get it. Believe me, I do. You're scared to tell him how much he means to you, because you're not sure if he's there yet. And even though we claim to be strong, independent women, when it comes to the men we love, sometimes we're not. We make dumb decisions, and we second-guess everything, and we forget just how badass we are, because love makes us stupid. She sighs, squeezing her arms around me tighter. You have 15 years of insecurities thinking you weren't enough for him to want and fall in love with to get out of your pretty little head. And that doesn't happen overnight, no matter how good the dickin' is. Just like always, Tess manages to make me laugh when I feel more miserable than I have in my entire life. I've gotten plenty of that dickin' over the last week, and good is far too inferior of a word to use for what Palmer can do with that thing. And with his mouth. And his fingers. Oh, God. If he doesn't come back to me, I'll let Tess burn this entire island to the ground. For shit's sake, suck it up already. Tess and I both turn our heads to the doorway as Murphy leans into the small room and thrusts a bag of Pepperidge Farm strawberry thumbprint cookies at me. I have just enough time to grab the bag with Tess's arms still around me before he's huffing and walking away. What do you want to do? Tess asks after a few quiet minutes of me sniffling in her arms and shoveling cookies into my mouth. I don't know. I shrug, swiping at the tears and pulling away after she gives me one last tight squeeze to turn around and face her in the small storage closet. I just know I don't want to pour my heart out to him right now, or put any more added pressure on him and mess with his head. He needs to get through the next few days without worrying about me freaking out back here because I'm stupid and scared. Tess doesn't disagree with me about being stupid and scared, and I don't blame her. This is why I keep her as my friend, because she will never lie to me or bullshit me. Holding the bag of cookies out to her, she takes one and starts munching on it. I just want to enjoy my last night with him and not worry about tomorrow. I admit as Tess bends down and grabs a few boxes of balls, helping me finish stocking the shelves while we share the bag of cookies. I want to be a happy, smiling, supportive girlfriend who doesn't unload all of her bullshit onto his lap right before he gets his one shot to show the world he's still an amazing golfer who deserves to be back on the pro tour immediately, who has made plenty of money in his career to not need to go to this tournament or any other fucking tournament, probably for a long-ass time if he didn't want to. But this is his job. And who am I to tell him how to live his life? No matter how badly I want to, I can't ask him to stay and pick me over what he was born to do and what he so clearly wants to continue doing. He won't ask me to go, and I can't ask him to stay. Sippin' bitch tomorrow after he leaves? Tess asks, making tears start pooling in my eyes all over again when she says it out loud, figuring I might as well get it over with as well. Yeah, sure. Sippin' bitch tomorrow after he leaves. Fuck my life. Chapter 23. Birdie. Quit puttering around. Palmer pulls his mouth away from mine when the sound of the ferry horn, signifying there's 10 minutes left before it leaves, interrupts our goodbye kiss on the dock. Not goodbye. Just see you in a couple days. Hopefully. His hands are still holding my face in them. My arms are still wrapped around his waist with my wrists locked together behind his back. And we just stand here staring at each other, neither one of us wanting to pull away first. God, just ask me to come with you. You're not going to cry like a baby again like you did last night, are you? I ask him, trying to take a little heaviness off this moment and off my heart. You gave me a blowjob while I was watching Caddyshack, he scoffs. What man in their right mind would be able to hold it together after something like that? I shake my head at him as he chuckles, rubbing his thumbs against my cheeks as he dips his head, pressing his lips gently to mine for a few beats, and then pulling back before I'm ready. It's only for a few days, and then I'll be back. He reassures me. You do want me to come back, right? He laughs softly again, but there's a flash of something in his eyes that almost looks like my own stupid insecurities. It's gone before I can even process it, and he's giving me a big, dimpled smile as he drops his hands from my cheeks, and I let go of my hold on him so he can bend down, grab his duffel bag, and sling it over his shoulder. Bodie already loaded both of their suitcases and Palmer's clubs when we got to the dock a little bit ago, saying his goodbye to Tess back at her place so she could get to work. Don't worry about me or what's going on back here, I tell him, wrapping my arms around myself because it's suddenly cold as hell without being pressed up against him, putting the fakest smile on my face I can manage. Just go win that thing and get back on the tour. I'll be cheering you on watching on the TV in the bar tomorrow at work. Or you could ask me to come with you, and I could cheer you on behind the spectator rope 50 feet from you. We could have sex when we get to the hotel tonight, and I can give you some good luck sex before you go off to work tomorrow morning like a good girlfriend does. God damn it. Why won't you just ask me to go with you? Right. Back on tour. He nods, smiling right along with me, making it harder and harder for me to breathe when I'm just standing here like an idiot, not saying what I should be saying. I'll keep my bed warm for you, I tell him, trying my best to give him a sultry smile, but it probably comes out more like a tilted grimace and not at all sexy. Palmer steps back up to me, holding the strap of his bag on one shoulder, reaching up between us to brush a piece of hair out of my eyes that came loose from my messy bun and tucking it behind my ear. Just the brush of his fingertips across my forehead makes me miss him and wish he was back already, and he hasn't even left yet. When the ferry horn signals the 5-minute warning. I'm suddenly not in the mood to golf anymore, Palmer mutters, his smile dropping for a second. Stop, I admonish, lightly smacking my hand against his chest. You're at the top of your game right now. Just keep your head down and focus. And don't worry about rushing back here or anything. This is a big deal. And you're going to do amazing and win. And then it's going to lead to even more amazing things. Just go to work and enjoy it. He stares at me for a few seconds, and he opens his mouth to say something, then stops and smiles at me before leaning in and pressing his lips to mine. He holds them there until the ferry horn blows again and then quickly pulls away, the smile back on his face as he starts walking backward away from me. I'll call you when I get settled into my hotel, he tells me, and I just nod, the lump in my throat and all the tears I'm trying not to shed almost choking me, when he finally turns around and continues walking toward the awaiting ferry. He's not going to ask me to go with him. Jesus, Bertie, so open your mouth and beg him to stay. Stop being a goddamn wuss. He's 20 feet away and turning to step onto the small dock that leads up to the entrance of the ferry when I finally find my voice. Palmer! He immediately stops and turns around, taking a couple steps back toward me before the ferry makes another warning shot and he stops, quickly looks at the boat behind him, and then back at me with a little bit of panic in his eyes. My heart is thundering in my chest, and my hands are shaking so badly I have to wring them together in front of me, and holy shit, what am I doing? But the words are bubbling up inside me, and I can't stop them from coming out now. Listen, I know you have a job to do, and I love watching you do that job. I tell him with a raised voice so he can hear me, taking a second to swallow back my nerves before I continue. I know I'm an idiot for not saying something sooner when you're like 2 seconds away from getting on a boat and then getting on a plane, and my timing sucks. But if I don't say something now, I'm going to hate myself for the rest of my life, and... Palmer took off like a shot halfway through my word vomit, racing back down the dock until he's standing right in front of me again, clutching to the strap of his duffel bag and wrapping his free hand around the back of my neck to grip it tightly, making me forget what I was saying for a second when he's so close to me and I can breathe him in again. And what? He asks, his eyes darting back and forth between mine, urging me to continue. Come on, Bertie. It's now or never. Suck it the fuck up so you can get cookies. And you don't have to go to this tournament if you really don't want to play. You hate playing on television with all eyes on you anyway. Just stay. Don't go. It's not like you really have to or anything. I mean, you can go to the next one if you really have to, right? I hate that I've turned into the type of woman who's asking you to choose, but stay. Please, stay here with me and don't go. I'm choking on my words, but not a single tear falls as I stare up at him hopefully, my palms sweaty as I press them against his chest. Palmer's fingers clutch tighter to the back of my neck, and he lets out a sound that's part groan, part painful moan like someone just stabbed a knife into his chest. his face wincing with the same amount of pain. And not at all what I'd want to see on the man I just begged to stay here with me. When he doesn't immediately say anything, I tug my neck out of his grasp and take a step back. "Bertie, please," Palmer begs, much like he did when he first got back here and wanted me to give him time so he could explain. I've given him 15 years of my time and my heart, and he has no right to beg me for anything more. You have no idea how long I've waited to hear you ask me that, but I can't right now. Fuck my fucking father!" He suddenly shouts, confusing the hell out of me as he takes a step toward me and I take one back, making him curse under his breath. "Baby, please. You have no idea how much I want to toss this bag down and do anything you ask of me. But I can't." His voice is filled with emotion I don't even understand, and not even hearing him call me baby can take away the tightness in my chest when ferry workers start unhooking the ropes from the dock. "It's fine," I nod, refusing to cry. "I get it. You can't stay. I know you have work to do, and it was silly of me to ask." "Damn it, Bertie, don't do that. Don't shut down and act like it wasn't a big fucking deal that you asked me to stay. I know it was, and I wish to God I had time to explain everything to you, but I have to make that flight. We'll talk as soon as I land, okay?" The ferry lets off its final warning blast of sound, and Palmer lets out a whole string of curses before quickly leaning in and pressing his lips against my cheek, right by my ear. "I love you so goddamn much. I have to play this one. Just this one. I promise, and then I'll be back," he whispers, breaking my heart right in two when he kisses my cheek. And then he's racing away from me again down the dock. Sure, just this one. Until the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And until 9 months go by before I see you again. Because I asked you to stay. And even though you told me you loved me, you're still not fucking asking me to go. Good Lord, woman, you look like asshole. Why are you even here? I thought you called off for the next few days. Lifting my head from Greg's desk where I'd been resting it for the last, I don't even know how long. I pull a sticky note off my cheek that got stuck there and smack it down on top of a pile of resumes he asked me to look over for the person who's going to replace me as clubhouse manager. I could have looked them over in my own office, but I'm never going into my office or using my desk again. So Greg's much larger and much nicer office right off the bar and closer to Tess is where I will work forever. Or until Greg comes back to work and I make a new office somewhere else, like the parking lot. Looking down at myself and realizing I'm still wearing the same ratty jean shorts and summer sweet middle school baseball t-shirt with my nephew's name on the back that I had on last night at Sippin' Bitch with the girls, I bring the front of the shirt up to my nose and take a whiff. I look like shit, but at least I don't smell like it. I smell a little bit like the vomit that dribbled down my chin after doing more sipping than bitching last night. Wonderful. My house smells like his cologne, and he left a pair of his clothes on my bathroom floor, I tell her, my messy bun flopping down onto my forehead, and I don't even bother moving it out of the way. I'd much rather be sad and miserable here at Sig 10 feet away from you where I can't smell him. It took me exactly 5 minutes after the ferry pulled away from the dock for me to realize that I was an idiot, and I never should have let Palmer walk away like that. It's killing me that I'm not there with him, and I shouldn't have been such a big baby, and I should have just asked him if I could go with him. Gee, thanks. I'm honored. Tess deadpans, moving into Greg's office to come around the desk and hop up on top of it while I rock back and forth in my computer chair. How long have you been here? I glance at the clock on Greg's computer, shocked that it's a little after 5 and I've been sitting here all day doing absolutely nothing but feeling like crap. I knew Tess was working the evening shift, and her appearance here should have told me what time it was and how long I'd been here. But my brain can no longer hold simple information. It's filled with nothing but Palmer and what he's doing, and how he's doing, and what he wanted to talk to me about last night that I never got to hear, because we kept missing each other's calls all night long. And now today, I know he's too busy, and I'm not going to bother him. But I did text Bodhi to see about warm-ups, and Bodhi told me he was doing great and he was looking really good, which meant I could stop feeling bad that my immature behavior on that dock didn't mess with his head. Does it really matter, Tess? Does anything really matter? Stop being so dramatic, she laughs. He told you he loves you. Then why didn't he ask me to go with him? She just looks at me pointedly and I sigh, smacking my elbows on the desk and putting my head in my hands. I don't know, Bertie. Maybe you should have asked him why when you stood on that dock and asked him to stay and then never told him you loved him back. I mimic Tess's voice, repeating the words she said to me at Sippin' Bitch last night. God, whoever told you that must be amazing and brilliant, she muses. I remove one of my hands from my face long enough to reach over and flick her thigh. There's still time for you to call him and ask him if he wants you there, Tess adds. I scoff, pulling my head up from my hands. That sounds like it would be a great conversation. Hey there, sorry to bother you. I love you oodles, and I know you didn't ask me to come, and you clearly don't want me there, but I really want to be there because go team. Bringing my arms down from their high V cheerleader pose, I glare at Tess. All of a sudden, she whistles really loudly. A few seconds later, my mom and Ren come around the corner of Greg's office, standing shoulder to shoulder with their arms crossed as they look at me in my sorry state. My face hurts a little after never washing last night's makeup off, and I can actually see the dried and crusty mascara flaking off my lashes every time I blink. Roberta Marie Bennett. My mom begins, making me shiver a little when she uses my full name, and I realize Tess called my family in as reinforcements. Did I fail you in some way as a mother? What? I laugh in confusion. No, of course not. I look at my sister to see if she knows what our mom is talking about, but she just gives me the same pointed glare as her. Then why in the absolute hell are you sitting here fretting and worrying and being sad instead of standing up for what you want and demanding what you need? I did not raise you and your sister to be weak and not know your worth, she tells me sternly. Why would you ever think for 1 minute that you aren't enough for him? Ren asks, shaking her head at me in shock, and I shoot Tess a quick glare that she gave away all my secrets. You are so amazing, and you put all of us before yourself, and you have more than enough to offer him. Don't act like you don't know that. You just forgot for a little bit, and that's okay. But you've been sitting here all this time waiting for him to ask you to come with him. You're Bertie fucking Bennett. Get off your ass and just go be with him if that's where you want to be. Or at least get mad about it instead of sad. Jesus, she's right. This isn't me. I'm not this weak, simpering woman. I threatened Palmer with a golf club the first time I saw him again. I was so angry at him. Why am I sitting here feeling sad when I should be pissed? That absolute piece of dog shit told me he loved me and then didn't ask me to go with him. I begged him to stay, and he didn't even ask me to go. I gave him a goddamn blowjob while we watched Caddyshack, and he didn't ask me to go. I am going to kick his ass when I see him. Hell yes. Tess cheers as my mom and Ren smile. Shit, I curse, reaching for my phone on the desk but not even knowing who the hell to call. I can't get a flight out to California tonight this late, and I can't just show up there at the end of the day tomorrow and expect someone to let me on the course or anywhere near the resort to see him. I don't have a ticket or any kind of credentials. My shoulders deflate and a little wind leaves my sails when I realize the ass-kicking will have to wait. All of a sudden, my phone dings in my hand with an incoming text, and I notice Tess smile and slide her own phone she'd just been typing on into her back pocket. "What did you do?" I ask nervously as I look down at my phone and see it's a text from Bodhi. Bodhi, "Hey there, hot stuff. Okay, so there's a lot to tell you and a little time to do it, so you're going to have to trust me here, and Bodhi will reveal all soon. I lied earlier when I told you Palmer was doing splendid in warm-ups. He is golfing like absolute shit. OMG, it's almost too hard to watch. But I am, because it's also kind of funny, LOL. Don't worry, nothing has been chucked into a water hazard. Yet. There is a very big reason he is playing this tournament right now that I already told him is a dumbass reason, and he should have told you about that reason, but he didn't listen to me. This prideful dipshit needs to place in the top 3 of this thing, or he's not going to be fun to live with, and with the way he's golfing today, he's not even going to make it on the leaderboard. There is a red-eye flight to San Fran tonight, booked in your name. Someone will pick you up at the airport when you land tomorrow and bring you right to the resort, where there will be a VIP badge with your name on it. A security guard will escort you out to the course as soon as you get here and bring you to whatever hole we're on. Please get on that flight, get out here, and kick his stupid ass. Kiss, kiss. Give Tess an ass grab for me. Bodhi. Or better yet, a nice, slow kiss with tongue. And make sure to video it and send it ASAP. It's so boring here. I look up when I finish reading the text, my heart pounding in my chest. My feet starting to dance again with a need to kick a little Palmer ass as I show my mom and my sister the text when they come right up to the other side of Greg's desk. Bodhi's been sending me panicking texts since lunch about how much Putz has been sucking today. Tess explains. I told him to pull whatever strings he could to get you there, and I'd let him know when you were ready to hear it. Tess smiles at me, and I have just enough time to smile back before Ren is suddenly shouting. What are we standing around waiting for? Birdie's got a bag to pack and a list to make of all the ways she's going to beat the shit out of Palmer for making her second-guess her worth. I mean, he didn't make me second-guess it. That was my own stupid, "Shut up and rage," Ren shouts, throwing her fists in the air, making all of us stare at her with our mouths open. That piece of shit didn't have the decency to ask my amazing baby sister to go with him. Fuck him. Let's burn his shit. Tess laughs uncomfortably, slowly sliding off my desk and then moving to stand behind my chair, where I'm still sitting. She got a phone call from you-know-who today, my mom says, whispering that last part. Tess and I both say, "Ah," at the same time. giving Wren a sympathetic nod now that we know the sperm donor must have messed with her again. "I'll be fine," she reassures us, dropping her arms, clearing her throat, and going back to being my quiet, sweet sister. "Let's get you home and packed so you can go get your man." Getting out of my chair, I walk around my desk to meet Wren as my mom leads the way out of the room, and Tess follows behind us, flipping off the lights in Greg's office as we go. Wren wraps her arm around my waist and gives me a squeeze as we walk out into the bar. "We can still make that list about all the ways I can hurt him, just for fun, though, right?" I ask her.
Chapter 24. Palmer. Has anyone seen my balls? You okay there, pal? Slamming my putter into my bag myself and ignoring Bodhi's outstretched hand to take it from me, I grab my bottle of water out of the side of the bag and take a drink. Glancing around to see where the closest manned camera is and realize it's only about 10 feet away, I lower my voice before answering, making sure none of the emotions raging through me show on my face. Well, considering I pulled my tee shot low and left, and it went up into a hazard, and this is now the second hole I bogeyed this morning, I'm doing fucking fantastic. The water bottle crinkles in my hand. I'm squeezing it so hard, and I shove it back into the side pocket of my bag as Bodhi pulls his phone out of his shorts for probably the 100th time since we got on the course 4 hours ago. You will maybe want to put your phone away? It's not like I'm currently playing in a nationally televised golf tournament or anything, I mutter. I've played the San Francisco Open several times, and it's a beautiful course overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge with cypress-lined fairways. Those cypress trees are pissing me right the hell off at this moment in time, since my damn balls seem to be obsessed with them. So you're actually going to call what you've been doing all morning playing? That's cute. Bodhi snorts as he slides his phone away and picks up my heavy golf bag. Hefting the strap up over his shoulder, we start walking to the next hole, crowds of people walking back and forth between holes over in the trees and rough about 50 feet away behind the spectator rope. Not even a beautiful view of the Golden Gate Bridge through a break in the trees off in the distance can put me in any kind of peaceful mood, because everywhere I look there are people watching, holding up their phones for pictures and video, and that doesn't even cover all the TV cameras. There are camera crews sprinkled around every hole, making sure to keep their distance, but they're still allowed to get closer than the spectators. There are also TV towers built 30 feet up in the air all over the course for a bird's-eye view of the golfers and their shots, and a blimp flying overhead recording every moment of the day. What the hell was I even thinking leaving Birdie and playing in this tournament? I mutter as we continue walking until we get up to the 5th hole tee box, and Bodhi sets my bag down off to the side, reorganizing my clubs while Rick Michelson tees off. I have asked you that repeatedly since your stupid ass got on the ferry 2 days ago, Bodhi reminds me. He pulls his phone out of his pocket to check it again, smiling when he sees something, and then quickly puts it back as we hear the thwack of Rick driving his ball off the tee. The crowd cheering, clapping, and shouting his name when his ball sails at least 350 yards right down the middle of the fairway fills the air. Something I haven't been able to successfully do since I got here yesterday morning. Seriously, what in the hell am I doing here? The reason I started hating my job so much in recent years was because of being in the public eye and having to play on TV instead of just relaxing and enjoying the game. And here I am putting myself through it all over again, shitting the bed in the most epic way, and I'm only on the 5th hole, not wanting to be here, not wanting to golf, hating every second I'm not on Summer Sweet Island with the woman I love who asked me to stay. And I fucking walked away from her. For what? Because I thought I had to impress her? Birdie doesn't have a shallow bone in her body, and I am a complete asshole for thinking she would even care or judge me about anything. I should have asked her to come with me. At least then I'd have the promise of her lips and her body and her smile at the end of this miserable day to make everything better. I'll have nothing at the end of this day except a boner from thinking about her, a pain in my chest from remembering the look on her face when I walked away from her after she begged me to stay, and a best friend snoring on the pull-out couch with a joint still smoking in the ashtray on his chest and a piece of half-eaten pizza clutched in his hand. Bodhi hands me my driver, usually the deadliest out of all my clubs until today, as soon as Rick and his caddy step to the side to wait for me to take my shot. Stepping into the tee box, I try to block out the sounds of people talking in the distance as they walk between holes, someone sneezing, someone else coughing, and the buzzing motor of the damn blimp flying overhead and filming. I shut it all out and focus. I set the club face of my driver 2 inches directly behind my ball. I check my stance and check my grip. I'm doing everything right, but it all feels wrong. Birdie's face when she begged me to stay flashes through my mind, and I have to squeeze my eyes closed for a minute. Stepping back from the tee, I take one last practice swing before getting into position again, taking a few deep breaths again and trying to focus again. I can hit this damn ball just as well, if not better than Rick. I pull back my arms, and Birdie's face when I told her I had to go flashes through my mind on my downswing, and I know my ball is going to slice right before my club even connects with it. With a muttered curse, I don't even bother staying behind the tee to see where it went. Gasps from the crowd and a collective ooh, but in the bad way, tell me all I need to know. I walk back to my bag and do not chuck my club into the crowd like I want to, handing it to Bodie like a gentleman since there are currently 3 cameras aimed in my direction. And since Birdie did such an amazing job putting my image back on the right track. Fuck, what am I doing here? The radio on the hip of a golf course employee not too far away crackles to life as Bodie takes my club from me. Anybody got eyes on that ball yet? It went into the rough where spectators were walking and not paying attention. A few people are starting to look for it. Bodie snorts quietly as he shoves my club into the bag before pulling the strap back up onto his shoulder. If there weren't cameras on me right now, I would punch you in the face, I whisper as we start walking down the fairway. Oh, please do. Pretty please. I'm so bored I want to die, he complains, dragging the word out like a toddler as he hefts my bag up higher on his shoulder while we walk. Maybe when I disappear into the rough to get my damn ball as soon as someone finds it, I could just sneak away through the trees and get the hell out of here. It's not like anyone would notice. I'm currently in last place. My name isn't even on the leaderboard. Bodie and I continue walking in silence until we see a crowd of people gathered around in the rough about 250 yards away from the tee in the area where my ball went. We start heading that way when over in the crowd someone shouts, "Got it!" I can see one of the officials through the small crowd of spectators behind the rope in a large cropping of trees with his arm high up in the air so I can spot him. The officials are easy to pick out of a crowd because they're all wearing bright red polos and khakis. They're like a bunch of Jakes from State Farm wandering the course all day. Another red polo official starts backing spectators away from the area, being careful that no one touches or moves the ball in any way. I'll have to decide if I want to play it where it lies, tee off again, or move it 2 club lengths to the left or right, each one costing me a damn penalty shot. My eyes are down by the official's sneaker-covered feet, trying to see where my ball is before I get up there so I can start making a game plan in my head. My eyes are down and moving quickly through the weeds as I walk, another official lifting up the spectator rope for me so I can go under it. I finally spot my ball sitting right at the base of a damn cypress, and I shake my head as I walk right up to it, stop, and put my hands on my hips, staring at the stupid ball, wondering why it can't just do what it's supposed to. Thanks for finding it, I say to the official, finally looking up at him. Oh, I didn't find it, Mr. Campbell. It was this young lady. The 50-something-year-old man lifts his arm out to point to the other side of the trunk of the giant bald cypress. My eyes follow the direction of his arm, and then my stomach drops right down into my goddamn feet, right along with my heart, and possibly my bowels. Man, you're away from me for not even 2 full days, and you're already losing your balls. Birdie shakes her head at me. It's a good thing I keep a close eye on your balls, huh? She winks at me, and I have to close my eyes for a second and shake my head, opening them back up to realize I'm not high from Bodie's secondhand pot smoking, and I'm not dreaming. She's really here, in San Francisco, standing 6 feet away from me making jokes about my balls. And she looks so fucking beautiful, I want to drop to my knees, wrap my arms around her waist, and cling to her, apologizing for every stupid thing I ever did to hurt her. She's got blonde hair loose and wavy around her shoulders, with little braids circling the crown of her head, keeping her long bangs from bothering her as the wind gently blows through her locks. A VIP badge is around her neck, draped down the front of her and hanging against her stomach. She's wearing another one of those short romper things, this one bright orange with tropical flowers on it, with thin little straps over her shoulders, and her long, gorgeous legs on full display. She's got on a pair of sandals that wrap around her delicate ankles and tie into a bow in front. Jesus, she's stunning. She looks just like any other golfer's wife or girlfriend, but 1,000 times better because she's mine. She looks like she belongs here, and I curse myself 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways for never asking her to come with me, to be here standing off behind the spectator rope knowing she's watching, supporting me, cheering me on, and loving me. Because fucking hell, I know she loves me, even if she hasn't said it. Her being here right after I walked away from her when she begged me to stay is proof of that. Why in the hell did I never ask her to come with me? Spectators are still walking back and forth not far away, rushing to another hole to watch someone who doesn't keep hitting their balls into the rough, while an official still keeps the small crowd of people waiting for me to take my shot held back about 50 feet from us. "What are you doing here?" I ask softly, not even caring that people are waiting for me. "Apparently I'm watching you really suck at golf, Campbell." I don't like her use of my last name, but I deserve it. And I also deserve the tiny snort from the official, still standing a few feet away from me. "Also, free hot dogs." Birdie shrugs, and I just shake my head at her with a smile as she brings a hot dog up to her mouth with just ketchup on it in a paper wrapper, taking a bite out of it. My palms are sweating, and my heart is thundering in my chest, and I know I need to decide what the hell I'm going to do with my shot, but all I can do is stand here staring at Birdie casually eating a hot dog. She wipes her mouth off with a napkin in her other hand as Bodie comes up next to me and hands me my 7-iron. "You're still 230 yards away from the pin and buried under a cypress. Play the 7-iron off your back foot and get the ball at least 50 yards closer to the green with the 10 miles per hour tailwind. Hey, Birdie, it's about time you got here." I should have known this was Bodie's doing, and now him spending all morning on his phone makes sense. "My flight was delayed twice," Birdie answers him before pointing her hot dog in my direction. "Chop chop, I didn't fly almost 3,000 miles overnight sitting next to a man who smelled like onions and ate a tuna fish sandwich at 4 in the morning to watch you play like shit for the first time at one of these things. You're an asshole for never asking me to come with you. I just want you to know that." "I know," I quickly tell her, gripping my 9-iron tightly in my fist, wishing I could go to her and wrap my arms around her, but there are still people and cameras watching from a distance. And even though she's here, I don't know how she'd feel about a bunch of PDA on national television. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Birdie sighs, cocking her head to the side. "I've been in love with you since the day I met you. Soul-sucking, mind-numbing, can't breathe or think straight in love with you for 15 years. Not 2 years, not 2 months, not 2 weeks. 15 years. The blood is rushing through my ears so loudly I'm surprised I can hear the words coming out of her mouth. But I do. I hear them and I soak them up, and I almost want to laugh and call her a liar, but I can see it written all over her face, and I don't know how in the hell I never saw it before. "Birdie," I choke out, the only thing I can manage to say when she smiles at me with that full, beautiful megawatt Birdie smile with the dimple. "I think that deserves a little better than last place," she finishes. "Now I'm sure this lovely gentleman would like you to get your ass moving before he gets fired for you taking so long." Birdie smiles at the official standing next to me, and he just smiles at both of us. "No worries, ma'am. This is the most exciting thing to happen to me at work ever. It can get very boring out here." "Word, man," Bodie agrees from the other side of me, giving the official a nod. "Go kick some ass, Palmer," Birdie tells me with another big smile, my heart finally thumping in my chest happily instead of in a panic, before she jerks her chin back behind me and takes another bite out of her hot dog as she starts stepping back to move over by the other spectators, basically telling me to get back to work. So I do. Because the woman I love and who loves me right back is going to be standing behind the spectator rope, inhaling free hot dogs and cheering me on. I step up to my ball and line up my club, picturing Birdie's face when she told me she loved me. Birdie, Birdie, Birdie. All I have to do is make this 10-foot putt. I can do this damn thing in my sleep. My palms sweat around the grip of my putter, and I take a second to shake each one out, wrapping my hands back around the rubber and taking a few deep breaths. With a quick glance out the corner of my eye under the shady brim of my hat, I see Birdie standing about 20 feet away and off to the side behind where Bodie stands next to my bag. Her stomach is pressed right up against the rope, and both of her hands are covering her mouth and nose in the prayer position. Her body doesn't move an inch, and I know she's holding her breath, just like she's done with every shot I've made when I've snuck a peek at her, reassuring myself it wasn't a dream, and she's still here loving me and supporting me, and bringing me all the fucking luck and magic in the world. Ever since Birdie got here, I have successfully honored her declaration of love and her nickname by shooting for Birdie on the next 12 holes in a row. All I have to do is make this putt for Birdie one last time, and I will have gone from dead last to first place. The 18th hole can sometimes be a noisy place and extremely stressful, and not just because it's your last chance in the game. Since out here and back at the first hole are where the spectator stands are, there are easily 10 times as many people watching these shots than on previous holes. But it's absolute silence, and nothing can be heard but the rustling of the wind through the trees as I look away from Birdie and back down on my ball. With one last deep breath, knowing it doesn't matter at this point how I place, because I have everything I've ever needed standing 20 feet away, I pull my club back about a foot and bring it right back forward to tap my ball, holding my breath as it rolls toward the cup. And rolls, and rolls, and rolls, and then circles around the lip once before flipping over and dropping right down inside. Holy shit. The roar of the crowd is instantly deafening. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see everyone in the stands up on their feet, cheering and clapping, and everyone behind the spectator ropes doing the same as I slowly turn around in place. To find that Birdie has already scrambled under the rope and is charging full speed ahead at me, tears falling down her cheeks and a bright smile on her face. I have just enough time to drop my putter and brace myself before she's flying into my arms, wrapping her legs around my waist and her arms around my shoulders. "Look at you finally not sucking," she laughs and cries excitedly as my arms lock tightly around her and I bury my face into the side of her neck. "I love you so fucking much," I speak against the skin of her neck, squeezing her tighter to me, rocking us from side to side as television cameras and spectators all start moving this way, crowding around the apron of the green. Sliding one of my palms up her spine, I clutch onto a fistful of her hair and pull her head back a little, crashing my mouth to hers as soon as it's close enough. Birdie's tongue immediately tangles with mine, her arms tightening around my shoulders and my hat flying off the back of my head when she grips a handful of my hair and deepens the kiss, her thighs locking tighter around my hips. Hearing the clicking of camera shutters and sports reporters firing questions at me, I break the kiss, even though I don't want to, even though I could spend the rest of my life standing here on this golf course, holding this woman wrapped around me after she gave me a Birdie launch hug on national television. "Would you look at that?" Birdie muses as I heft her up higher in my arms, and she runs her fingers through my hair as she looks down at me, both of us completely ignoring everyone around us vying for our attention. "Looks like someone just made a spectacle of himself on national television again." I smile up at her when she laughs and then lets out a gasp when I give her ass a little squeeze, not giving one goddamn shit who's watching or how many times this will make ESPN. Yikes, looks like I might need some help sprucing up my image. Know anyone who can do that for me? I smirk. "I might," she trails off as her legs loosen from around my waist and I finally let her slide down the front of me. "We can talk about it later, over cookies." I groan when she winks at me, knowing she put entirely too many dirty thoughts in my head when I now have to go speak to reporters and then do a press conference, and I probably shouldn't do that with a boner. But then I realize who I'm in love with and see a little sliver of sweet Birdie ass cheek when she bends down to grab my hat she knocked off my head, and I know I'm just going to have to get used to it and enjoy every single second of giving my best friend the shaft and my heart. Epilogue. Palmer. Kiss My Putt. 3 months later. "Will you stop with that nonsense? You're in public and I'm trying to enjoy my popcorn," Murphy grumbles. I laugh against the side of Birdie's neck, nuzzling my nose under her ear one last time and inhaling her tropical coconut skin before I sit back up on my seat in the bleachers where Birdie is sitting on the bench in front of me. She's between my bent legs with my feet resting on either side of her ass on her seat, her back pressed against my chest with her arms resting on top of my thighs. We're in the 5th inning of our nephew Owen's first fall baseball game, sitting in the stands of the Summer Sweet High School baseball diamond with a nice ocean breeze cooling down the warm night air. "We live together now, Murphy," Bertie reminds him, craning her neck to look up and back where Murphy is sitting above us in the bleachers next to Tess and Bodie. "You can't vomit every time you see us kiss." Murphy mutters under his breath, shoveling a handful of popcorn into his mouth before shouting down to the ump that a blind man could have seen that was a strike and not a ball. Bertie tips her head back to look at me upside down with a smile, and I lean forward and kiss her forehead before she brings her head up again to watch the game, clapping and cheering for Owen playing shortstop. Just like Bertie said, we live together now as of the day we got back from San Francisco. Since Bertie's flight had been delayed twice and she had nothing to do but sit around in the airport and wait, my good friend Bodie made sure she wasn't bored by giving her plenty to read and blowing up her phone with texts, telling her everything I hadn't before I left for the tournament. About how I was broke, about how I was playing in the tournament to buy her a bigger cottage and put some money back into the bank because I didn't want her to think I was a loser, and about how I had made up my mind that day in the storm that I was going to semi-retire and spend the rest of my life on this island with her. The day we got home, Bertie called Stephanie at Sandbar Cottages and canceled my lease for me, saying it was ridiculous for me to pay rent on it every month when I practically lived at her place anyway. She was more than a little pissed at me about the money thing and my ridiculous need to keep it from her because I was embarrassed, and she ripped me a new one about the upgraded cottage and how if I wasn't so hot, wasn't so good in bed, and she didn't love me so much, she would slit my throat. She actually went for the knife drawer when she said that, and I had to wrap my arms around her from behind, pick her up, and move her far, far away from the kitchen and any sharp objects. After my win in San Francisco, she stood by my side through every interview and press conference. I told her as soon as we got up to my hotel room the only thing Bodie left out for me to fess up to, that I'd been in love with her just as long as she'd been in love with me, and we called ourselves all kinds of dumbasses for all the years we wasted being miserable. Then we celebrated in the hotel room with me burying myself inside her until the sun came up and we had to leave for the airport, and after we got home and she canceled my lease and we moved my stuff in, I was grounded for the next 5 days. Yup, grounded. No sweet birdie ass cheeks, no sweet birdie kisses, no blowjobs during Caddyshack, and definitely no desk screwing. Birdie's body was off limits because she was so pissed at me she couldn't even think straight, let alone have sex with me. I took it like a champ, only crying in the shower twice while I tried to sloppily jerk off and could never finish, since my hand paled in comparison to being inside a birdie. My initial grounding was supposed to last 2 weeks or more. Thankfully, Bertie barely made it through day 5, and she's the reason I got off early for good behavior. Pun intended. I came home from the grocery store to find her pacing back and forth in the living room, hands in her hair, pulling it out by the roots while she muttered and cursed. As soon as I walked in the door with arms full of brown paper sacks of groceries and stopped by her small island in the kitchen, Bertie stopped pacing to glare at me. And then, through a whole bunch more muttered curses, she yanked off her t-shirt and shorts until she was standing in front of me wearing nothing but a red lace thong with no bra. The groceries fell right out of my arms and oranges rolled across the floor as Bertie huffed. "You're picking all that up after you give me cookies because this shit is ridiculous, but I'm still pissed at you, so this is going to be angry fucking. Got it?" I just nodded, stepped over the box of pasta, head of lettuce and oranges, bent my knees when I got to her, and pushed my shoulder into her stomach without a word. Standing back up, I easily lifted her up and over my shoulder while she yelled at me, naked, down over my back, telling me I couldn't just always pick her up and put her where I wanted her, as I whistled while I walked us back to our bedroom. She stopped yelling that when I put her where I wanted her, which was straddling my lap on the edge of our bed, riding my cock. "Daddy, can I have some money? I want nachos." "Christ," I mutter when Bertie laughs between my legs as I lean to the side to pull my wallet out of my back pocket, grabbing a 20 and handing it back to Bodie. "Nachos only, no candy," Bertie shouts to him after he gives Tess a kiss and then races past us down the stairs in the aisle. "I love that you're still trying to make sure not a penny of my money is wasted." I laugh, kissing the top of her head, both of us screaming and clapping with the rest of the stands when the pitcher for Owen's team strikes out the third batter. Thankfully, she doesn't need to keep track of all the junk food Bodie is inhaling at the game tonight and all the money I've been doling out to him. Thanks to her amazing work with my social media accounts, the close contact she continues to have with my endorsement deals, and that win in San Francisco, my incoming royalties have steadily gone up and they just keep climbing, along with a few new deals Bertie has been able to secure for me. Even though I've tried to tell her she doesn't need to keep handling my marketing and public relations, she refuses to give it up or let me hire a new publicist. She says she likes taking care of me and my work, and it fits in seamlessly with her new job at SIG. And even though we are solid and committed and so fucking in love I feel like I'm in one of Bodhi's romance novels he loves to read, Bertie still said it would be over her dead body before I hired someone else like my old publicist Callie, who just wanted to get in my pants. Her show of jealousy just made me love her even more, and she got 3 cookies that night after dinner. I'm even happy to report the video of Bertie launching into my arms at the San Francisco Open now has more hits than the crazy bitch one, although Bodhi watches that stupid thing at least twice a day to make sure the numbers continue to go up. Bodhi already had a Snickers, a bag of Twizzlers, and 4 sodas. Not only am I concerned about your money, but I'm concerned about my best friend and her having to kiss a man who will eventually have meth teeth from all that sugar, Bertie tells me. Much obliged, Tess says, leaning down from her seat to give Bertie a fist bump. I had a man with meth teeth once. I felt like the hookers in Pretty Woman, no kissing on the mouth. I'm seriously concerned about your taste in men. I look back over my shoulder and tell her. I'm dating your best friend, she reminds me. Like I said, very questionable taste. Tess just shakes her head at me and pats me on the shoulder as I turn back around when Murphy yells something else down to the field. This coach is garbage. Why in the hell does he have Owen playing short instead of out in center field? Murphy complains. I heard this is his last game coaching, Tess pipes up from behind me. No shit, Bertie asks, craning her neck to look back at her. Bob Simpson has been freshman baseball coach since my mom went to school here. Tess just shrugs. That's what Melanie told me at the barge. I guess at the last board meeting it was unanimous that everyone wants him out. They're tired of all the complaints from parents about how shitty he is to the kids and how he's lost touch with the game and new techniques he should be teaching them. He was using the same shitty techniques when he coached me. Everyone's heads whip to the right when we hear a deep voice, my woman letting out an ear-piercing scream as soon as she sees who spoke. Oh my God, Shep Oliver is back on Summer Sweet Island, Bertie squeals, flying up from between my legs. She shuffles across the bleachers to the man standing at the end of the other aisle, who laughs as she races to him, and then he wraps his arms around her when she gets to him. He lifts her up in a tight, friendly hug before putting her right back down on her feet and letting her step back. I only feel a little bit homicidal watching the love of my life hug that man, and not just because he is one good-looking son of a bitch, but because Shepard Oliver is the other big thing that came out of Summer Sweet Island along with me. Except he lived here, and he belonged here a hell of a lot more than I did. And he's been playing professional baseball for the Washington Hawks since he was drafted right out of college, going to the World Series 3 times in his career, and has been ranked as one of the top 5 center fielders, while also being an insane offensive player who hits the ball like a beast and steals bases with ease. That is, until the end of last season, when he was rounding third base at his usual speed of light and he slipped on the base, tearing ligaments and tendons in his right knee. It ended the season for him. He was supposed to come back this year good as new after surgery and rehab, but he never did, and he's been in hiding ever since, never once giving an interview for his absence on the field this season. Bertie and Shepard walk back over to us, and she indicates for him to sit down next to me. He was a few years older than us, the same age as Ren, so I only met him a couple times back then until he left for college and never came back. Bertie reintroduces us, and I shake his hand, only squeezing it a little extra firmly before letting it go. Pulling Bertie back where she was between my legs, I grab her face and give her a nice big kiss just so Mr. Baseball doesn't get any ideas. Noted, Shepard chuckles softly from next to me when I pull back from Bertie's mouth. Where's your sister at this evening? Shepard asks Bertie, and I glance over at him curiously when he rubs the back of his neck nervously while looking around the stands. She had to work tonight. My mom wasn't feeling good. How long are you in town? She's going to be pissed she missed you if this is just a quick overnight trip. That woman has more t-shirts, hoodies, and jerseys with your name on the back than anyone else I know, watches every single game like it's a religious experience, and God forbid any of us interrupt her while you're playing. Bertie laughs before quickly sobering. Shit. I probably shouldn't have said that. It makes her sound like a creepy stalker fan. She just likes cheering for our hometown boy done good. Shepard doesn't say a word. His mouth is just tipped slightly open in shock, and since I'm starting to wonder about this whole Ren obsession with him and why this guy, who is the chattiest pro baseball player in the league, who never shuts up when he's interviewed, suddenly can't find his voice, I feel a little bad for the guy. I give him a little nudge with my elbow so he'll wake up and stop trying to catch flies in his mouth. Not sure how long I'll be here, Shepard finally says. Still feeling things out. Might stick around for a bit. Maybe don't tell Ren I'm here. I want to surprise her. I just laugh and shake my head at him, wrapping my arms around Birdie, knowing surprises with either one of the Bennett sisters would never work out well, but that's his funeral to plan, not mine. You excited for next week? I whisper in Birdie's ear, feeling her shiver a little in my arms. You mean am I freaking out, can't sleep, can't eat, holy shit so excited you're taking me to Hawaii next week for your first pro-reg tournament? She asks, making me laugh when she starts bouncing up and down in her seat in my arms. Now that I'm semi-retired, I can pick and choose what I want to do and where I want to go. Every single time I choose and look at the calendar ahead, I ask Birdie if she wants to go with me, and she always says yes. It was a no-brainer when we got this email inviting me to a pro-reg tournament where any regular average Joe person can play with a pro. I get paid very well for it, and we found out it was happening in Honolulu. That email came 6 weeks ago, and Birdie's had our bags packed since then. I snuck the diamond ring into my bag I bought her after I won the San Francisco Open when she wasn't looking, as well as a framed picture of the two of us leaning over a small table and sharing a kiss in the middle on the balcony at Sig when we went to dinner right at sunset a few weeks ago to celebrate all the good things that have been happening. I asked Tess to snap a picture when Birdie wasn't looking so I could surprise her. I'm pretty sure she'll like this kind of a surprise. You packed the red bikini, right? I ask her for the third time. The same red bikini she modeled for me this morning, and I took off of her with my teeth. Birdie just laughs at the desperate sound in my voice, all of us standing up and cheering as Owen gets up to bat. Birdie steps back over her seat so she's standing right next to me, and I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her into my side and kissing the top of her head as she screams Owen's name at the top of her lungs. I will spend the rest of my life making it up to her for the 15 years we wasted because we were both too stupid to say how we felt, making sure Birdie knows every second of every day how much she means to me. And my dad? Last I heard, he was in talks to manage Brock Webster's pro golfing career. Good for them. Those two pompous assholes deserve each other. I thought I would feel differently not having any kind of relationship with the only family member I have left. A little empty. A little alone. Don't forget, dinner with Laura, Ren, and Owen at my place tomorrow night. Murphy leans forward to remind me. I swear to all that is holy putts, if you forget dessert again, none of Murphy's mouth-watering meat for you. Gross. No, I'm definitely not bringing dessert, I joke with a shudder, which makes Murphy flick the back of my head. Yeah, I don't feel empty or alone at all, because Birdie makes sure her friends are my friends, and her family is my family, and that I don't feel 1 second of loneliness. I love you, sweet cheeks. Kiss my putt, she laughs, looking up at me with a smile before pushing up on her toes and pressing her lips to mine. Yep, that's my Birdie, my best friend, my everything. This concludes Kiss My Putt by Tara Sivec, narrated by Tim Page and Kelsey Navarro. Copyright 2020 by Tara Sivec. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara Sivec, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.